Hello and welcome to the fourth annual Gooners versus Cancer 27-hour Podathon. I am so unprepared for this, I have to tell you, but we're going to do it anyway because last year, Andy, we got started about 5 minutes late, and 26 hours and 55 minutes later, I had people asking me whether we were going to get those extra 5 minutes so that we'd actually run 27 hours. So we did it. Andy, good to see you again. It's been a long time since just the two of us were on here, the OGs.
Yeah, we are the OGs. You are so disconnected from this. You actually didn't tell the rest of our podcast team we were doing this until what? Friday last week?
Saturday? I didn't know I was doing this until Friday last week. I wasn't sure I could. If I could tell you what I have going on right now, we're literally putting our house on the market in 2 weeks. So I'm in my old studio up here, but it's completely
the Virginia house. It's hard to keep track of all your homes.
Yeah, no, I'm selling the Virginia. We're selling the Virginia house. So I'm in my old office, but it's just completely barren now. So I don't have the cool background that you have. My son's going back to uni on Friday. We've got the Arsenal women coming in on Saturday for a tour and planning all those events. It's a crazy time, but yeah, this all came together, and I cannot be happier with the amazing guest list that we have. So let's get started. If you joined us last year, welcome back. Appreciate it. If this is your first time joining us, buckle up, clear out your next 27 hours, and get ready for a wild ride. And if you're here right now from the start, and I see that there are a good number of you in here.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
We are simulcasting this year on two different channels. We are on the Gooners Pod channel. We are also simulcasting right now on Lee Judge's TV. I want to give a big shout out to Lee and Sam, and thank you for lending us your airwaves. The more people have their eyes on this next 27 hours, the better it will be for Gooners versus Cancer, and that's what matters. And then starting at 2:30 a.m. On the UK side of things, Dan Potts' channel, Dan Potts TV, will be broadcasting us as well. And Dan and Lee are very good friends of mine. They have an audience that tends to not intersect with ours too much. So again, it's about getting eyes on some amazing content and getting eyes on Gooners versus Cancer. So, Andy, as I've mentioned to our first guests here, you are the man that any of you watching can blame for knowing who I am or why I exist. 8 years ago this month, I think we recorded our first Gooners podcast in 2016 after I think we beat Leicester in the second game of the season. Why did you do that?
It was me, you, and George, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think so. But yeah, so he's the reason, and I'm going to bring in our guest, but then I am going to take a little bit of time at the beginning to talk about why we're all here for Gooners versus Cancer. But we have three great guests with us for the first hour. I don't want to keep them in the back any longer. So we're going to bring them in, and in no particular order. Actually, we'll do it in alphabetical order. We've got Akhil, Vyas from the Arsenal Supporters Trust, and from just being a cool guy. Akhil, welcome back.
I think I'm getting less cooler as the time goes on, to be honest. But
well, you get less cooler as the evening goes on normally. But that's a different.
By the way, if you only found out you were doing this on Friday, I don't know when the rest of us found out, because I think it was like yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look, you guys make yourself available on really short notice, and I truly appreciate that.
You know what? The cause is worth it. So I think well done to you guys for getting this going. I was on it last year, and I was just astonished at how long you kept going for, the guests you had on, and the amount of money you raised. And I was in America last year, Mike. I saw how much you do elsewhere, and you were always trying to raise money. So, no, well done. Really happy to support.
Yeah, I'm basically I just extract money from people, but none of it goes to me though.
It's for a good cause. That's fine.
And next on the list is the venerable football writer Henry Winter. Henry, thank you for joining us again for a second straight year, and thank you, Akhil, once again for making the introduction. Welcome back.
Yeah, well, first, congratulations. It's brilliant what you and Andy do. It's absolutely fantastic. I always slightly trip over the word venerable, because I'm marching through the decades, but old. I quite like old. Old will do me fine.
Respect and gravitas tends to come with what's the word? Not duration, but with longevity. So
rust is the word you're looking for.
If for no other reason, you've earned that, but there are many, many other reasons you've earned that. Your time with the Times, currently a columnist for World Soccer, and of course your Substack, henrywinter.football, is in full gear as we get ready for the season. And last but not least, the first of the three of you who ever appeared on the Gooners podcast many, many years ago, when we still had a particular sponsor that I'm not proud of, and we won't mention on this podcast, Andy, but Tim Payton, also of the Arsenal Supporters Trust. Thanks and welcome back, Tim.
Thanks for inviting me back.
Where you been the last 2 weeks? I haven't figured out where you've been. It hasn't been mentioned, but we will double back and ask you about the last 2 weeks because
I'll see you in 25 hours. Then.
I've been in Europe's second best city.
Yes, that would be. I'm trying to think of like some weird city that I've been to somewhere. But
it must be Munich because that's obviously where Arsenal will be in May, right?
Yes, exactly. So a couple updates on Gooners versus Cancer, if you'll give me the brief moment to bring it up. First of all, we start our campaigns every 1st of July, and we kind of do the same season fiscal year that the clubs do, that the football calendar does, and when we began this season, we had just approached about $123,000, or right around 100,000 pounds raised since 2017. But things are really gathering steam, and with the club coming to the U.S. almost every summer now, possibly not every summer going forward, but over the last few years, gives us a real good opportunity to raise some funds. And in 3 events in 2 cities, LA and Philly, we were able to raise over $8,000 for Gooners versus Cancer at the live events. Really generous events, and we've got 2 more coming up in the next 2 weeks with the Arsenal women's team coming to my still currently hometown of Washington D.C. So we are now over $140,000 overall raised for cancer research and support of families dealing with these diseases. The big announcement that I want to make, and I've said it before, but recently Gooners versus Cancer has become a official, what they call here in the States, a 501c3 charitable organization. For the first 6 years of our existence, we really were just a campaign to get people to donate directly to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, which is a great charity and important to me, as that's the reason I lost my dad, was to leukemia about 14 years ago. But what it's given us the ability to do now is be the charity to raise funds and really grant it to any number of different types of cancer charities. So no longer are we just raising blood cancer research, but we're working towards breast cancer, ovarian cancer, cures for any type of cancer, childhood, adult, U.S., abroad, anywhere, and that was a real goal of ours to be able to do, and it's been possible as a result of the generosity and hard work of everyone around me. So, if you've ever thought twice about donating in the past because perhaps the cancer or the diseases that have hit you closest to home don't necessarily line up with the one that we've traditionally raised money for, I certainly understand that, and at this point we're trying to cure cancer. We're not just trying to cure certain types of cancer. So that's the big thing. And throughout this podcast, if you haven't already donated, and there's been about 50 people who have already donated to the Podathon effort, please go to goonersvcancer.com. That's goonersvcancer.com. There's information about the raffle prizes, and we always try to give a fun reason for people to donate beyond just being for a good cause. And there's going to be 27 really great raffle prizes given over the course of this call. So the last thing I wanted to mention before we start going into the fun, and this is a bit somber, but today is a really somber day in the Arsenal community. It has been a sad month for those of us who knew and loved Super Kevin Campbell. And I know that everybody on this screen and probably the vast majority of people in the chat and watching this right now have been touched in some way by Kevin. And while, you know, the link up of this being cancer fundraising and, you know, the unfortunate cause of Kevin's death not necessarily lining up, I don't really think that matters. And we are dedicating our efforts today, our love, our memories, and you know, the incredible man that Kevin was. And these next 27 hours are for you, Kev, and for those of you who were or are at his funeral service today. I hope that today was cathartic and that there was love going around. And we will be hearing from some of the folks. Sophie will be on later. Lee will be on later. That you know, knew him the best in the last few years, and some of his former teammates who knew him the best back in the day, and kind of celebrating the life that was. So those are the kind of pre-show announcements, but I still can't believe that I'm seeing this and talking about this. It just seems so not real, but that's why we all need to stick together. So let's kick off this year's show. Last year, you both, the two of you, Akhil and Henry, joined us in hour 6, which was about 11 p.m. UK time. This is hopefully a little bit better time for you, or you know, maybe not if you have a 5-week-old baby like one of you does.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yes, it's definitely not Henry. Yeah, no,
yeah, I mean, it's possible with today's technological advancements.
It's actually quite nice to get away from the 6-week-old, to be honest.
Well, I appreciate you joining us nonetheless. But Henry, it's been a year since we last met. I think when we met, it was just a few weeks after we'd met in person at the Arsenal Supporters Trust kind of anniversary event, which was a great event. A lot of things have changed in football. Some things have stayed the same. But you know, would you say that we've seen progress over the past 12 months in some of the areas of football governance, competitive balance, and you know, despite having an entity in the Premier League that seems to have no interest in actually being regulated or governing itself?
I mean, the Premier League is kind of it's got its own civil war with lawyers on either side to focus on. But I mean, you've got two of the main individuals in Tim and Akhil, who not only with Arsenal, and obviously I cover a lot of clubs, but are just so highly respected and so important among the general fan community, dealing with governance, fighting owners who want to damage the game, and effectively, if we go back to the European Super League, I mean, I'm sure Akhil and Tim were outside Arsenal, outside the Emirates on that sunny evening, and I managed to get past a security guy and got up onto the roof, because there was actually a game going on that night. Remind me, I think it was in COVID, and so I was up on the roof and just sort of looking down, and I just think looking with a great amount of pride, because it takes quite a lot for fans all over the country in the UK to combine on an issue, and they did on this issue. And the fact the European Super League has gone away for now, it'll come back. So Tim and Akhil and their sort of comrades in arms all over the country, and you guys, you're so important, because without you, the game is nothing. There's no atmosphere. We saw that during lockdown. I went to about 140 games behind closed doors, and it was utterly soulless. And fair play to the players for keeping on, trying to get a competitive edge, but also for the future of the game. So in terms of governance, we've got a regulator coming in. We have probably a more regulator-friendly or genuine regulator-friendly government now with Starmer, an Arsenal fan. So I think that is encouraging. But then you only have to look at the hikes in ticket prices. You only have to look at the way the West Ham fans were protesting by not turning up at their Celta Vigo game at the weekend to show a protest to save our concessions. There's so many issues that fans, our fans, and Tim and Akhil and I have spoken about this many times. fans in England, it's because it's so tribal. You guys know what it's like. Your big enemy is Tottenham, but actually you have to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, even with your biggest enemy, on issues like this. A bit like the sort that they do in the Bundesliga. You see that sort of collectivity amongst the German fans, and I do worry about the future of the game. But then again, I don't worry about it because I know that Tim and Akhil will be out there fighting for Arsenal's future and for the future of the game we all love.
And that's what's so special about you as a journalist who's been around the game at the level that you are. You have always connected to the grassroots, not necessarily the grassroots of football, as meaning like Hackney Marshes and that sort of thing, but the fans and the fan groups and the FSA and AST for all the clubs, and that's why you're here with these gentlemen, because you're such a valuable ally. Tim, would you say that the Arsenal Supporters Trust is feeling positive about the future of football, or is there still a lot of work to be done?
Oh, there's a hell of a lot of work to be done, but there is good opportunity. I've actually got a bit of an exclusive for you. Henry will be very interested. I went to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport today to discuss with the officials, the team that are working on the legislation that will be reintroduced. This is a football governance bill, which was introduced in Parliament and then fell when the then Prime Minister decided to call a snap general election. But as Henry alluded to, I think we have a government now that is slightly more friendly and positive about what a regulator can do. So they will bring the bill back largely like it was before, but I think we will see a bit more reference to the fan role in it, the regulator having to consult with the fan. I know, and we might come back to this, I think the Super League remains a constant threat, and actually we have to watch that it isn't done by 1,000 cuts to the existing setup. And I still don't think that most Arsenal fans have woken up to the fact that we're going to play probably 4 extra Champions League games this year. I don't think we really want these extra games in a group stage before we get to the real knockout. But that in itself is that momentum. But anyway, we've got to watch that. The other issue that concerns the AST a lot is the protecting the home games being played at the Emirates. So I was talking with the government today about strengthening the wording around that and how the protection could work. And some other things. I don't think that the government will go for regulating ticket prices, but I do hope we can get ticket prices to be something that the regulator factors into their annual report on the state of the game. Because if the regulator itself declares ticket prices as too high or not necessary, it's a very powerful kind of check and balance on a club. You don't want a formal government regulator admonishing you in that area. And then the subset of that is the real attack at the moment from many clubs is the concessions. Is coming after the concessions, and particularly I think for the seniors at some clubs, and even more so for youngsters, because that's the future of the game, isn't it? The game has no future, and the stadiums are better when the young people are in there. Now, to be fair to our club, to Arsenal, and Akhil goes to the does the hard work on the cold nights when we go to meetings at the Emirates with the club, and I'm on the Arsenal advisory board. I think we've got Arsenal listening a little bit. They proposed this year to end concessions for senior citizens, and then they reviewed after we protested and said that doesn't look right. They've reintroduced them, so you can carry on getting a discounted senior season ticket. It's only in one part of the stadium, but it's there, it's an option. And they are doubling the number of junior and young adult concessions this year, putting their focus into what I think, Akhil, you've always been with me on this. I think that we've always felt if there's a audience that you prioritize for some financial support, it's the young adult, the student, or the person in the internship or his career hasn't got going. Because I know, my love of Arsenal came, I was lucky. I grew up, I could hear the crowd, I could open the window and hear the school. I went to Highbury Grove School, and wandering down to that school, to the club, and paying 50p to get into schoolboys. But I now know if I went back to Highbury Grove School, the numbers that used to do that when I was there, they're not there anymore. They are not getting into the stadium like they used to, and it worries me. So I've been rambling on a little bit there, but I do think that in this space of custodianship and protecting football, I think with the regulator and with some of the momentum that will come behind that, we have some grounds for optimism.
I think just to add, Mike, as well, which is probably more relevant to sort of maybe the audience we've currently got, and folk kind of based in America and overseas. And obviously, one of the other AST priorities is to make sure that we get, genuine tickets in genuine hands of the fans. So that's anti-touting. That's, if you are an American fan, when you come over, you've probably got a red membership, to try and get more tickets in the hands of red members and silver members rather than touts, and rather than sort of, that's why we're always pushing to improve the ticket exchange, the ticket transfer. Obviously, Arsenal introduced something called Use It or Lose It, i.e. those empty seats. I've been told so many times that you've got someone who's maybe come from America who can't get a ticket and then watches on TV at a local pub and sees lots of empty seats in that ground, and is just absolutely, and I feel for them too, because they're outside wanting to,
or even silver members who couldn't get one in the ballot, and then there's gold members that are just not using them. I just can't understand not using them or getting them to somebody who's tush could be in the seats.
But the good thing is that scheme has worked well. There was only about 30 season ticket holders who kind of failed the criteria, so they got their season tickets taken away from them. So it is working. We're trying to get more tickets onto the exchange, so people from everywhere in the world who do come can hopefully get a ticket. Obviously, it's a 60,000 stadium. You're never going to please everyone, but the more we can do there, the better, obviously.
Mike, can I jump in here just to ask the four of you? I mean, I've got a flat about 800 yards from the ground, and on match days, they're probably about at 30, 40 good pubs closer to the ground than ours down the road. And it is packed, and then it's packed. Sorry, the cat's joining in. He's fast. He's an
I just assumed that was Akhil's baby.
Yeah, absolutely. But
you didn't tell me whether it was a human or a cat. I mean, he didn't care.
There we go. There you go. Bring us some good luck. So, but just quickly on that, do you think, Tim, with your advisory board hat on, and Akhil with your Arsenal Sports Trust connections, do you think Arsenal at any point will expand the stadium?
That was another question from one of our listeners.
I don't think they will. Partly, I'm not sure that the planning commission could come. I don't think that the footprint allows for it in the space of what they can do in the exit and egress. I think the costs would be hugely disproportionate. So there may be a little bit of room to do a little bit of safe standing and very slightly improve things. But I think fundamentally you're at a capacity of 60,000 for all sorts of planning and safety requirements and getting in and out on the local roads and various issues, and cost in terms of what you would try and do. That is actually squeezed into a very small site if you look at it, Henry, and think how small the perimeter is before you reach those bridges and the streets. So I think we do have to live with the capacity that we have at the moment.
And look, we know that the Cronkies will spend money on players, but they will never spend money on a stadium. Oh, well, wait, 1 second. Unless it's $6 billion. But
the other thing to add there as well is,
that joke fell flat. But hey,
one of the problems that we are seeing is the capital, London. We're not getting big games at 5:30. The police are reluctant to have those games because they have to police the city as well. So the bigger stadium you have, the less likely you are to get approvals for games like that as well. So that's an issue.
But Tim, in terms of infrastructure, sorry, just to bang the drum on this, in terms of infrastructure and transport and egress, and I take all those points, and the council may be concerned, but it's nowhere near as bad as Tottenham Hotspur.
Oh, I agree with you on terms of infrastructure and transport. I more mean access to the specific site, that first almost 100-yard perimeter. And if you were to make the stadium bigger, then it kind of has to go back as well as go up, and it's a very tight site, and the cost would be extraordinary. Now, they might prove me wrong, but I really, and I've spoken to them on this privately as well as publicly, know the issues from the previous planning. There are, but interesting ways. I would talk, if Arsenal had the same. I don't know how big your seats are in the press box, Henry, but a standard Arsenal seat is big. It's wider and lengthwise much bigger. If we had the same size seats as they use at Old Trafford, we would have a 75,000 capacity. Like that, without changing anything. I don't know if you go to Old Trafford, but your knees are like under your chin and you can't, and anyone wants to go for a pee, it's almost impossible for them to get out past you. But the problem you have, because the obvious solution is put smaller seats into the Emirates, but you then lose your safety certificate because the gangways and the exits have been built based on, like, it's called the Green Book Guide. And you couldn't, if you put more seats in, you would no longer, in effect, meet the fire and exit requirements in the stadium itself.
But what happens if you put more standing in?
Well, even there, if you put the safe standing in, and I think this is probably one of the last big ticket items that the AST has to try and secure, because people prefer standing, it's better for the atmosphere. Every other big club has done it now with the changes, but you would roughly do it on a 1-for-1, Henry. It would be a standing place where a seat is now where other clubs are. And one of the reasons for that is, again, comes back to the gangway and the exit onto the concourse and the exit out of the stadium doesn't allow for anything bigger than the 60,000. You'd have to kind of knock bigger holes somewhere to try and get people out of the stadium.
But final question on this. Could you dig down, or does that go on the Piccadilly line?
I think you could dig down, but in effect, what you would have to do then is raise the stadium. So, wouldn't you? You'd have to literally start again on the site. Whether overall, would the club move to Wembley Stadium for 2 years and spend £1 billion to increase the capacity by 10,000? Even if you could get planning permission to have something that was taller and higher.
If we dig down, Henry, we might have to go into your press bit and where you eat those lovely cakes and stuff at half time, because you go down the stairs below me normally, don't you?
But they should look at whether, even if they can squeeze another 1,000 in, it makes a big difference. And they did. If you recall, they added an extra sort of front row seat onto the club level a couple of years ago. So they did increase the capacity a little bit. But I think realistically, we have to live with the 61,000 that we have now.
I've got an idea. Now, I'm no football expert, but I know what the inside of Highbury looks like now, and I'm pretty sure we would all be willing to just clear out of there, have them turn it back into full seating. And I'm not saying we never should have left. I'm not saying we should go back. I'm saying first half at Emirates, second half at Highbury, 100,000 people. Who complains about that?
Well, yeah, that's an idea. I've been around long enough. I remember the huge debate of finding the site for the Emirates, and it was Anthony, what's his name, the local estate agent, who kind of spotted it. As a local, I had no idea that there was a site so close. I don't think anyone at Arsenal did. For years, they've talked about Ali Pali, Alexandra Park. Then they talked about Finsbury Park. Then they looked at the King's Cross site before King's Cross got amazingly regenerated, and you couldn't go there anymore. I just don't know of anywhere else genuinely that you could go and stay in the same community. So I think we live with what we've got.
I know why Mike said that. Mike's actually, in the last year, bought a flat at Highbury's. He's just thought about the value going up and compulsory purchasing.
I'm saying I would be happy to leave if it would allow the club to play the second half at Highbury. I mean, if you want to keep the North Bank flats there so that we could just watch the game, that's a different story. But speaking of getting more eyes in front of football, there's a very controversial, kind of thing that's be getting discussed more, and I wanted to actually ask Andy for his opinion on this, even though I think I know it, and then take it to the folks who have worked directly with the club on this. But it's Premier League games or other meaningful competitive football matches, non-exhibition games being played abroad, specifically in the U.S. Now, Andy, you're a expat, grew up in Hemel Hempstead. You go back to England less than I do, and you for some reason you don't even go to the Arsenal games when you go because your niece or nephew's usually having a birthday party. But you do live in Denver, home of KSE, and if there's anyone that would would think would want to see Arsenal have them more accessible by having them play in the States. You'd think it would be Americans and people like Andy and people like me. But I think what people misunderstand is that I have never met an American Gooner who wants a competitive Premier League game to be played in the U.S. Andy, would you agree?
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't want it. I think it's, I think the only benefits are the financial benefits for the owners of the football clubs, and then for the Premier League to get their
global input.
Yeah, but the global interest is already there. So there's no other reason for this except for the owners of the football clubs. And let's be real, like they're not going to bring an Arsenal match to Denver. It'll be in New York, LA. It won't be, it'll be on one of the coasts. And if they're already charging $250, $300 for a preseason ticket, God knows what's going to cost to actually see a match that means points, right? Yeah. So I don't agree with it. It's going to happen at some point. I just, it's not if, it's when.
Well,
I need to get the recording of this podcast and send it to the DCMS, because as I was leaving the meeting today,
they must know this by now.
I said to the officials, this evening I'm going to do a pod with an American kind of focus, and they said, what will they think of your views of what you've just been saying of not moving games overseas? And I said, you'd be amazed. We survey our members, and all the American fans and international fans, they will tell you that they fell in love with a club, and part of its identity is Islington and the Emirates, and it's like a pilgrimage to come. And they don't, and he sort of understood it. And our survey showed this, another fan group survey, and I will send it to him. But it's very interesting to hear you actually articulate it and say it.
I'll say it in a different way. And Tim, Akhil, Henry, you can take this back to whoever you want to take it back to. But the reason that, and I don't speak for every single person in America, but I mean, as you guys know, I work with supporters clubs directly. I'm the liaison for every supporters club in the country. I get around a lot. I speak to a lot of different people, and, you find kinship in this community. And it's because, I've always just kind of had this bit of London in me from living there. Other people find it from, whatever psychological or life experience reason they have. But the reason we fell in love with English football, despite having the availability of soccer here, and the reason specifically we fell in love with Arsenal isn't it's because it's different. It's because it's not available here. It's not in spite of that. It's because of that. And it brings an element into our life that you can't just get walking around a suburban Washington, D.C. or Denver or something like that. It fills a void, or a part of you that has become very important. And look, we love when the club comes here during the summer. It's a chance to get to see the club in a different light, possibly a little bit more access. And I know that grates on some of the legacy fans that spend their entire lives following the club, and I empathize with them over that. But there's something different about the summer game.
They need to improve the engagement in the UK, not
1,000%.
Increase it on tour. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. And I know enough people over there who get a little bit salty about seeing the pictures that they see from the tours and the interaction and the looseness of the club. And then when it's in London, it's this business and this hard to access or even get tickets thing for people that have been going home and away for 40 years. I completely understand.
You're right, by the way, and we get contacted a lot, and that is on the agenda for this season. But
and I would support anyway to make silver and red members who are or people in the away scheme, if you want to even call it that, feel more involved and more valued by the club.
Can I come in on your original question?
But yeah.
Just on that, I remember watching an NBA game in London. I watched Orlando Magic against, I can't remember who it was. Atmosphere-wise, it wasn't great. It was a bit dull. It was British fans trying to be American. Didn't work at all for me. I was very bored. I then went to San Francisco for a family wedding. Got to see the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, a lot better team. Steph Curry was playing that night. Kevin Durant was still there. KD. And the atmosphere was amazing, and I was intrigued in the game. I follow NBA a little bit, but I was absolutely involved, and that to me just said NBA in London. You know, do exhibition games if you want, but don't ruin the NBA by taking it to London. Keep it here, because my visit, I would probably go back to watch the Golden State Warriors or the LA Lakers. Like, you know, that's what. But I wouldn't want to watch them in London. And it's the same with football. When I was on tour last year, talking to American fans, their dream is to come to the Emirates. It's not to watch it in New York, even though that was great, and then we had some fun there. Apart from that fight between two Arsenal fans, weird. But apart from that, it was
from your bus ride to and from the stadium with me.
Well, yeah, I was with a very drunk Mike who was having an argument with his son for an hour. But yeah, it was an experience.
No
but
way.
Everyone agreed. You know, the real game should be back in London, and you know, there's someone shouting like Community Shield. Potentially, that's a potential. But
Tim, I don't know if you've ever thought about this or if they've even done something, but like I'd be curious what the Jacksonville Jaguars fans think, because you know, essentially, what 30%, if not more, of their games have been uprooted to London, and I'm just kind of I guess I've never really thought like, has anyone ever asked them to say, you know, your team has basically just been moved to a different country?
I mean, I used to get contacted, not a lot, but I used to get contacted by people from St. Louis, very upset that their team had been bought by the Cronkies and then moved thousands of miles to California. Now, I'm not an expert, so I will usually paraphrase this in a meeting with a British politician and say it's not unknown for American franchises to be moved around the States. That's one of the reasons why we need legislative protection in the UK, because it's in the mindset that you can do that. And the sense of community and custodianship kind of doesn't exist in the same way, or is different. I'm then told that if you talked about moving the Red Sox or the Yankees, you probably would get an uprising similar to the one Henry described outside the Emirates. But it's a different culture. But we talk a lot about America because obviously that's where the commercial interest is at the moment, but it could just as likely be Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. If you look at what they've done to golf, if you look at what they've done to golf, if you look at what they've done to professional boxing, you know, they could come in and offer £100 million for the Arsenal-Manchester United game to be played in Riyadh. And I say that you need to protect the Premier League from itself and the clubs from themselves by having regulations in there. This debate isn't going away for two reasons. One, the kind of narrow issue of protecting the custodianship of the home ground. But I think, and this is almost queuing in Henry, and I know I'm queuing in on a sort of leaning on an open door, but the crisis that is hitting football now really hard, that the regulator doesn't go near, is too many games being played. And it's about to go snap. It's really about to go snap, isn't it, Henry? And we're going to see it with these extra Champions League games. People like Declan Rice and Saka coming out of... How many games did they play last year for Arsenal? Then they got thrown in the Euros. Then they get... You know, it's never ending. It's a commercial pressure. And I think that the strike or the real pressure might come with clubs refusing to go to this Club World Cup or how they treat the Infantino expansion. But something has to give very soon.
So Phil Foden played 69 games last year for club and country. And I did a piece on Julian Alvarez and about the crazy workload that he got. And I just got loads of messages from people who said, by the way, you missed out the fact that he played in the Olympics as well. And does the Olympics, should you include that in the workload of last season, or is it the sort of start of of this season?
Well, there's no beginning and end to a season anymore, Henry.
Yeah.
Look, it's the sport that never sleeps. I mean, that is just the way it is. But on the eve of the Champions League final, the PFA and FIFPro, the sort of the global union of players, they had a meeting and a panel, and I was on it, and we were sort of talking about the workload. And they were talking about Jude Bellingham has played 5 times as many games by the age of 21 as David Beckham had. Now, Beckham came through a slightly different route, and Bellingham obviously has been quite intense from a young age. But that's a crazy workload. I know they get well looked after, and it's first-class travel, and the pitches are better, and sports science and all that. But we are going to the well too many times. And at the end of the panel, towards the end of the panel, all the panelists were asked what they thought the next stage was. And I said, well, listen, we've had this conversation last year about player workload. We'll have this conversation next year. I think at some point the players will go on strike. And I kind of said it slightly flippantly, because the idea of sort of players climbing out of their Rolls Royces and donning donkey jackets and standing in front of braziers outside London Colney is a sort of slightly bizarre image. But actually, Mahetsa Malanga, who's the very forward-looking, ambitious chief executive for the PFA, the Professional Football Association, the Players' Union in England, he said, "Oh no, I've already had discussions with senior players in the game about the possibility of a strike." So, Richard Masters from the Premier League was going, "Well, that won't be great for for the clubs." But then the clubs are going to have to look at pre-season tours. I mean, look at what Tottenham and Newcastle did at the end of last season. And pre-season tours are one thing, but post-season tours, I mean, those absolutely have to be knocked on the head, particularly in tournament years. So look, it's a battle that's going to continue, and I'm glad we've got guys like you out there fighting for it. But can I just say one thing quickly on the Jags? Because when they came over to London, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and we got some friends who are actually season ticket holders there at Jacksonville, wherever they are, and they said, "Oh, come to the game with us." I said, "Oh, it's brilliant." And I said to them, I was just sitting there thinking, "Look, this is great. It's the game at Wembley, not the one at Tottenham." And I said, "Don't you find this weird that you got one of your home games, whatever it is, 4,000 miles from home?" And he said, and he's a season ticket holder, been going years, former player himself. And he said, "Absolutely no problem, because the club makes $3 extra here for every dollar they would make at a home game in America." So he said, "That's more money. That's good for the franchise." And I said, "Well, ultimately, aren't you going to just be based here?" And he said, "Well, that will probably happen." And I found that extraordinary. I mean, can you imagine that?
Did you say he worked for the club, or he was just a supporter of the club?
No, he's a fan of the club, but he was a former player himself. So he didn't work for the club.
Because the interesting thing about that is unlike in English football or world football, the club making more money does absolutely nothing for the end stage fan who simply wants their club to be more competitive. The club making more money does not allow the club to get better players. I mean, the system of American football is so regulated, and certain percentage of revenues has to be spent. And it's not just the club's revenues, it's the league's revenues divided by 32. So I'm surprised that the financial, I mean, people have always said, it doesn't matter how much the club makes, or you their accountant, they should just spend money anyway to be competitive. That's in English football, but it's a weird thing for a supporter of an American football team to be, to lose an opportunity to see their club. Now he travels over, the guy that you're talking about, but to lose an opportunity to see your club because it makes the club, is that simply pockets of the owner and not.
So the argument is that they're not doing it. The clubs aren't doing it. The American clubs aren't coming over here for financial reasons. Why are they doing it?
Yeah.
For commercial reasons, to get more people buying Jaguars jerseys and Jaguars, all over the world, I guess, is the that is a league-wide, that is rising tides for the entire league, and allowing the league to make more money, I guess, is expanding its footprint. And the reason the Jaguars do it more than anybody else is pretty obvious. It's their ownership and the fact that it's shared with Fulham.
What would the reaction be amongst other NFL fans if they moved and became a London franchise?
I mean, it would be if Jacksonville moved. I think you'd have a much smaller outcry than you did when the Rams moved to LA. I mean, on the order of maybe 20% of the outrage, because the supporter base in Jacksonville is not that significant. It's a club that doesn't have decades and decades and decades and decades of historical roots. They became a club something like 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago.
The San Diego Chargers.
If it were the Giants, it would be a big deal. If it were,
Well, the Chargers moved from San Diego to Los Angeles, 2 seasons ago, and there wasn't much of an uproar then. It was a 2-hour move north, but it's just the fan base is there for all their sports. It's a beautiful climate, a lot of things to do outside. Yeah. Professional sports is just not that town. And then you've got towns like St. Louis that not very great to live in. They're all in on their sports, and so it's just, to me, because someone mentioned it, like the Community Shield, right? I've got this. Was it the Super Cup on right now? Like there are matches that can be played overseas, like these, preseason cups that don't really mean much, and it gives, if you're going to move a match, but that's not going to be the case. Like I bet in the next 10 years, an FA Cup final is probably played outside of England.
Champions League.
You know,
I mean, also, if it was the Premier League, there's a question on sort of sporting integrity as well. Because I mean, you know, if you told me actually you're going to play Man City away in New York and not at the Etihad,
Yeah.
you know, that might, because those 3 points might mean Arsenal win the league. So, but also, you know, last year home and away we scored 11 goals against Burnley or whatever it was. If you suddenly told me actually you're going to play Burnley in New York, I'm like, oh, actually, if they've got the worst away, like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter who you play. There's going to be some sort of a story. I think then the travel. So whoever you play next, if you fly over to LA. And you have Liverpool away the following Saturday. Oh, hang on, that suddenly, you know, that's we have that in the Champions League with certain Eastern European teams, but it'll be massive. Yeah, so I think the whole integrity thing would.
This is a better just leave things the way they are, and you know, I mean, for the very least of reasons, being that it's easier that way, but for the most reasons, that I mean, it's about the integrity of the game. It's about not taking away 3% of, you know, or you know, for the home games, 6% of your league home games. With all the
biggest reason is so I can come to America in the summer and spend a few weeks there. Whereas
exactly,
I mean, I'll come back for Saturday games.
You seem to enjoy it.
But then, Akhil, you know, Arsenal and the other clubs have got to start addressing the question that if they kind of put this out, that this is about allowing the international fan base to get close to the team and see some games, which I can understand, and you know,
fly us over.
But why aren't they in Lagos? Why aren't they in Mumbai? Why aren't they in Kuala Lumpur? You know, now we know why they're in the United States. It's because the price per ticket is extraordinary compared to anywhere else in the world, and it's also a very, very valuable broadcast market because it doesn't pirate. And Americans are much more comfortable paying a much higher yield for good quality content rather than other bits of the world. But you can no longer almost say that you're servicing an international fan base if you're just dueling with the US, and that is what's happening at the moment.
And you can't, and you're putting stewards out of work. You're putting vendors out of work. I mean, you know, everyone that would work that game at the stadium is.
Well, no, what you're putting out of work actually, and some people will get this immediately, but is an Austrian hotel owner, because what Arsene Wenger used to do was go to Austria for 4 weeks because he thought probably rightly that a low key, not rushing around, good training, good rest. Was the right thing, and too much football was being played, and so
barely playing your first team players.
I don't know if Henry, you ever went to that hotel to try and get some quotes, but he used to ride around on his bike, didn't he, in the Austrian hills, and it was all very serene. And I remember at the time Ivan Gazidis having a huge job to persuade Arsene Wenger to go anywhere. And where did they take him for the first time? They took him to Japan because of the link that he'd managed there. And I was always told this story that he did a lecture or a talk on arrival, and it was huge, and all of the Japanese media came in, and as Arsene Wenger came into the room, they all stood up and applauded. And he looked over at all this Japanese media applauding, and then looked over at Henry and his erstwhile colleagues and said, "You lot need to do more like that." But he was sold and happy to tour ever after because of the reception he got in Japan on his first overseas tour.
Well, we have covered a lot of ground, and because this is hour 1 of 27, I want to try to maintain the structural integrity of this podcast. And what I mean by that is each hour we plan on giving away a raffle item to someone who has entered the raffle. We've got somewhere in the order of 55 to 60 people who have already donated to goonersvcancer.com. Have already purchased virtual raffle tickets to get on the wheel. And we have a new randomizer this year. It's a little more visually appealing than the one we've used for the last 3 years. And we're going to use it to pick winners. I want to make sure that we do that in the hour that we have with you. So we're going to do that now. With any remaining time that we have left, there's one topic that we can talk about that I know Akhil wanted to mention. And if anyone has any questions for the guests, and this is not just for this hour, but throughout the entire show, please put them in the chat at any point right from the beginning of the hour with the letter Q and a colon next to it so that we can easily see it. We'll save it and we'll ask it at the end of the hour. So this hours prize is something that's a joint donation, both from Gooners versus Cancer and from the Arsenal Supporters Trust. We have two we're going to give them away to two different people, but a 1-year membership to the Arsenal Supporters Trust. And Akhil, tell us a little bit about what that gets for the person who wins, what they get to participate in, regardless of where they live. So
you get to be a member of the trust, which means you ultimately get a bit of a voice in Arsenal. So you'll hear from us often in terms of surveys. We'll ask for your opinion, and we're a demographic organization, so it's one vote per person. Everyone's equal. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you are in the world. We put on lots of events. I mean, Mike, you started the hour talking about AST20. We met Henry last year. We do a couple like that. And we are doing another one in November where we've hopefully got a couple of ex-players speaking. But we also do lots of virtual stuff. We've got a virtual event tomorrow with two really, really good football writers, and James Ollie from ESPN and Sam Dean from the Telegraph. So we do lots and lots of things in the trust. It's well worth being a member. We share financial analysis. We share a lot of the things that happen. We had a meeting with the Referees Association earlier today. There's stuff happening in the FSA around European games. So lots going on.
And you can be a part of all this. You don't have to be in London. There are some live events that are fantastic, but they're also mostly and largely virtual events as well. So we're going to give away 2 memberships. By the way, we've got kind of certain levels of prizes based on the value. And the thing we ran into in the first year was that, someone made a very large donation and as such won a disproportionate number of prizes. And it got to a point where it was a little ridiculous. So our rule here is that a type A prize, which is a valuable prize, usually something like a jersey or a signed kit or something of significant financial value, you can only win one of per the 27 hours. A type B, which is something usually in the order of £50 or less, which is the cost of an Arsenal Supporters Trust membership, you can win 2 of those prizes in the period of the pod. And then everybody is entered in the grand prize drawing, which is a signed kit from last season by the entire Arsenal first team. So with that being said, we are playing Wheel of Fortune this year instead of a text-based draw. So let's see.
Exciting.
We have everybody entered in here with the proportional number of tickets. You'll see some larger wedges. These are people who most likely donated $250 or the slightly smaller ones, $100. And then, of course, it all helps. And last year's grand prize, I believe, was won by somebody who purchased 1 raffle ticket. So again, we don't want to discourage donations of any size because it all goes towards cancer research. So we are going to click to see who wins the first Arsenal Supporters Trust membership.
Cool, the tension.
And the winner, Dan Miller. All right, Dan, congratulations. You are the first winner of a prize on the podcast. So that goes to Dan, and we'll get in touch with you, obviously, about providing you with your winnings. And the second winner, Bill, aka Goonerworks. Bill Mader is now an Arsenal Supporters Trust member, if he wasn't already. But Bill, congratulations, and thank you to both of you guys for donating the membership. And you have 2 more members upon your ranks. Would you like to say anything to welcome your newest Arsenal Supporters Trust members?
Yeah, well, welcome to both of them. If they already are a member, we'll make sure we sub them for next year. But yeah, welcome, and hopefully you'll be able to join us on our virtual event if you're not based in the UK. And also, Mike, as a part of this, the AST will also donate we'll donate £100 to the pot as well, and we'll arrange that in the next 24 hours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is that's amazing. And I also know that you've also agreed to do something else helpful for Gooners versus Cancer, which is in your meeting tomorrow, which is actually taking place in the last 2 hours of this Podathon. So we will excuse anybody from the Podathon if
Wow, that was
they
bad
wish to.
planning, wasn't it? By you.
But we have an event coming up in London, and I think your specific audience and your members would actually be very interested in this. But we have an event.
Yeah, we'll mention it, and obviously send me a little bit of a blur. We'll send it out in the newsletter as well, because I think part of this is great, isn't it? That all the supporter groups and stuff, various people, we're all doing kind of the same thing but differently. It's always good to collaborate and work together. So.
Well,
absolutely. By the way, can I say all the comments were so nice in this chat, isn't it? It's a lovely audience you've got here as well.
Thank you. They're amazing people, and Bill's actually in here too with the win, so he's really happy to have won.
Welcome, Bill.
Welcome, Bill.
So with the last couple minutes, I think we had a couple of questions. Andy, do you want to bring those up?
Yeah, the first one's for you. Why are you so mesmerizing? That's from Gooner Gang. Now, Henry, this one was
Ian, the check's in the mail, buddy.
You tweeted today that the handball rule is changing this season in the Premier League. What impact do you expect it to have on the beautiful game?
Oh, don't ask me about the handball rule. I don't understand it. I've been writing about football.
Chris, come on.
And, I mean, I feel about sort of 80, 90, just trying to understand it. Basically, they're just trying to make it a little bit more sympathetic to say it's a defender and the ball ricochets off their knee onto their arm. Their hand or their arm isn't in a ridiculous position, like I'm doing a star jump or whatever. But if it's in a sort of more natural position, they won't get penalised, because they went and talked to the players and they asked what's one of the sort of biggest issues. And the players said, we don't understand handball. Please do something about it. Something that IFAB, the lawmakers, have really got to go and break down handball and just make it fairer. But that probably doesn't really answer the question. But I think we'll see fewer handballs this season in the Premier League.
You mean fewer given as opposed to fewer hands touching the ball?
Fewer given, yeah, absolutely. Fewer given, yeah. So
it's always going to be difficult, isn't it, Henry? Because it's a subjective rule, and the problem is to try and bring clarity means you get in that ridiculous situation where you head towards, if a hand touches the ball, it's just a penalty de facto, because we can prove that as a matter of fact. None of us want that, because that's not what we've grown up with and not where the game is. But there will always be a degree of interpretation and subjectivity about what a natural position is.
So totally agree, but at least we don't have the situation where you have got defenders with their hands behind their backs or down by their sides, like constipated penguins, just sort of trying to keep their sort of hands in there, which is just ridiculous, because there is always an element of you need your arms for balance. So I hope it improves, but ultimately we've still got to improve the quality of our officials as well.
Balance is overrated, and as long as I'm coming up with solutions for the beautiful game, I mean, footballers enter this life knowing that they're not going to use their arms or their hands, so just get rid of them. I mean, that problem solved. You get rid of the arms, and then you don't have to do all this ridiculous stuff. So the last question, and then we're going to roll right into hour two, because we're moving from strength to strength, and our guests are here. So the last question is for Tim and Akhil. And
so about online abuse and stadium abuse, I think there's been lots of work going on for many years. I think the in stadium is fairly obvious. It's about reporting. I think on every other chair at the Emirates there is a number about things you can report stuff anonymously. So if you do hear someone chanting something they shouldn't be, or something that makes you feel uncomfortable, you can report it, and that's ultimately what leads to sanctions and stuff like that. Some of them are hard to prove. There is a process behind it. I think the real sort of kind of interesting stuff is the online abuse stuff. I know you haven't got time for me to go into it massively, but it is something the club have been working on. They work with an agency called Signify on it. Us as Supporters Trust members will remember we actually interviewed Granit Xhaka on this about 3 or 4 years ago, and he was obviously getting loads of abuse. Hector Bellerin used to get a lot of homophobic abuse as well, and there were a few people charged. But ultimately, they have very intelligent listening tools, which of course people are anonymous. People, don't have their details on their Twitter or X account, but the agency can sort of, through their methods, which obviously you don't want to say too much because you don't want to give it away, but can find out stuff. We had it around Saka and obviously Sancho and Rashford after the Euros. But Arsenal are very proactive on this. I'll give you a quick example where two seasons ago, I think, when Jesus got injured, Eddie and Nketiah came in. We could kind of, as fans, we could see potentially, we know Eddie's maybe not at the level, we all love him, but we know he's potentially not at the level. We knew that maybe there could be some frustration there. So the club proactively were sort of making sure it's their aim to protect players as well. And they were very proactive in making sure he's not getting abused on his channels, because nobody wants that, put your Twitter feed on at the end of a game and you get lots of abuse. So lots of stuff going on there, but the message to fans in the stadium is report stuff that you see. If you see it, report it. You don't have to report it then. You can just take the number and report it later, but just get the seat details of where the person was. And that's for touting as well, by the way. If you hear someone's paid £400 for a ticket, just remember the seat number, the row, and you can report it afterwards.
Is there any
70% of online abuse to players in particular comes from overseas, and that creates huge problems for Arsenal and for the Premier League themselves, because it's effectively outside their jurisdiction. I think there should be more pressure placed on the social media, the tech companies.
Well, you're never going to get that from a particular owner of a particular X-based.
There is stuff here called the online harms bill. It's been renamed.
Yeah, I hear you guys are coming after us for abuse. That's a whole nother topic, but I don't want to go there. Is it true that one of the people banned from the Emirates was our friend Rick from St. Louis over some shady stuff that he did? I mean, I heard a rumor about that. Here's what we didn't get to in this hour. We didn't get to 115 charges with Man City. I'm sure we'll be talking about that at some point later in the
That needs an hour.
yeah. I mean, we certainly aren't going to open that now, and we didn't somehow.
Mike, just be careful on that, because I remember me and Tim we did an Arsenal Supporters Trust meeting about this, because our members were asking
with Nick Harris
charges.
Yeah,
and oh my God, the amount of abuse we got from Man City. they came for us, man. They said just be prepared.
Yeah, well, they can both come for me. I'm fine with that. We did not even get. And most surprisingly, we didn't even get into to Tim's 2 weeks in Paris at the Olympics.
No, we didn't.
We're gonna have you back later. Just be on call in case we have a guest that drops off, because then we could do the Olympic hour. But I appreciate you guys so much for helping us kick this off. Akhil, Tim, Henry, it's fantastic to speak to all of you again, and thank you so much for taking part.
Yeah,
thank you.
What you're doing,
and good luck with the rest of them.
The next 26 hours. Well done, guys.
Bye, guys.
What have I got myself into? Thank you so much.
Mike, we had a question from Sammy asking what hour is Peter Drury on, and then Jared said 9 a.m. UK time.
That is both a good question and a good answer, and two more good guests. We are. My vision just improved. I'm getting a little old. Do you see what I did there, Elliot?
I mean, you're the expert. What can I say? It's a beautiful segue. A beautiful segue is a joy to behold.
Yes, it's fantastic. It absolutely is. So hour 2 is upon us. We're very excited to welcome our next guests. These guys have both been friends, mentors, supporters, advocates. I mean, let's be honest, even sometimes, lovers of ours. They are 2 members of the little boutique Arsenal podcast that's starting to make some waves called Arsenal Vision. And they're back on the Podathon. Welcome to the show, Elliot Smith and Clive Palmer. Thanks for coming on.
Hello. How are you doing, mate?
Right now, I'm doing pretty well. I love this. Having you guys on earlier in the podcast is much better than what we did a couple of years ago, and I was really so.
You still seem lucid.
I am at this point, and that's typically not the case at 3:00 in the afternoon. So,
have you put the diaper on yet, or are you going to wait until late?
I decided after that experiment that I wasn't going to do that anymore. Last year was diaperless. This year is diaperless. Yeah.
Guys, I can report that it's been 4 minutes into Mbappe's Real Madrid career, and he hasn't scored a hat trick yet. So overrated, overhyped.
I mean, I've always thought so. Has he scored at all?
No.
Okay.
Hasn't even provided an assist yet, Elliot. I mean
this
seems like a career in decline to me.
Yeah.
So as with each hour, if you're watching this and if you're hearing this, you are watching this, put your user questions in the chat, put a Q before them. We will save them. Andy will save them.
I will.
And we'll talk about them at the end of the hour. So guys, I'd say long time no see, but it hasn't actually been that long. You were both slumming it recently on the beaches and stages of Los Angeles, California. Clive, your first summer tour in the US, wasn't it?
It was, and a very fantastic experience. I got to be honest, 4 or 5 days out there. Every night was busy, every day was beautiful. I lived a privileged life for 5 days. I don't think I saw everything, but if you're literally living on Hermosa Beach and then traveling in Ubers everywhere to stadiums and Cosm centers and different events, you just think that's the way you should live, right? So I had that experience and it was great. And everywhere you went, someone recognized your face. So yeah, not real, not real, but very, very
there's nothing real about LA. But
yeah,
it's
very sort of it's interesting, right? When I get recognized around the stadium, I sort of know, I'm sort of used to it and I keep my head down, etc. Maybe I just didn't expect to be recognized so much 6,000 odd miles away, whichever way it was. And the people are just as nice. In fact, the stories are even more humbling because people travel to get to LA to then recognize you, and then obviously you have some fantastic conversations. Elliot knows what I'm talking about. We don't just say hello. We have mini podcasts with people. Do you know what I mean? So and so it's really nice and something that I'll never take for granted. Never take for granted.
Yeah, now, Clive, are you are you ready with signed headshots like Mike is when he gets recognized, or are you just more shake hands and walk away?
I'm shake hands and stay there. Right, Elliot has to come and rescue me normally to get me a seat and water. Right? So without him at Cosm, I don't think I'd be. I think I'd still be there. Right. So yeah, it's I'm part of the problem as well. I'm afraid because I enjoy it so much.
Now, Elliot, you had an amazing level of success in LA, dodging me.
I did actually see you and speak to you for a decent amount of time. So
no, we did.
We
did. But what I'm saying is every event, like my daughter kept telling me because she's 23 and she could stay out. She doesn't need as much sleep as my old ass does, and all that. But she kept me like selfies of her with you guys at some place I had just left 20 minutes earlier. So like, did you actually have advanced scouts that go to the places to make sure that I've left before you guys rock up?
Yeah, we have the away team. They go, they check it out. They say, all right, Mike's gone, but his family's still there. Now's the perfect time. We saw your wife and daughter out eating lunch. Saw your daughter out at the bar, keeping it real on your behalf. I do want to say that the credibility is solid there. You've raised a good young woman there who was able to hold her own in a cauldron. Really, it was like if she wants to, come on for the last 10 minutes at Anfield, she's got the composure. She's got what it takes.
I don't talk. I talk about my son a lot more on the pod than my daughter because he's the footballer and but she's something special, and it was really, really cool to have all four of them together. My wife, my son, and my daughter all out in LA. It's the first time we've done that on a summer tour together. We've obviously been to London together, and it really was like 5 of the best days that I've had in a long, long time. And one of the events that all 4 of us, because she was only able to take a couple of days off of work, so she was there pretty much Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday for the game. So the first thing we all did together was the event on Thursday night at Cosm, and I want to show some pictures of that, but it was an amazing time. The place is so amazing that the guy who runs the marketing is actually named Mason. After
A Mason, yeah,
A apostrophe or A period Mason. But describe the experience of Cosm, what it is for those people who don't know, and kind of how you got hooked up with them to do this incredible event.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a blur because I spent a lot of the night picking the green M&Ms out of the bowl for Clive so that he would agree to appear. So it's all just a blur. But aside from that, no. So this thing, if you've seen the Sphere in Las Vegas, I think most people know what that is. I would say it's similar kind of technology where you can, there's this screen essentially around you, and they call it shared reality, but it's incredibly immersive. It's one of those crappy things where you can't take a picture of it or record a video of it that captures it well. It's like when someone shows you a picture of the moon that they took with their iPhone. Yeah, this exactly.
This is not an example of my best photography work or anything that anyone rational would want to actually be looking at. But I'm trying to. It's about what was behind me more than what was in front of me, because I'm an inside Cosm at that point.
Yeah, so exactly the picture. I mean, you think you're at the fall Niagara Falls looking at that, but you just don't know. So it's hard to explain it to people. It is really incredible, and what I loved, we went out and watched the Liverpool game, the home game that we won last season at Cosm in their test facility in Salt Lake City, and got some Gooners to come out and watch it together. It was so great. So Maz said, "Why don't you guys do something during the U.S. tour?" We got about 600 people out for that. Theo and Gilberto came by, and Gunnosaurus was there. It was a really nice night. There's an outside sort of viewing deck, a huge area that overlooks SoFi Stadium in the city. And so we were able to do the event inside that created a virtual reality, sort of immersive reality season highlight video. There's Theo. There's the aforementioned aura of the daughter. And then we were able to have that season video, do the podcast, and then go out and have maybe one or two more drinks than was advisable. I did have to get seating for Clive to ensure that he paced himself for a long weekend. But it was an awesome time. And actually, a bit early news, my plan is to be out there again for the Derby next month, and to give away a booth in the Dome and to do an event for the Derby next month. So we're still trying to work out details for that. Should be a lot of fun. You were on mute. I mean, it's too early in the Podathon to be on mute.
Mike, how long have we been doing this?
Right.
Sorry, I was opening a protein bar, and then I wasn't, and I forgot that I was on mute. But
and then I wasn't.
Clive, you mentioned, you said you're part of the problem when it comes to getting stuck talking to people because you just are that nice and you want to have conversations and it never gets old. But I mean, when you guys do a show, whether it's at Alley Pally, whether it's at Union Chapel, whether it's at the what was that pub on Holloway Road the first time?
Victoria. Victoria.
Or Cosm, like you don't come, stay in the backstage area, come out to the stage, do your thing, say goodbye, and then leave. You were there all day, all night, mixing with people, having a great time. I mean, if there was a visual form of the word drip, I think this would be it. We've got some Arsenal America members, Kevin and Mark. We've got Elliot in the back. We've got my son apparently having a dental exam. We've got Andrew, James, Frimmy, and the only person that wasn't in this is Clive.
Yeah, where was I? It doesn't matter.
Oh no,
Sitting.
We have to redo that during the yeah. It was amazing and romantic because when you get to be in front of whatever this is, I guess it's like a nice Austrian Alps village or something like that. It just kind of stirred feelings in me that I didn't know I had.
Oh my goodness!
So this is what she puts up with.
They don't put that in the Disney films, let me tell you.
So I mean, the SoFi Stadium. That's the next thing I wanted to ask you about. And Elliot, you in LA. You were in LA last year as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course you were. You did the show the show the night before at the
Beehive. Yeah.
Clive, what do you think of SoFi?
Ridiculous, right? It's, is it possible for a stadium to be too nice? Right, so because it almost feels like that. It's perfection.
$3 billion too nice.
I don't even think I saw a speck of dust anywhere. Let alone, let's just talk about the facilities. It was just so wonderful, clean. Everything was just really, really good. The game was good. The weather was good. We got in and out of there quite easily, didn't we? Because that's a challenge for many people to get in and out of there. And yeah, it's just it's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. And I'm sure Arsenal will go back there. And when they do, I will be going back. That's for sure. And I won't hesitate. I'll be clicking that plane ticket because the first year I waited and dillied and dallied. I had a few things going on in the personal life, and I thought I better save my money just in case. And but I regretted it immediately because Elliot was trying to play it down. He said, "Yeah, it's okay out here," and I knew he was lying. I knew it. You know what I mean? And
it's just okay.
Yeah, it's okay. And I thought I just couldn't quite make it, but this time I did it real quick, and yeah, it was really, really good. And it's a good opportunity. I'm a big fan of preseason. You know, I'm football focused. I know I get serious, but I'm a big fan of preseason because I learn the most. I learn the most in preseason. You can see what people are working on. You can see what the emphasis is of the coaching staff. You can spot improvements in players. You can spot what they've been told they've got to work on. And I can just see it, and I love it. And this is the time to look when you're not scared. When you're scared and worried and nervous, I promise you, your senses are not as heightened, and they are heightened for things that are normally in your own unconscious bias. And that's where you go first. When you watch a preseason game, we can just watch the game with a real broad eyes, and I forget the outcome. Just look at what people are trying to do, you know, and what they enjoy doing, what comes natural, and maybe what they're having to work on. You know, give you a good example. Me and Elliot sat there in the Bournemouth game, didn't we? Elliot, about 7 rows from the front, watching Fabio Vieira getting a kicking from Ben White for not tracking his man. And then 2 games later, he's running back like an idiot, not even bothered about getting on the ball. He's doing all the off-the-ball stuff. And so I have to say it. Doesn't mean that he's a new Lionel Messi, but you have to say when you see an improvement on a certain aspect of the game, which we saw, and we saw the bad side as well, right? So so that type of stuff, you know, I saw a part in the game, one of the games when Kai Havertz took a shot from the edge of the area, and normally in the area would he'd pass it off. He took an aggressive shot. I thought, he's been told to shoot more. He's been told to shoot with power more. Do you see what I mean? And you can spot that from a preseason game, you know? So when we come to do our own preview pod tomorrow, guess what I'll be thinking about? I'll be thinking about Havertz, what he's going to do, what his potential is as a goal scorer and a true 9. And this comes from preseason, right? So I'm a huge fan of it, but not without saying from preseason, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But Elliot, we were speaking last year, and we do well in preseason. And I sort of hand waved it off. But if you think about our start, I was wrong to hand wave it off because the Forest and Fulham games were a real signpost to where we were, you know, and we got a difficult start this season. And I'm not hand waving off 5 minutes. It all matters. It all matters.
Here's a good question then, Clive, for you, and then Elliot after. Who do you think has improved the most from last season based on preseason? And sorry, did I miss something?
Just a cheeky swig of the Sancerre. Is that what we got?
A little bit of Chardonnay. Where's my
Chardonnay?
Mate,
okay.
I'm ready to sit. I'm ready. You know, I don't pod this time of night. Only for Mike. You know that. And so I'm ready to sit down, mate. So
here's the problem: the pod would be 50% better for me if we recorded in the evening when I'm most awake, but 80% worse for Clive because he'd be half asleep. So
1 o'clock in the morning.
We got to balance
exactly.
it out. Yeah.
Exactly. So the player that I think I'm looking at, I've already mentioned his name. Well, actually, that's not true. I've got about 4 or 5 players that I'm really interested in. Again, from the US tour, if you watch Timber in the first 2 games, you couldn't take your eyes off him. You know, it's just as simple as that. You know, they're obviously looking after him, and Elliot's immediate thought is, "Where's he going to play?" That's what he does.
We got to pick a starting 11, Clive, and those are the only players that get to impact the game. Period.
And they're going to play they're going to start every
minute,
every game. And of course, the fans are not expecting us to be good in 3 or 4 competitions. So it's okay. You know, we can just rotate around. So, yeah, Timber and Havertz for me. You know, Timber because he's new. Havertz because I think he's going to start from minute 1 and just play well. So they're two I really enjoy watching. But I'm going to take another.
Fantastic I mean, he was the revelation of the last summer tour, and then obviously we know what happened 45 minutes into the Forest game. But I mean, last season people couldn't stop talking about how this guy that they didn't realize was headed to us. Some people didn't even know who he was until he was practically arriving at Arsenal. Might have been the steal and the signing of the season.
So when you watched both tours, right? How do you compare him on both tours? You know, because I didn't see him live last preseason. How did you compare him and his impact?
I think people kind of expected it this season. They knew what he had, and you know, seeing him just for that brief period against Everton and seeing him just kind of pick up where he left off last season kind of gave us confidence going into the season that he wasn't starting from zero again. I would say I was more impressed with him last season only because of the surprise factor and the wasn't expecting to see him at left back, wasn't expecting to see him so dominant. This season, it was almost just like, this is the guy that we have that's, you know, that we bought. I don't think we saw him as much this preseason because of something that another one of our viewers is asking about, which is regards to, you know, having more youth players who really got serious minutes, you know, Lewis Skelly and that sort of thing in those fullback positions. So, I mean, for Timber specifically, last season was a revelation. This season is confidence building. Andy, did you? You watched the games, right? I mean, you certainly didn't come, but
yeah, I mean, I remember, you know, last season, before the season, we did the bold predictions, and I got absolutely slated because I boldly predicted that he would uproot Gabriel and become a starting center back with Saliba, and then the injury happened. So I think there was a lot more protection of him in this preseason. He was absolutely fascinating to watch. My question for you boys is, where do you see him best fitting in this starting 11 or rotating into this starting 11?
Elliot, have you thought? That's a good question. You should ask that.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. We have our season prediction pod tomorrow that we're recording, where we predict things for the season, write them down, post them on our website, and allow people to ridicule us for 12 months. And one of the topics there will be Timber Premier League starts over under, and setting that number was a tricky one. I mean, it is such an interesting situation. And where will those starts be? Is some of it going to be in place of Ben White? I would certainly think so. Not because Ben White is losing his position, but because we really tried to play our best players in every single game last season to the extent that we could. And everybody knows by now we play every 3 days between now and January. And then potentially, depending on what we've done in other competitions, maybe every 3 days again from January to May. So I don't think it's realistic for Ben White to start every single game. I think Saliba needs protection. I think, you know, it would be nice if we have protection for Gabriel. And instead of thinking of Timber and Calafiori and Zinchecko and Tomiyasu when available for those 5 days, I don't think thinking of them as just 4 players for left back, A, makes our squad building look absurd, and B, I think misses the forest through the trees, which is that in Calafiori, we have a guy who will play some left center back. In Timber, we have a guy who will play some right center back. In Timber, we have a guy who will play some right back. In Calafiori, we have a guy who will play some left back. And I think Mikel very much sees this not as positions, but a platoon of defenders. A platoon of defenders who have various roles. They can play. Tomiyasu can play all 4 roles along the back line. Calafiori can play left center back and left back. Timber can play right center back and right back. Ben White can play right center back and right back. And then you have Zinchecko, who I think is more of a specialist in terms of how we would deploy him. But so I think fundamentally, we're probably going to see this as more of a platoon, where there are certainly players that lean towards being first choice in Saliba, Gabriel, and White. Left back a little less clear, but where there will be players who come in for those players and are rotated in throughout the season. And to Clive's point, finishers, right? Calafiori might be a finisher at left center back. Timber might be a finisher at right back. These are things that may happen throughout the season.
You know, the one thing I was listening to a show yesterday, and they were talking about the new Champions League format. The team with the most depth is probably going to win this first year of the Champions League's new. I mean, it's absolutely insane how many matches teams are going to play. And it's wonderful, Elliot, to hear you mention all those players and do think just like, oh man, they could all just really play in each of those positions so comfortably. Ryan Youngblood asks, do we see Zinni getting time in midfield or as that backup option as left back? And I'll add to this too. You know, knowing that Partey is not going to play a full season fully fit, do we see other defensive players being able to sub into that that position as well.
I'll take some of that, right? So just because somebody can do something doesn't mean they will. For example, another thing I learned from preseason, that Timber has got the personality to replace Saliba in the backline.
Mm-hmm.
He has that last man gene, that guy that says, you're not getting past me. Tomiyasu can play centre back. I don't sense that gene. I sense it at fullback when he's one-on-one against the winger. I do not sense it at centre back. Just because he can stand there and do it, not to the level that we're used to. I don't see Ben White as a true centre back anymore. I think he's wired in as a fullback. Of course he can do it. We can go to a back five and he can play outside centre back. Of course he can have somebody else on the outside. But he's got a gene now, one-on-one, and he wants to progress and build on the right-hand side. That's who he is. Tomiyasu can play fullback both sides. Timber can play fullback, but I think he's got the centre-back gene more than anybody. Fortunate enough to be at the ground last week, and I saw Calafiori come on the pitch. Well, I wasn't sure if it was him or an IKEA wardrobe that came on the pitch, right? So, because he looks like a defender that is pure last man. So, you know that feeling you had when the ball was running and bouncing around Rob Holding? You don't have that feeling with this guy. Yeah. I have never seen a player arrive immediately strong enough to play in the Premier League. In fact, my only worry about him is he could be too strong and too confident physically. The way he wants to go into people. I said to Elliot, I made a joke. One of the Lyon players jumped out of a tackle. I said, mate, I don't blame you. Do not put yourself in hospital for a preseason game. Don't do it. And there was not a second of doubt that Calafiori was putting out. So you'd often find that in game one. And you have to build his fitness and his ability to recover and sharpness and agility. So I think I do agree with Elliot's overall point, but maybe not as flexible as we think. There are certain people that have certain characteristics that we expect at centre-back, that we expect at full-back. And when they don't show it, we get after them. Bringing us back to Zinchecko. Sunny, August, September, October, sun shining, beautiful times. Zinchecko can play. Easy. Yeah, let's see what happens, right? Next April, when we go into Anfield. Let's see when we pick our first 11. Let's have a chat about that then, shall we? Different games, different times, different things, and you have to accept that each game had its own requirements, and the fact that we've got the option is the most important thing, right? So, one thing Arteta said this week, which I thought was very, very interesting, he sort of alluded to the point that players are coming to him to say how flexible they are. And I thought, yeah, that's what players do, right? Tell him you can play in midfield. Tell him you can play across here. But what they're trying to do, they're all saying, I want to play. I don't want to miss this boat, mate. This boat is rowing in one direction. I don't want to miss it. I've got to tell him I can do more than he thinks I can do.
Can you imagine relative to Ainsley Maitland-Niles and Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, who basically threw strops because they wouldn't be played in their preferred position?
Yeah, well, there's a photo out there. Elliot, you probably remember better than me. There's a photo out there, I think it's from the 2021 season. And I think there's 2 players left now, isn't it? I think it's Saka, Martinelli, and maybe wrong. But it tells you, didn't it? The whole squad turned over in three years.
We've gone from here's where I want to play to, I'll go anywhere, coach. Put me in. I'm working on it all. I mean, that's
imagine how our analysis looked 4 years ago, Elliot, the players we were batting for. We're batting for these players. That's all we had, right? So I remember defending Callum Chambers vehemently against Hector Bellerin. Now we're thinking, remember the days we had those players? Right? It's like, and so it changes so fast.
I mean, if you look at Zinchecko, obviously Arteta loves him. There's a history, but I think it was like the Liverpool match last season where he was just dire. And there's a lot happening in that man's personal life that none of us will ever understand with all that's happening in his home country. But now, you fast forward to the players in front of him. He's probably one of those guys knocking on the door saying, hey, I'll play wherever you need me, because there's so much competition. You brought up Martinelli, and we have a question, and I'm sorry, I'm assuming it's pronounced Fahad or Fowd. I apologize. Do you think this season's important for Martinelli? He feels like he hasn't evolved much as a wide forward, as much as we've all hoped. We talked bold predictions before we get to this. We're doing ours. What hour, Mike? All the TGB crew will be on.
I think that'll be at 2:30 a.m. UK time.
Yeah, so we're doing it, Elliot, so no one can.
It sounds weird coming out of my mouth, but we had to beat you guys to the punch, and so we're doing it in the middle of the night.
But for me, this is a player I think this season or next is going to absolutely blow up. I'm really excited to see what comes for him. But what do you boys think? Elliot, we'll go to you first. What are your thoughts on him for the season?
That is a really tricky one because, look, everybody knows I rate Martinelli very highly. I think it's first worth reminding people that we are just one season removed from him being our joint top scorer with 15 goals. He also did it by outperforming his underlying metrics pretty substantially, which I say as a positive to him in the sense that there's been sort of this argument that he can't finish or he blows his chances, but he scored 15 goals by being an exceptional finisher. I think the only thing that concerns me about Martinelli is like his speed is not in doubt, right? His physicality and his ability to push defenses back and threaten them with his acceleration, that's never been in doubt. The thing that really made him look like a future superstar as he was breaking into the team was he was a shot monster, right? He was getting over 3 shots per 90. And he was a great finisher. He was outperforming his underlying metrics with goals and assists. And now his shot totals each season have started to erode a bit. And a lot of that, I think, is his ability to understand how to move across the line and get into the box in positions where he can take shots rather than letting himself be isolated way out on the touchline against 2 defenders where I think he's less effective. And I do think that his last action has to be better. You know, we saw it even in the last preseason game. He was so devastating against Lyon. Devastating. But the last action wasn't right enough. Probably could have had an assist nonetheless. But, you know, that last action I think has to improve. So traveling along the line and understanding when he can make his way into the channel and into areas where he's available to shoot and provide assists is important. And then his final action is important. I think this is something people have to bear in mind about Martinelli. Martinelli played most of his season last season in the first half of the season. He got that injury in the Sheffield United game, and we really didn't see much of him after that. He played in the part of the season where Kai was at 8 and Nketiah was at striker, and we had a rotating cast of characters at left back. And I just think the whole left-hand side in general struggled. And I don't want to be accused of this, well, great, Martinelli needs it to be a Goldilocks situation to work. But I really think any person we played on the left wing at the start of our season last season would have struggled because of the upheaval there. Xhaka gone, Jesus out, no consistent left back. What we see now is that we have I've literally bored both hosts off the podcast. What we see now is that we have it's all good. We have Jesus back and available, and he can be in there. Kai Havertz is much more established at center forward if he wants to play there. We have more creative players on the left-hand side in the fullback position that I think can help him. So my hope is that he will come back to being the player that we think he can. I certainly expect he will. Now, I think for the Wolves game, Mikel will probably just go with the safe, trusted option of Leo Trossard. And that Jesus, Kai, Trossard rotation that we saw against Bayer Leverkusen was really fascinating. But ultimately, let's see Martinelli with a more established group on the left-hand side, a left-hand side that looks more fluid and functional, devastate some teams again. Because we play Villa's second game away. Villa play a high line. He's going to have all the space in the world to get in there. I think that could be a big performance for him if he's given the start. So that's literally everything I think about Gabriel Martinelli in just under 17 minutes.
Let me add something on it because
I guess
I've been thinking about this, Elliot, would you believe it? So I'm going to take your minds back to my favorite goal last season. Bukayo Saka, Spurs away. Right, so ball goes in, goes over the top. You know what he does really well? He separates really well on the run. He holds the ball. He stops. He starts you. He slots it. Having pace is not just about your top end speed. It's your ability to have gears and your ability to stop. Thierry Henry's biggest strength, not his top end speed, but he can stop on a sixpence and start again. Martinelli has got to get composure. He's already the fastest player on the pitch, but people know where he's running to and they can lean on him. He has to get into the areas and then work the ball into his strong foot to then finish. And that's what Thierry Henry used to do. That's what Saka does right now. He stops, he starts you, he goes again. Martinelli shows a little bit of immaturity and a lack of composure at the top end, which Elliot is now calling last action quite correctly. So let's have a look, let's analyze that last action as to what's happening, right? So, and it happens quite regularly. When there's no time to think, I think he's absolutely banging headers, banging shots. That a lot of that's about positions he takes up in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that Forest header he scored a year, I think season 4 last, diving header from the penalty spot. I mean, he's not there anymore very often. So he's got to get there more often because he can do it. And then it's one touch finish and he's got it in both feet. But when he's running through, he has to slow down. That's the thing I would say to him. Slow down, create separation on your right foot, bang. So it's just about composure and finishing. So he's got to go back to it. It's really, really simple. He's got supreme elite traveling talents that we need in this team. The ability to stretch on one side and build on the other. But mate, he's got to finish off because you know what we'll be doing in a year's time? We'll be looking for upgrades. It's just the way of the West, right? It's the way of the West. You'll start to see comps of Liao and Nico Williams, and these players will come into your timeline, and that's just the way we think, right? So he's got to know this too, and he's just got to go and do those last action things in a much more calm, mature, adult way. He's not a quick kid anymore. Well, he's quick, but he's not a kid anymore. We have expectations on him and his second contract that he finishes like an adult, right? So that's his next phase of his development.
Here's your Twitter-based question: if you were offered Nico Williams but had to essentially sell Gabriel Martinelli as is right now, would you take that deal or not?
I wouldn't, and the reason why I wouldn't is that we're developing not just football players but people, and he's somebody that from the early days said he'd sign for life. Remember those early comments?
Yeah.
And I value that. In the end, we're just blokes, right? We're just fans. And we want people to want to be in our club. And when they're that good and they want to be in our club, that's I'd rather work with the player. I never believed that a player can't develop something. You know, a year ago we were calling Kai Havertz pillow feet. Now he's taking shots on the edge of the area. Don't tell me you can't develop things, you can't practice things, right? So yeah, I'm work with him. It's easy done, isn't it? Telling you that guy who's got agility out of his brains to slow down a little bit. It's not hard, is it? So he just needs to do it under pressure, which is the hardest thing, to be honest.
Can I just say one thing? Like, this is the thing that kind of boggles my mind a little bit. Like, all we ever hear is every other league is a farmers league, and the Premier League is the best league in the world. And Gabriel Martinelli at 21 in the best league in the world had a 15-goal season.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Williams doesn't have 15 goals combined in the last 2 seasons. He had 5 goals.
15 in the Euros, but you're right. When it really counts.
Like Nico Williams scored a goal against England in the final, and because of that, everyone thinks he's amazing. Nico Williams is a very big talent. His superpower is dribbling. He dribbles a lot. They don't all come off, but he does dribble a lot. Nico Williams is the kind of player I worry if he rocked up at Arsenal would be a real problem because he's a high usage player. He needs the ball at his feet a lot. He needs to take players on a lot. Now, he could be exactly what we're missing, a devastating dribbler off the left who can unsettle defenses and pull people out of position. But he could be the kind of player, I mean, he loses the ball as much as just about anyone in Europe.
He could be Anthony, for all we know.
I don't think
I don't think he'd be that.
I don't think he's suited for the league either, personally.
Well, I want to be clear. I rate the talent a lot, but I think Martinelli has already done in the Premier League for Arsenal a season that Nico Williams has not yet been able to do in La Liga. So I'd like to celebrate Nico Williams' talent, but also pump the brakes on this idea that somehow he's clearly this superstar in the making, and Martinelli, who has a phenomenal season on his resume in the Premier League at 21 years old, isn't. I don't understand.
And that was the point of my question. I was hoping both of you would say that because anyone who I think at this point would take Nico Williams over Gabriel Martinelli falls into the shiny new toy cult. And you know, you guys clearly are more sensible than to fall into that. And you know, as 1.76 acres, our good friend says the interesting thing about Martin, who had to spend 2.5 hours watching the Arsenal United game in LA with my daughter and I after a few frosted beverages, and somehow lived to tell the tale. Also, thank you to Matt for that experience, Giant Gooner. The interesting thing about Martinelli is his NPXG went up from 2 seasons ago to last season's, as did his shots per 90. My shots per 90 during that game were very, very high.
Can I tell you something crazy? Gabriel Martinelli on an XG and XA basis last season had a better season than Nico Williams just had. And everybody thinks Gabriel Martinelli was trash last season. Well, that's an exaggeration, but people are like, "Oh, Martinelli's got to recover from this terrible season he had." Statistically speaking, he had a better season than Nico Williams, who was everybody's darling. They're 1 year apart in age, and one of them is doing it in the Premier League, and the other one's doing it in La Liga. So I don't want this to come across as I don't rate Nico, because I do, but I do want it to come across as we have a tendency to be much more aware of the flaws of the players we have than the players we don't, and much more aware of the qualities of the players whose YouTube comps look really exciting.
And by the way, if you want to hear more about NPXG and XA and art, BBD, East Coast family, if you want to hear about all that, we are having Scott and Adam on from Canon Stats. I know you guys know and love them. They are going to be joining us. For you in the UK, you're going to want to get up at 5 a.m. to watch that. Midnight Eastern time. Andy, it'll be a nice 10 p.m. Going to bed thing for you, but yeah, they'll be on.
Hey, statistics make me fall asleep, right? You're the numbers guy, Mike.
Some people, I love me some numbers.
I know you love some numbers. Speaking of numbers, let's talk about goals for next season. So, I think everyone is looking at the Arsenal squad, screaming and saying we need a striker. Seems like Nketiah's on his way out, if not already out of the door. Do you guys think?
Sorry.
The question. Do you guys? This is from Frankie. Do you guys think we're holding out for a striker, maybe last minute, i.e., an Ivan Toney? I'm assuming that's who he means by Toney.
Either that or the tiger from Frosted Flakes.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think?
I've been thinking about this as well. I think this is where I am at the moment, and this could change in a tweet, right? I think there are 4 or 5 players in the squad that we need to mitigate the risk around them, right? Saliba's one, and I see that risk going with Timber. Declan Rice is another. I see that risk going with Marino potentially, adding somebody else in there that can do a lot of what he can do. And a mixture of him, Rice, and Havertz, if you see what I mean. And we've got 6s to sit behind, so I think we're okay there. I think I need to mitigate the risk around Odegaard, and that's a combination of Havertz moving and I think Ethan Wanieri coming into the group for some of the lower level cup games. I think we can see he's got the personality to play that position at a serious level. And the only way we can really mitigate the risk around Havertz is by adding another forward.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so these are the players that are doing the most minutes, and these are players that we have to de-risk, in my opinion. And so that forward, I'm not sure what it is. I think the year before we did the Union Chapel event, and we spoke about what we needed for the season, and I spoke about our off the ball ability to control momentum of the game. That's the thing I spoke about, but really I was thinking about Declan Rice at the time, and he came in and end of story, right? We became an off the ball team. I didn't know about Havertz's off the ball ability, but he just doubled down on it, right? So an identity changed. This year I'm thinking about our ability to run through teams, to run through lines, to do mini transitions. We've seen a bit of that pre-season. The reason why I say that, because I'm always looking at Saka. Every game I'm looking at him, because he's the only one that bang, bang, bang goes and runs through, offset or possession. So we've seen pre-season that Rice is running through, Martinelli's running through, Trossard's running through. I'm thinking, okay, I like this. They're running through lines. I like this. This is how you break teams apart. So whatever we add, I think it's someone who can run through, dynamic, run through that last line Whether it's a winger or a forward, I don't care. It can't be a standstill plate to me, knock it off Ivan Toney, then jog back into the box. That ain't going to work for us. We don't play at that pace anymore. We need more. We need more ability to run through teams and affect the last line. So there's a couple of players that have been mentioned that I think, I understand that link. I'm not saying we're going to get them, but I understand the link. You know, a couple of Brighton players actually that are runners that get it, control it, and run through. So it'd be interesting to see what we do. There's something out there. I don't know who it is. I've got suspicions, but if I say it, people are going to say, "Oh, you know something, Clive." I'm not going to say it.
Clive, not asking if you have. Who would be your ideal? Like, if you could say, ideally, this is who I'd love to see in that role. And if you're not comfortable answering, like, but you know, and this is no suspicion.
Question,
but you know, yeah.
I'll tell you now. I've got such a faith and trust in their talent ID. And let's be honest, we didn't see Havertz, did we? We didn't see him. That player is a football genius, right? Whether you like his output or not, I don't care. That player plays the modern game. He understands where to stand. He knows where to overload. He knows when to pull people apart. He's just brilliant. That talent ID around you and Timber, I mean, crikey, we're just unlucky we haven't seen him. You know, so even Marino, I understand it. I really understand what they're doing there. It fits. So hey, look, there's the obvious ones like Isak. If Isak comes, or that player wanted to come, I would tear up everything I said about other players because I think he's that good. But he's the only one. He's the only sort of dream signing for me. And the rest is all about fit, an opportunity to get someone at the right price. And so there's one other Newcastle player that I think the manager really wants, and that's Bruno Guimaraes. I think that's a player he really wants. You know, and there's a sneaky thing out there saying we're waiting for something, and that's the one for me. And that's that throws up too many podcast questions for Elliot to throw at me. So I'm almost like, I'm not sure I want it, you know. But that's the player. What are those two Newcastle players are the ones that sort of rip everything up, in my opinion.
We have a new branded segment, by the way, coming this season for the pod. We got a big sponsor for it. They're giving us a lot of money, so really need to stick to it. It's going to be Clive's preferred starting 11. That's a new segment we're going to do. Please, Clive, we need the money.
Who's the sponsor on that, Elliot?
I don't know, but they're canceling.
Before we finish off with some of the user questions, and there are some more good ones in there. We've just been talking about people who you'd like to see come in and wear the Arsenal kit. We're going to add a person who's going to be wearing an Arsenal kit because our prize draw for this hour number 2 is a new 2024-25 kit of your choice. Because we are a charity, it's a replica kit, not the authentic, but it is your size, your decision between first home kit, away kit, or the third kit. And we're going to do that prize drawing now. So I'm bringing the Wheel of Fun.
I do love the Wheel of Fun.
The Wheel of Fun, so much better than the text-based, DOS-based randomizer of the years past. I mean, the charity has made leaps and bounds. We have, by the way, added
where our entire budget went, by the way, guys.
Yeah. All the money raised has gone towards my annual subscription to the Wheel of Names. By the way, we have added the names, everyone that's donated in the last hour, and there's been about 10 of you, bringing us real close to $4,000 raised from the Podathon, and we're shooting for 10. You have been added, and you are now in this prize draw, and the winner of the new 2025 kit.
Look at it go.
Dale Carragher.
This is a fancy thing you've designed here.
That's why I told you it's a full budget, Elliot.
Yeah, I programmed it myself. But yes, Dale Carragher, you have won a prize. This is a Class A prize, so you are now eligible for only Class B prizes and the grand prize at this point. But I figure you'll take this. New 24-25 kit. We will be in touch, Dale, and we will discuss your winnings and decide what you would like to have. And congratulations. And with 10 minutes left in our segment, let's get back. Andy, I think we briefly touched on Ranieri, and there's a question that kind of builds from that.
Yes. And also, just for a second, thank you for everyone who's joining us live. We've got roughly, it's growing, 4,000 plus listeners.
Brilliant.
Including
Across all
Twitter.
streams.
Yep.
If you can like, subscribe, if you can afford to donate, we would love it. There's no, a dollar goes a long way. So we really, really appreciate everyone doing their
That's
part.
a really good number. Congratulations, guys. That's really good.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So we kind of, you guys mentioned being on the summer tour, some of the youth. We got to see a bunch of the youngsters. I know that Arteta was asked a question, maybe from Soph. I forget who did. It was either Sofa or someone asked the question about, hey, do we see these youngsters playing more this season? And Arteta gave a typical manager's response of like, hey, they deserve it. They'll be in there. But what do you guys, watching the youngsters live, did you instantly change your view on their levels, the future with the club?
I think so. What about you, Clive?
I wanted to. This is one of the reasons why I got on my flight to come out there. You can't judge these players unless you see them against other men, and see how they look. And then you look for relationships on the pitch, right? You see how trusted they are. And it's okay. I do think the senior players played a fantastic role in those first games. I think they looked after people really nicely. They really did. You could see it, and these young players played way above themselves. Some of them, way above their normal levels. They didn't let anybody down. It's a big thing for them, particularly in the Bournemouth game. But Ethan Ranieri, I need to see him live. I've watched him a lot on YouTube. I watched him a lot, and I thought, okay, I need to see him, see what he looks like. And I'll be honest with you, he's very good. He's very good. If you watch him in his age group, which I have done, watching England under 17 games, complete games, he's so dominant, it's a joke. There's him and a guy called Mikey Moores at Spurs, a little bit younger, just turned 17, so it's a little bit younger. And Mikey Moore's like Emil Smith-Rowe, very punchy, bouncy, plays off the left, right foot shots, very quick, like a young Emil Smith-Rowe, socks down, very similar in style. And Ethan Ranieri is like a young Odegaard, gets the ball, gets it, moves it, knocks it. The difference is at his own level, he's got a rocket shot that just flies in, and but then to watch his acceleration and control with men, accelerating away from Bournemouth Premier League senior players at 17, that's not to be sniffed at, mate. That's not to be sniffed at, and I love seeing players come and take opportunities. Elliot, did you see him smile in those games? Did you see anybody that was there for his hollypops?
No.
Like this
Deadly
guy
serious.
was deadly serious.
You know what I love? There was a couple times in some of the matches where young players in those scenarios, they want to impress. So they'll try and do something and they'll lose possession. They'll give up some, he just knows when pressure is there and he's just calm. He doesn't force it. It's just very fluid. And he doesn't just, there's no pass. It's always pass and move and find, and he's asking for the ball back. And it's just appreciative that we have something so special, in such a young player, because it was just fun to watch.
Little bit of the Bukayo Saka's in there. I'm not comparing the players. I'm just talking about the mindset, the maturity,
maybe from that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm certainly not comparing talent for talent. I'm just saying in this, to break into this squad, you either have to be such an absurd talent or you have to be someone who, I think what we would have been interested in seeing with Cheeto, had he stayed, is whether he had the mental capacity to break into our team. He clearly has the talent if he continues at the trajectory that he was, but we don't know whether he has the Bukayo Saka or the Ethan Ranieri in him.
I don't know. I just see that one so differently. I think one of the hardest things to evaluate when it comes to youth football is players who are developed ahead of their biological age. You know what I mean? That their physical development exceeds their biological age, and they can bull. Well, if you look at J. Emmanuel Thomas, that was a great example of someone who develop. Now, J. Emmanuel Thomas's problem, from what I understand, was just a commitment to his body and a commitment to his professionalism that maybe wasn't up to snuff. But at the end of the day, Chido Obi-Martin might wind up being brilliant. He was at the club for a cup of coffee. What was he at the club for? Two years?
Not even that, I don't think.
Not even that. Yeah. Chased a lot of money, which he has every right to do, at another giant club where he felt he had a path to play at a higher level. But like, from what I've heard, when he stepped up the age groups a bit, he looked like a 16-year-old playing with older men. And like, that's what you should look like at 16. I just think some of the numbers he posted within his own age group maybe are a little bit slanted by the fact that he had such a physical advantage. And I've seen some of that video, and I get uncomfortable even analyzing someone of that age a little too directly, because they're kids and they should have some room to be kids. But when you watch him play, you could definitely see that a lot of what he was doing was predicated on a huge physical advantage that he had,
5-6 years ago, I feel like I would have been nervous letting someone with that talent leave the club. But as we mentioned before, now we have a system in place where they're really studying the football IQ, and it doesn't seem like they're making a lot of decisions wrong, right? Cedric Suarez, are you okay? Suarez may be one of those where we just, it's the one signing under Arteta. Okay, we quite well, yeah, but those were more like, we need depth. We need depth now, and we need depth by players that we know, like Arteta knew, right? And he knew what he was getting from them. I can't believe for a second that wage-wise, we couldn't afford to have kept him if everything was aligned with the plan, right? Same with Balogun. They kind of knew what they were doing. And so, Mike, do we have time for one more question?
Yeah, we've got time for one more question, and then and before we get to that last question, sometimes I like to have little crossovers, especially when the departing guests know the arriving guests. So if you're ready in the green room, I'm going to bring you on. Perfect. So I believe you guys know this gentleman, Peter Mujuzi, whose voice if you don't recognize his face.
I know. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Peter?
And gentlemen, how you guys doing? Mike, good to see you again. Be on.
Good to see you, my friend. I don't know if you've met Andy, Peter, or not, but
no. I've always watched through the YouTube, but yeah, never in person. Nice to meet you, Andy.
You too.
So before we officially switch over, one more question for the boys.
Yeah, Dwight Moe asks the question: do you think Arsenal is in a sell to buy mode, or just being prudent and savvy?
I think Arsenal are developing a buying and selling identity, and it's not before time, right? So you can't sit there and say, "Oh, we need to do this, we need to do that," without at some point saying, "This is how we roll," And you have to develop that. I don't want to mention, but Man City don't pay £5 more than they should do for a player. They'll walk away. Why can't we? And me and Elliot, when we first started podcasting together, one of my many phrases was, "There's always another player. There's always another player. Trust me." Let's be honest. Did you know Ricardo Calafiori 3 months ago? Did you know him? I didn't.
I mean, no, not personally.
No, I didn't know him.
I still don't know him, as it turns out.
But I looked at my Twitter to see if I'd spoken about him, and one guy mentioned him to me. I don't think I responded. So, and now he's a big hope in all our lives, right? So we just have to be cool and wait and trust the people who know what they're doing. And so,
not selling Nketiah for 27 million isn't about 3 million euro. It's about the next sale and the sale after that and the sale after that. Not buying Marino for whatever it is.
Well, look at
the next one and the next one, and that's what.
Yeah. Look at the Mudryk deal, 100 million, and we end up getting arguably one of Arsenal's best players last season for what, 23?
Yeah.
I mean,
I do think there's one thing we have to bear in mind, and we don't know how this will go, and only time will tell. But you go back a couple of summers, the club was in a really bad place. No Europe, not competitive, very short on top talent. We were in the mud, as the kids say, and it was not a situation that was sustainable. How was Arsenal going to attract sponsors, attract commercial deals? How was Arsenal going to maintain the value?
I didn't know we were 2 minutes from going out of business.
We were pretty close.
They talked about shutting the club down.
There was a winding up process that was starting to
There-
wind up.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, if you think about it, we're 8th place for consecutive seasons. Like that isn't acceptable for the size of club we are. So there was a deficit of talent that had to be redressed. And we spent an incredible sum of money for 2 consecutive summers plus Januaries. I think that's led people to think there is a new normal of how Arsenal will spend, that KSE will continue to fund enormous net spends in the 9-figure range, summer in and summer out.
In the
Well, we are now
post-COVID era.
Yeah, we are now at the level we needed to be returned to be commensurate with the size of club we are. But we might be reaching our cruising altitude. And that might mean that spending is now going to be a little bit more rationally related to what we bring in sales and what we have in the budget. I'm not saying the tap is turned off. Please don't take it that way. But I really do believe the spending of the last 2 summers was to rebalance the talent deficit and return us to a competitive position. And now it is more about tweaking what we have. It is not about rebuilding. And so, if you look at like the Denver Nuggets, which are owned by KSE, they won a title. But the plan now, at least if you follow the spending there, seems to be a lot more circumspect, a lot more careful. And I just want to be, you probably know Andy better than I do and understand the luxury tax situation in the NBA better than I do. But I think we'll still be busy. I still think we'll be ambitious, but I don't think we should expect what we did the last couple of summers to
We need
just
to be
become
efficient,
the new
Elliot.
normal.
We need
A
to be
lot more
efficient.
for sure, which means
Because-
selling better too.
Well, because we need to be efficient, because we had to manage inefficiencies from the previous era and we had to pay them to go. Right. So that's where, so we're not doing that anymore. So we can be efficient and take money in to reinvest. So this is where we want to be. It's taken a long time to get here. Even back to the dark days of 2 years ago, we nearly went out of business on 8th place. These are the dark days. We're here now. So now we've got some people to sell and people to buy who none of us know who they are. So
Yeah, and I wouldn't put it past the board to allow Arteta, when he really wants that player, to spend large, right? And it's not going to be at the level of a Chelsea or a City where it's every player's coming in for just stupid. But I wouldn't be surprised, and Mike, you'll know more with financial fair play, but if there is a huge signing in this window, unlikely, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Bruno, where it was like, hey, this is Arteta's man. He really wants him. We're going to go get him.
Yeah, and the concept that we have to sell before buying, that ends up getting interpreted as we don't have the money to make a purchase until we get the money from selling the player. And that's nonsense. And it's a complete misunderstanding of the process. I think what they don't want to do is spend significant money on a new player and then get caught out 2 weeks later, unable to sell anyone to balance the books. It isn't about cash flow. It's about squad management and not having people on $100,000 a week who who cost you a significant amount of money, just not even making the Premier League game day squads anymore because they just couldn't clear them out. So it's just a slightly different nuance of what they mean by selling before buying. And I think certain journalists, and I saw it this morning, who are implying that a sale needs to be made, specifically Eddie, before we can bring in Marino. It's taken in the most panic-stricken, kind of misunderstood kind of way, and that grates at me a little bit. But yeah, so it's been a good hour and 4 minutes actually, guys. We're looking forward to seeing the evolution of the Arsenal Vision podcast as you grow and come up with new concepts for this year. We find out which new American Jewish cast members you guys add, that sort of thing. And yeah, Clive, I'll be over in a few weeks. My wife and I hope to see you and Jay.
What game?
Brighton, and
Okay.
the art show the night before, Brighton the day of, and keep in touch because we would love to have a chance to reunite and say hi to you again.
Well, I'll be going. So yes,
I'm pretty sure you will. Any last words before we?
No, congratulations to what you're doing, and I hope people are listening and going to support you. I know we will be, and yeah, keep doing what you're doing, Mike. Keep doing what you're doing. It's very, very very, very noble. And I know you put a lot of work and effort into it, and no doubt a lot of stress, a lot of family conversations. But it's noted. That's what I'm going to say. It's noted.
I appreciate it.
Echo those sentiments. Great job. You know, you've been an inspiration for us doing some fundraising, and have always, been super blown away by the time and energy you put into it and the results you get and the people you're able to get energized about participating in it. So you're a whirlwind. You're a force of nature. We appreciate you and what you're doing, and everybody should give.
Likewise, and couldn't have said it better myself. GoonersBeatCancer.com. Elliot, Clive, thank you so much for joining us, and everyone tune in. Is it tomorrow that the season preview pod is coming out?
We'll have our season prediction pod out tomorrow. You'll be able to see what we predicted and laugh at us. That's the whole point.
That's what we did. All right, gentlemen, take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye.
Peter, long time no chat.
What is happening, people? How are we? How are you doing, Mike? You well?
I'm phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Andy, good to meet you as well.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. It's funny. Mike was he texted me yesterday. If you want to plan, here are the guests. If you have any questions, and my question was, who is Peter? So yeah, because we've never met before. So pleasure to
Remember
meet
I
you.
told you about that nice guy I met that slept on a couple of my couches over the years. And
there you go.
Peter is now. Look,
is he related to Ola in any way? Because he's the nice guy I met who slept on my sofa a bunch of times too.
We pretty much we just walk around London with a sofa, and anyone who misses their train or doesn't feel like going all the way out to the suburbs of London, the couches are available. So if you haven't seen Peter's face before, you have certainly heard his voice, and this is I'm missing the no, here it is, and this is what you would have heard.
The Arsenal goal scorer 29,
Oh dear.
Whenever I talk to you, I'm like, you sound different than the dude on the microphone. I'm like, because you're just not making that. You're not saying things in that particular. Like if we just had a normal conversation and you did everything in your announcer voice, I would be much more comfortable.
Yeah, I think like we got Nigel Mitchell as well, who's the presenter, right? And so he's very much more like a talking, as well as presenting. So when he speaks like now, you would sort of understand, you'd recognize the voice and be like, oh yeah, that's the guy that I hear pitch side, before a game. But yeah, when you're announcing any event, you have to put on almost like a show type of thing. So it is really different. People don't believe me to this day. They always want me to do an impression, and it's very awkward to try and just do it on the spot.
I was going to ask you if you could do the Arsenal, but I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm not that.
I don't want the stream to peak and then the EQs go all awry. So
we messed up our algorithm.
Tune in on Saturday if you're in London. Tune in on Saturday. Arsenal Wolves. Then you'll be able to hear it.
Plenty of goal calls coming on Saturday.
Yeah.
Mike, this has just been brought up in our pod group from Mike Hers. So I'm just going to put it out there because I know people are listening on Lead Judge's channel. We cannot see your chat comments. Apologies if we're missing things, if there's been questions, true, genuine apology. I don't know if that's true or not, Mike, but if you do want to ask any questions, definitely jump over into our group.
Yeah, it is possible, and really the purpose of simulcasting on Lead Judges and Dan Potts channels is to raise awareness of the stream. So if you are watching on one of those channels and you want to participate more actively, you can go to the Gooners podcast. There's a link as well that you can use to get here. And it is, sorry, that's the wrong one. It is, I'll put it up on the screen, but if you come to the Gooners podcast, you're not doing anything to cost Lee or Dan any listeners or any money or anything like that. It's all going to allow you to participate more. So, if you find it on one of those channels and you want to jump over here, you're welcome. And I appreciate Mike in the background working that out, and Andy, you bringing that to my attention. So,
well, it's also hers, so I don't know if it can be trusted,
Yeah, I mean, we'll just assume that he's wrong, but just in case he's not, we'll do that. So
if someone is in the lead judges world and wants to jump in and say, hey, I asked this question and you didn't see it, then we'll know if Mike's lying or not.
Yeah, exactly.
We will burn him at the stakes if it's true.
So Andy, here's what I like about Peter, because we have so much in common that when we met, we didn't even know that we had in common. And, you know, first it's professional wrestling, and someone's already made a comment that we'll probably have a lot of wrestling talk. We actually have a 90-minute wrestling segment. And if it wasn't in the middle of the night for Peter, you would have been on it. But I just assumed that you go to bed at a normal time, considering I've watched you go to bed. But
Peter, has he woken you up by tickling your feet? That's the real question.
I don't think I've made it there yet, have I?
I do have some videos I can show you, though. No, but
one of the worst ways I've ever woken up.
Andy, that's right, I did do that. Andy used to call me names and mock me for WWE, but now he has a 7-year-old son, and so now I think he smells what we're cooking.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Exactly that. Love that.
Yeah, now I've got the 7-year-old. It is very interesting to like put it on and see the storylines. But as I said in my text to you, Mike, the only reason I am watching it is because it is for children.
Take your kids there to a live event. And I promise you, Andy,
I did it as a kid. I remember when we first moved to America, my dad took me and we went, and I was all in. And then I saw a boob for the first time, and I was like, all right, here we go. Life moves on.
There's plenty of those in professional wrestling if that's the kind of thing you're into.
And that wasn't, they didn't have the female presence back when we were growing up. I don't know how old you are, Peter, but I'm 40.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as big of a thing.
Yeah, no, 34. So yeah, you're right. It was probably my time is when it was becoming a thing. So yeah, somebody's put in the comments there, puppy. That's the era I grew up in for sure.
And after years of denying the reality in my own life that F1 was just a bunch of dudes letting cars do all the driving for them, which is what I thought. I have, thanks to our mutual friend Tom Canton, I've seen the light. And now I am all in. I'm getting up at crazy hours to watch F1 races live every week or two, and missing it while they're on their little summer break right now. And unbeknownst to me, until very recently, Peter and I are we're in lockstep as far as our team and our driver. I did not know that you were a McLaren guy.
Through and through since 1997. So
I've been McLaren until you die.
Yeah, 100%. Of course.
I don't want that to be anytime soon, but so here's what I don't understand. Like I spent 6 months kind of trying to figure out if I could just organically start rooting for one particular driver. I didn't want it to be Lewis, and I didn't want it to be Max. Both of them, Max for obnoxious reasons, Lewis because even though the sentimental reasons, and he's a Gooner, he's on the downside of his career, even though he's won some races recently.
Yeah,
but. And it just kind of organically happened between the orange car and the English driver and the young guy who seems to be kind of on the rise. I just settled in on Lando, but I still don't. I never really had the McLaren like draw. Like I'm not super into Piastri, and I don't really. It's not McLaren that did anything. How do you become like diehard McLaren as opposed to just one driver?
I think for me, growing up, my dad always watched Formula One, so we kind of just had to watch it almost by force when we were like 6-7 years of age. And my brother, who loves Ferrari, and so he sort of chose like the red car. And at that time, I just said, who's the rival to Ferrari really? And at the time, it was McLaren. So it was your David Coulthard, Mika Hakkinen days. We're talking like 97, 98, 99, around that period. And because football, you support a team rather than I follow Kylian Mbappe. It's to me, that's just how I thought that's how sports works. Like if there's a
That's
team,
kind of changed though recently, as far as people being a
God.
Mesut Ozil fan rather than an Arsenal
Absolutely.
fan.
No, absolutely. Yeah. So you do have that. But yeah, so back then to me, there was no such thing as supporting one person. It was more so, unless it's tennis or it's another sort of golf or something like that. But because Formula One had teams. So in my mind, it was just what team do I support rather than what driver? Because I mean, I guess I would have liked Damon Hill maybe growing up, but then he didn't really pull me too much. So, and Coulthard had the cool helmet with the Scottish flag on it, so I always thought that was cool. But yeah, to me it was just natural that people supported teams. But I do know that a lot of Formula One fans do support drivers, and that's kind of thrown me off a little bit. So when Lewis went from McLaren to Mercedes, like Lewis was the enemy to me as far as I was concerned. This was a Robin van Persie Arsenal to Man United kind of situation. So
that's fascinating to me.
When the fans moved over to Mercedes to support Lewis, I thought this is a bit crazy, this is mad. And now you're going to see them move to Ferrari when he joins Ferrari next season. So in my mind, I'm like, look, drivers will come and go, McLaren will always remain. So that's how I've just kind of, that's just the way it made sense to me.
I think, though, Peter, to your point, the younger generation are supporting just players.
Sure.
Right? Like, my son.
Or the newer fans. I mean, I'm a new fan of F1, and so I was more kind of drive because I still look at it, and I know I'm wrong about this, but I still look at it as an individual sport. And I do understand to a degree the nuances of teamwork. We saw this very, very recently within McLaren, and I want to talk to you about that. But teamwork both in the with the support crew and the driver, but also driver and driver. So I know that I'm wrong about that, but my entry to it was kind of like, these are individuals driving cars. Why would I care so much about the teammate or what driver? I just identify more with Lando than I do with the manufacturer of a car. But it's interesting.
Yeah, I would say I started watching religiously when Lewis was a rookie, because being from the Stevenage area, I was like, okay, I'm going to follow this, even in the States. And then I just said to Mike the other day, Real Madrid just scored.
Was it Mbappe?
No, and that's why he's overrated.
It's
now been 60 minutes. He hasn't scored a goal. Now I find myself more not aligned to one particular team, but just all the British drivers, just wanting them to they're just also fun to see their interactions on and off camera. It just seems like this, and so now I'm just like, it's fun to see Lando just absolutely crush it this season, but then see George kind of like go through the ups and downs of Mercedes. It's been a fun season.
Yeah, I think with Formula One,
last season sucked.
Well, that's the thing. Like the issue I always find with Formula One when it comes to regulations, they'll have like a period of like 4, 5, 6 seasons where they have a set of regulations, and one team always hits the ground running. So that's why you'll have like a Red Bull era, like we're going through now, or we have a Mercedes era, which we did have for a good almost 10 years. And then you had a Ferrari era and so on and so forth. But as soon as we get near the end of that regulation, all the teams have caught up together, and now that's why in this season, for example, we're having so many. I think we've got 6 or 7 different race winners where we don't know what's going to happen next week, but then they're going to change the rules again in 2026. So it's almost like, can we just leave it be for a minute? Let us see this competition, and then we can switch when need to.
I also think it helps when whoever is the team and or driver principal that are so far out ahead are likable. I think there's just unless you're Dutch, Max is a prick.
Yeah.
And doesn't matter if you're English or not, Christian Horner's just a prick. So whenever, you hear their interactions over the radio and he's complaining because Lando crossed the line, but you're 2 laps ahead, it's like, what are you complaining about? You're going to win the race comfortably. So I think when you have someone who's likable in that seat, who does interviews and is open to the press, you're more likely to cheer for them, even if it is boring. Right. I think unless you hated Mercedes, like people appreciated what Lewis has done for the sport. So, and Max, I don't know. I'm kind of getting the sense that maybe his PR team, or maybe he's just become a little bit more likable this season where he's like, but then there's just some things that you're like, he'll say or do something and you're like, all right, there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, no, he's had his moments this season that just reinforce why even if he isn't winning every single race, there's nothing sympathetic about him.
Do you know what? Ironically, when he burst into the scene, he came in at like 16, 17 years of age. I mean, it was a joke. It was before he had his own driving license, before he could even drive a Formula One car. And he was like the kind of the youngster darling. It was like, oh my God, this guy can be 17 years of age and race in Formula One. And we all loved him. And he was quite aggressive then. And we loved it because it was, he's not taking it from anybody. It doesn't matter how old you are as a driver, how many years experience. So we loved that part about him. And I just knew one day that's going to be the very thing we will hate about him going down the road. And especially with the way he won his first championship. I mean, it's going to be ones to talk, it will always be an asterisk on that title race, all because of how it ended. But yeah, you're right. There always seems to be the villains, but you need like your Jose Mourinho's in Formula One. You need them in sports, don't you? You need your Man Uniteds and your Tottenhams in there. So
you need them, but you don't want them to win every single competition, and that was pretty much what last season was. I mean, towards the end of last season, I was in England watching the race that I guess it was it Vegas no, it wasn't Vegas. The one that Lando finally won.
Oh, what, Miami?
Yeah, it was I knew it was in the States. Yeah. And I mean, the fact that I was so excited that it was just that finally Max didn't win a race, and that Lando that. But I'd rather what we have this season, where we're seeing multiple teams, multiple drivers actually have a chance to win races, and it's teaching me a hell of a lot more about the strategy, about tires and timing and pit stops and all of that stuff, which that's the intellectual and kind of strategic side of the sport that I just never really gave it credit for when I was slagging it off. I still think like NASCAR is dumb as hell, but like, I mean, you literally are just driving around and around, but that's what I can get into. And I am very, very much into it. I did want to make a quick comment. We're going to continue a little bit on F1, but then we will get to Arsenal because obviously we're speaking to somebody who is very, very involved. Thank you for the super chat from Paul Nell. Seems that we end up saying this a couple times throughout each Podathon. It's very, very appreciated that you do a super chat. What we prefer just this one time, if anyone else is considering a super chat, is that you go to goonersvcancer.com and make that same donation on that website. It'll give you it'll give you tickets to the raffle, so you can win stuff, and B, all of the proceeds go towards Gooners versus Cancer rather than having a significant chunk of it taken by Google or Alphabet or whatever they're called for running YouTube. So again, Paul, thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the donation. And this is just for anybody else. Please go to goonersvcancer.com, and the scroll down at the bottom of the screen has all of that.
Great prizes too. I want to say a quick hi to Mark. He is the reason I'm an Arsenal supporter. I think I looked up to him, probably 10 or 12 years my senior, but I grew up in his shadows running around Hemel. I think he gave me my first Arsenal kit.
He extracted you from the throes of West Ham.
Yep. So him and his dad, who just sits past, Frank. They were a great family who helped raise us. So appreciate you, Mark, for listening, and hope you're doing well.
And indirectly, Mark then now is responsible for me being Magic Mike. If you go down like 6 Mark. Yep. So that's fantastic. Thanks, Mark. Let's actually switch over to Arsenal, and then we'll come back to F1. And we've talked about this before, I think both on and off the air, but not in front of this level of audience. And so your Arsenal gig, dream job as far as I'm concerned. Getting to be in and around the club, to be filled with joy every time Arsenal scores, and then have to compose yourself to actually make the announcement to 60,000 people. How long have you been the PA announcer since the legendary Paul Burrell gave up the microphone? And how many more years do you have to go before you match his run?
I think he did about 30 years, Paul. I was his assistant from 2015 to 2020, and then during the pandemic is when it kind of all went like quite weird, and you can only have like one person in a booth because of social distancing. So I started doing them behind closed doors. My first like game, I think it was like Norwich City when we were playing like in June or some random month. And yeah, it was weird because you were announcing to just basically the players who know what's going on, or like maybe the press that were there for that game. So since 2020 up until now, so I'm entering my fourth season now, doing this, and yeah, it's still difficult to even like say what I do or even believe that it's still a thing that's actually happening. Like I feel like at some point it's going away somewhere. Someone's gonna snatch this away because it's not. A lot of the announcers across the Premier League, for example, they've been there again 30 years, 20 years, people like that, and they're all like above maybe 60 years of age. And so to see like myself, it just feels like, hang on a minute, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't match up. But I think everyone's going through that turn. I think Liverpool have changed theirs in recent years, and I think there's a lot more younger. I think Crystal Palace's one is younger as well. So there's quite a few now younger ones that are doing them. But yeah, it does feel like, I'd love to be able to clock 30 years. That would be amazing. But yeah, the seasons come and go. They come pretty fast, to be fair, because I can still feel 2020 like it was yesterday. I can remember it, the eeriness of it, the just like the weirdness. And then the first game we had back was Chelsea at home. We had a few, like 2,000 seats where it was like Rapid Vienna. I think we had Brighton at the end of that 2020-2021 season, where we had, I think, Brighton at home. We won 2-0 final day. Pepe scored. I remember that much. I think that was about 10,000 people. But then we had I think we had like a friendly against Chelsea. It was like a Mind Series game, and it was like 60,000. That was my first like full packed game, and it was like, holy smokes, this is nuts. Like, what is this? Even though I've done it a few times, previously, but to do it in front of that crowd was like the most nerve-wracking moment ever.
Now, you obviously have the role. You got the position. You've done it for a while. Is it still nerving for you, or is it like how much time between the goal going in and your announcement?
Yeah,
where you get to, because you have to like calm down, right? Because
that's a question I was absolutely about.
Like you still got to have that high heart rate and adrenaline.
Yeah, it's crazy because at the same time, having that adrenaline and having that sort of, you can hear the enthusiasm when I'm speaking, so you kind of still want to have that. There is a professionalism, but it doesn't mean be monotone or be dead across. And people, I've been blamed a few times for the way I announce the away team's goal, because sometimes I'm just like, look guys, nobody's happy about this, and so I'll say it very quite deadpan. But I think being excited is part of what makes, is part of like how the voice can really be projected well enough. Otherwise, I don't know. But you can't fake it. You're in that moment, and between a goal being scored and when it has to be announced, it feels like 0.3 seconds. It doesn't feel like there's time. So really and truly, I don't know how I end up doing it, but it's just making sure the right number, the right player. Just make sure those two things are nailed on, and you're good to go.
Have you had one of the you don't announce until VAR, right? You haven't done that. Just kidding.
Yeah. So that's usually the only annoying thing sometimes now with VAR is that you do have to wait with them, and then before you know it, the players are ready to kick off. Like this happened last season when we played Manchester City. Martinelli's goal, for goodness sake, and oh
my God, yeah.
That the stadium was like the roof was falling down. Basically, it was absolutely manic, and I was very much like, great, okay. This is the moment. And we took forever and a day. I don't know why VAR was I don't know what they were up to. I don't know what they were doing, what they were checking, because it was a deflection. It was a bit of everything. And then I had to, if anybody who was there or remembers, I had to then confirm the goal scorer, like after the next break in play. And it was just like, this sucked. Because, Martinelli has his moment. He's celebrating with the fans, and he goes back, and then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, yeah, the confirmation of the goal scorer, 11 Martinelli, is, it kind of gets ruined. So I do hate VAR for that. I must admit, if I could do without VAR, that would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. But yeah, I do have to wait for VAR for sure. because they control the big screens as well. So if there is a decision to be made, they then take over the big screens, and then that's when you get the screen changes and everything else like that. So if I do start announcing goals whilst they're doing decision waiting, then you look stupid.
If you've got questions for Peter, please put them in the chat. We will be getting to those in about 15 or 20 minutes, or possibly putting them up as it fits into the conversation. So where are you physically located? Where is your booth during the games? Is it like right on the middle stripe or middle stripe?
I love that.
What is the middle stripe? I mean, are you in the center? Are you in a corner? Like I would think that you need to be kind of equally able to see the same distance on both ends of the pitch.
Yeah, sure. So I'm more so on the corner towards the north bank. So if you're more so, imagine you're at the players' tunnel. And you go towards the left. I'm on sort of the middle tier there. It's in the basically in the control room where Arsenal's like sort of main event safety team are, and that will include like police and medical facilities in there as well. So it's quite located there. It's on club level, so like it's a decent, great view there. There are fans that are sat in front of me, so sometimes as natural, fans would stand up when there's big chances and everything like that. But I've got like 1 million screens in the booth that I'm in. To check angles, to check, if I've missed something, I can look on the screens to confirm it.
You have a spotter? Do you have someone that says something in your ear? Like,
correct. Yeah, there's all sorts of communications going on. So we have a floor manager, literally pitch side. We've then also got a connection to the gallery, which is into my earpiece, which is basically the sort of the TV director and the big screens director, basically. So they those who will be managing the screens and so on, I kind of work in tandem with them. So yeah, there's constant communication amongst us. So we do our best to make sure everything is precise and accurate. And so it's a great view on match days. I like and I still to this day still pinch myself when it's a game. So Saturday I'll be there just standing there before the stadium opens, and it will just be like brilliant. Here we go. Another season in the book. Let's go.
It's a great day. It's fantastic, and I know how much. I mean, it's great to know that the person in that position is feeling the way that you just described, as opposed to I've come here to do a job. It shows. You can hear it, and this is something that a lot of people probably wonder. Obviously, we know the answer to, but you also control the pre-match and halftime music. Seems to be a lot of WWE themes played.
Yeah,
I'll tell the story about Sunday morning. Well, Sunday morning at my time. Conversation we had, but I mean, the quick answer to this is,
guilty. I'm in control of those things. Yeah, pre-match, halftime. Yep. Full time as well. Don't forget we have the full time bit as well, and I usually tie that with our man of the match maybe on the day. If anyone scored a goal, their music, the sort of the original music to their chant gets played, so that the fans can then sing the chant, if that makes sense. But yeah, there does seem to be a lot of WWE themes, and
I've heard "Rice, Rice, Baby" after the end of the game. A handful of times. You got your finger on the pulse of what people want to hear.
Yeah, this is it.
Maybe at halftime, because I'm not sure how many of the 60,000 people are like, of the 4 Triple H entrance music songs, this is my favorite one. And that's what I texted to Peter, figuring like 2 hours after the game I'll get a response. But like while I'm hearing the Triple H WWE music coming back on the pitch against Leon, I'm like, this was always my favorite of all the Triple H entrance musics. And he texts back, he's like, I know, right? Like, and it was still on, like it was still playing in the stadium. I'm like, I didn't think you even had your phone in there.
No, normally I wouldn't. I would normally just have everything like kind of off, because I'm really like just trying to be in the zone, be in the moment. But yeah, no, when you text it was like it hit me, because it was like, I honestly I feel you. That was my favorite one.
Like he went through 3 or 4 different ones. What was the name of the band that did the the King of he went Motorhead, right? Like those. I mean, those were cool, but like that first one that I love that one. But
my time is my favorite one for sure. No, for sure.
So, and if you don't want to answer this, let me know. But have you made any big kind of mistake moments, either saying a player's name, voice cracking, something other, that you wish you could have back?
100 times. Yeah, I definitely have.
Anything that would have been like clearly noticed by people, or
So, like,
just like you're being hard on yourself type of thing.
there was one absolute like clanger that happened, but it wasn't in a men's first teams game. It was actually an under 20. It might have been under 21s back then. So even though I was the assistant at the time, I used to usually cover the youth games, the academy games, whenever they came to the Emirates. And this was when, I mean, we're going back now. This is when Serge Gnabry was playing in the under 21s or under 23s. I can't remember what group it was. So you had Serge Gnabry, you had Reece Nelson in the team. I think even Willock was playing back then as well. And on my team sheet, now the thing with it not being like a professional like Premier League game or whatever, on my team sheet it had like a Gnabry at number 7, and then it had Reece Nelson at number 11.
But you didn't do a Chamberlain Gibbs thing, did you?
It was exactly a Chamberlain's Gibbs thing.
No.
Because especially with the under 23s, under 21s, you didn't have the name on the back of the
right,
shirt.
there's no name on the back.
And then also you've got, so because it wasn't live on TV, I'm not getting, constant replay action. I'm not getting any of that. So I'm watching it bare right there and then. And it must have been actually Gnabry who scored, but I've gone on the mic and said, number 11, Reece Nelson. And so someone's obviously got back to me and said, Pete, did you just announce it was Reece Nelson? I said, yeah, what's up? He goes, that's Serge Gnabry. And I was like, oh my God. And at the time, if you remember before Gnabry went to Werder Bremen, both him and Nelson had this same hairstyle where they had like a little bit of a sort of half afro with the little highlights on the top. So they all just looked similar. And it was like, and from where you're standing, they're just like teeny little dots that are just running around the pitch, especially kids, when they were kids. That's usually what happens. So yeah, announcing the wrong goal scorer, that's got to be the biggest. I did one against Aston Villa 2 seasons ago. If you remember, we beat Aston Villa. I think it was 3-1 in the end. And I'm even forgetting what his actual name is. But yeah, Jacob Ramsey of Aston Villa. You know that kid. Yeah. He scored an absolute wonderful goal at the Emirates. And I'm there thinking Jacob Ramsey, and in my mind I kept.
You said Aaron Ramsey.
No, so I didn't actually say Aaron Ramsey, which is good. But when he scored, I called him Jacob Murphy. But straight away, I went back and corrected it and said, "Look, correction, 41 Jacob Ramsey." And then it got a little giggle from the crowd because it was like, "Oh, there he is." I don't think people would have noticed if I just left it alone, but the fact that I went right back on top of it afterwards. So yeah, that's probably the most embarrassing, I think. Or even the Emirates Cup on Sunday. I don't know if anybody was there or anyone in the chat that was there, but basically the rule was to have penalties after the game, regardless.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Regardless of the result, we're going to have penalties. So, we've announced pre-match, we've announced at halftime. Me and Nigel have done, a few announcements about please remain in your seats. There will be penalties and a presentation. Great. Full-time whistle came. And the thing is, around the 80th minute, a lot of people started to leave. And so it was one of those ones where I thought, okay, at full time, I'll confirm the score and then just remind everyone, by the way, please remain in your seats. There's going to be a penalty shootout, trophy presentation. Soon as that happens, as soon as I've put the mic back on mute, I've got in my ear, they're like, did you just announce that there's going to be penalties? I said, yeah, what's up? They were like, yeah, no, we're not having any penalties. And I'm just like, wait, what? We discussed all day that there's going to be penalties, regardless of the situation.
Yeah, they have been telling us that on the stream, and obviously it's weird because they did penalties in the Bournemouth game. They did them in the Bournemouth game required penalties to get a winner, but the United game we got penalties. They didn't do it for Liverpool. We were all standing around waiting for it. Not that we care, but
just like continuity.
I thought they were going to do that in the Emirates Cup, and they just didn't.
Yeah. And so then I had to go back on the mic and be like, sorry guys, actually there's no penalties. And then I got out of the building and it was like, oh man, obviously, a good
people blaming you that there's no penalties.
Yeah, exactly. But in fairness to them, how can I just tell you that wait, stick around? And of course, I think then it was one of those where I think everybody then charged out of the stadium as soon as they could. And then it was I don't know if people saw it, but it was absolutely packed outside. People couldn't move anywhere. If you tried to get to any station or even to the even getting down to towards the Tolly, for example, you couldn't. It was absolutely gridlocked outside. So yeah, that's one of those ones where I'm like, I laugh at it now. At the time, I was fuming. I was like, come on, guys, let's find out this information. I think Leon just said, no, we're not doing them.
I was about to ask if they give a reason why.
Say again?
I was going to ask if they give a reason why.
I don't know why they didn't want to do it. I think for them it was just like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
Like, we're taking our ball home. We don't want to continue to play anymore.
Yeah, there's been noise about catching flights, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know, because even at full time, I don't know if anybody saw it, if they watched it. But you saw the Lyon players already doing the rundown, whilst the Arsenal players are doing the lap of appreciation. You just see these Lyon players just one by one just flying past them, and I'm thinking,
I thought like a helicopter just came down to pick them all up because they had to get back so quickly. But
exactly. So yeah, that's what's true. I don't know, but yeah, that was a weird one.
I also seem to recall maybe a year and a half or 2 seasons ago, there was, you read at halftime a lot of dedications.
Yes.
I recall there being a dedication that was very smartly written by somebody to the point where you got halfway through it, sussed out what they were trying to make you say, and then just kind of finished it with just the final word or something like that. No, we don't have to go over what the topic was, but you remember what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, oh god, that was hilarious. Because I don't know why.
Something like he's taking his wife out to her first football game or something like that. But it was not. It wasn't using those words.
Not quite those words. Yeah, it was exactly along the lines you're talking there. And I was like, oh, right, okay. Like it's all coming back to me now. Like, hang on, slow down. And then, and normally I would reread like, the dedications. I usually get them like a day before the game. So I normally have like time just to sort of go through them, rehearse them, whatever. But then, I'm getting team sheets, and on the day of the game, you get team sheets like, an hour before kickoff and whatnot. And so you're there trying to make sure you get that side right. And then sometimes you'll look at the dedications and think, okay, cool. There's about 10, shout outs. Let's see, pronounce the names properly, and then go from there. So sometimes I don't even necessarily read the full sentences of them all. I just read like, okay, these are the most important parts. It's your name, where they're from, and first time at the Emirates or whatever. I've been going to the Emirates for 20 years, whatever the case may be. That's it. Not realizing that someone's taken somebody to the Arsenal. So I thought, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Now I remember what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you get a lot of people trying to do the whole Simpsons thing where they try to get, huge ass coming to the Arsenal for his first game? Like, do you get that a lot? I mean,
to be fair, no, I don't, because the way
we're a very mature fan base. That would never happen.
Very mature fan base, of course. What the way it kind of works is that people will put a donation into the Arsenal Foundation. So it will go through our community department, and so when people have put money in, they will, the community department will be the ones who will proofread and brief everything, and then they will send that to me and say, okay, these are the people that have put their money in, and this is what they want to say. We could add that as a prize actually for this if you wanted to, for this. If people, you can add you get a dedication that you're.
That'd be cool.
We're putting money into charity. Why not? So we can do that. That's kind of how it works.
As long as you're not out on the concourse getting wine like I usually. I've missed all of your dedications to me in halftime because then you have to sit in halftime in order to. They should be pushing it out onto the concourses.
True. True.
Speaking of prizes, let's do the prize draw so that then we could just kind of just fill up the rest of the time with more banter. So we've now got 2 prizes for this hour. We've got a 2010-2011 signed first team photo.
What season?
Yeah, you may not love the players that played for us then, although I'm sure there were a couple that you'd be sentimental about. It's still a signed team photo. And a halftime dedication, as long as you do not get Peter sacked.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to go to the wheel of names, and again, thank you to everybody that added a donation since the last hour. We've got you in the wheel, and let me just share the screen.
There we go.
And here we go. This is for the signed photo.
It's like countdown, isn't it? Dun, dun, dun.
Stephanie Holst has won the signed photo. Thank you, Stephanie. And we will be in touch with you. And then the halftime dedication. And we'll we'll tweet out which game this is going to be for, so everybody can listen for it. But the halftime here goes to Jared Connor.
Wow, this is like you're like Mike Infantino. This is super.
Yeah, this is Jared, thanks for your donation, but I'll investigate, guys.
Two years ago. Now look how small the look. Well, it's a big area. But
is that according to how much you've put in? Is that the size?
Yes, because there's it's one entry for $5. It's 5 entries for 20, 15 entries for 50, 40. So the more you donate, the more chances you get. But I think a year or two ago, he at least had his then fiance, now wife, donate. So
Chris and I donate.
So nepotic, but
Chris and I donate, and I always make sure she puts her name and maiden name down.
Right. Yes.
With one of these, that it doesn't.
I'm like, who is Chris Malin? Oh, it's Andy trying to game everything.
Yeah, but I thought Jared got a spot on our podcast because he won one of these years ago. Right,
and not just for one podcast, for good.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Make-A-Wish, but it was Make a Podcast, and he won that, and here we are.
We're giving them away, and the more people we've added to the podcast, the less podcasts we've done. But so this should be pretty interesting though, because we'll see how Jared decides to use this currency, whether he uses it for good or for evil. But
and what was that for the announcement?
That's for the halftime announcement. Yeah.
Well, if he doesn't use it to plug the podcast, then
or the charity, maybe.
Yeah. Now we have a bunch of questions, and sorry I ran away to go to the bathroom, and then I was like, I didn't eat lunch, so I would just.
Yeah, and I'd rather get through these questions than dip back into F1. Although I do have one F1 question.
And there's some pretty good questions in here, so we'll start off with Christopher Ward, excuse me. Peter, do you have a live feed to VAR, or do you find out like the rest of us?
So there's a live feed. How can I put it? There's a live feed that goes into the gallery, which is basically the sort of the broadcast compound, which I then hear. So I hear that indirectly. It's not necessarily to me, but I overhear what's going on there. So yes, I will hear what's happening. And everyone that sits in front of me, they're all looking at me just to be like, "What's the decision? What's going on?" They can see on my screen of the different images and what the referee's checking, and you obviously don't want to hear any audio, but yeah, so they kind of get to see a little bit of that. But yeah. I do indirectly hear which way they're going to go in terms of decision making, and how often they're looking for things. Yeah. Cheers, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, cluing up the next one. Tom asks, how long were you before being an assistant? Got you into the announcers game? And I'm going to add this because I wanted to know as well. Was it a foregone conclusion that you were the person that got the seat after, or did you have to go through like an interview process? Was there a dueling session where you had to go in against other people? Like, what did that look like for you?
Dueling session.
I like that.
It was a joust.
It was like a WWE showdown, but just two microphones.
Yeah, this Sunday.
Rap battle.
Yeah, a rap battle with just names and goal scorers.
Oh, fantastic! They should have done that. Honestly, they missed the trick there. But before being an assistant, what got into that? So I was sort of. This job was weird how it came about, because it did say PA announcer, but when you looked at the job description, it was more so about are you good with like equipment, sound equipment? So when someone's speaking into the mic, are you good with that kind of, level checks? Are you able to? Yeah, basically. And then also, to play music, when to cue the announcer to say certain things, when to cue substitutions, whatever the fourth official is saying in the earpiece, stuff like that. So I came from a background where, like at my church, for example, I was a sound engineer for like 10 years almost. And so the sound sort of side I'd always had locked down. And then also I DJ part-time as well. And then I also worked on radio stations. So when it came to like that kind of thing, it was more so kind of sold in that way. And then when I had my interview for being the assistant, it was basically like, what kind of music would you play to keep the crowd kind of going. And I kind of gave examples of what I would do. Then it would be a case of like, how would you be, you know, how will you sort of, you know, what's your experience in being an assistant, like a broadcasting assistant, basically? Because that's what I was when I was on radio, and I was also a DJ. So I kind of played two parts and sort of understood what one person needs and what the other one did as well. So it was like, honestly, it was one of those things I never saw. You know, I never thought I didn't even think that job exists, Tom. Like, put it that way. I didn't even know that's even a thing. And it was only until that came up, and then I started to realize, oh snap, this is actually a lot more than I thought it was. Where, like, you know, if one of the people interviewing me was saying, you know, what you got to make sure you concentrate and watch the game. Make sure you're always concentrating on the game. And I thought, this is a joke. You know, you can't get paid to go and watch football matches. Surely not. Like, you know, that's kind of like, you know, how it came across. And then so during the pandemic, because I was doing them, you know, behind closed doors, it was a case of, I think, like, I didn't have like a formal interview or anything of that nature, but people did ask, like, okay, we're going to see how you get on with the first game with a full crowd. And then from there, they were like, yeah, sweet, off you go. You know what you're doing, so you crack on. So because I had like that 5 years experience previously, watching how it's done kind of thing. So, and I always had, like, you know, if there was ever one day, you know, I could become the announcer, like, what are some of the things I need to pick up from Paul? And he was a great help, to be honest, because he sort of coached me through the under 23 matches, under 21s. And then even, you know, I think he missed, only one game ever since I was there, due to like a throat issue, like he lost his voice, which is, you know, it sounds crazy. You know, you got to remember that's the most important thing for them. And we did Watford, at home. And we lost in the FA Cup. That was the 2016-17 season. So 2017, we lost 2-1 at home to West Ham. And I remember, like, that was like my first day, but then it was like my first time ever doing it. Nervous as hell. I was awful. So if anybody's can remember that game, they will know that was a terrible day.
Who scored again?
He's on the microphone.
Because even learning to do that, you know, welcome to the Emirates Stadium, you know, doing that was also like, you think you're doing it in your own mind, but then you're not. You know, how it comes across, it's like, welcome to the Emirates Stadium, and it sounds very nerve-wracking. You can hear the nerves in my voice, you know, you could heir it all.
I mean, there's no hiding any kind of tentative nature. I mean, your confidence level is very audible in what people hear in the stadium, because it's just so loud and so ever present. So
correct.
By the way, having been introduced to Paul by you on a very interesting, unique evening,
a great
I can tell you that guy is a character. I still want to try to get him on sometime.
Where did we meet him? We met him. Was it Arsene Wenger's?
It was at the Arsene Wenger David Dean event.
Yes.
And after the event, the three of us ended up like I think we went out for a drink that turned into about 4 or 5 drinks. As happens sometimes. And he was just, I just remember him smelling very much like smoke, like cigarette smoke, and being absolutely hilarious and very, very friendly.
No, really, honestly, like good as gold. Like typical, like Arsenal man, if that makes sense. Like honestly, different level. I'm still in contact with him today. So, you know, that's a friendship that I can't lose for sure.
Jared left, wasn't even listening when he won.
I think we have to pick a new winner then, because I mean, you're not going to have dedication.
What did I win? And so, Jared, you won an announcement at the Emirates by Peter. And from what Mike told me prior to Peter coming on, he's kind of like Ron Burgundy, but he'll read whatever's written down. So, you know.
Oh dear.
But no, for real, Jared. This whole thing is now suspect, and
you've completely brought the integrity of the entire charity into question. And someone who's given a lot of his energy to the charity, I never really saw this coming. This is a massive heel turn from Jared.
So cancer won't be defeated, Jared, and we thank you for that. Question from Christian. Outside of your duties on game day, is there anything else that you have to do at the matches?
This is interesting.
So
you have had another job as well, right?
So I have another job at Arsenal where I basically work for, I guess it's now called the operations team, but basically it's the more on the facility side of the stadium. And basically we do like maintenance checks and everything, basically make sure the stadium is ready to go. And so during the week, basically I'm the administrative assistant, where anything that comes in and out of that stadium, more or less the paperwork and all that kind of stuff, will be dealt with by myself. And yeah, it's just a lot of facilities based work. So training grounds, stadium, the offices, there'll be a lot more so to do on that heavier side. But so normally, typically my day will be, 6, maybe 7 hours before kickoff, I'll be in the stadium. So for a 12:30 kickoff, I'll be in there 5:30, 6 o'clock, in there when it's still dark, and making sure that everything, this stadium cannot open unless everything is completely inspected and good to go. And we do things, beforehand. We do pre-match stuff like days before. So yeah, it's more so like a event safety, making sure everything's ready to go. And that's basically that.
What happens if you get like a cold or you lose your voice or something?
It's a great question. It hasn't happened yet. But yeah, I assume it will go to Nigel Mitchell. So for example, I got married 2 years ago. I need to make sure I got that right. Yeah, 2 seasons ago, and I missed the opening day against Leicester City at the Emirates. Jesus' Premier League debut for Arsenal. And yeah, I remember Nigel Mitchell was sort of doing the PA stuff, and then they had like Frimmy. I think he did a few bits of the presentation stuff. So they had a few like social media influencers and stuff like that. So typically that would be like our contingency. And if Nigel as well, same thing. He's never missed a game as far as I know. So
I was listening to the match against Leon, and I kept thinking, man, this guy's been around for. Because it wasn't he like when they originally started streaming on Arsenal.com, like he was the first voice on there, wasn't
Correct. He was. Yeah, he's been there forever. He's been there.
I remember that, like listening in college back in like 2002, 2003.
There you go.
Maybe a little 05, 06, but I was like, man, he's been around for a while. We got some really good questions.
By the way, that wedding, it was a good enough reason, but you want to talk about a guy who was completely out of place.
Oh, just the one that you got invited to very last minute?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't last minute at all. It was we were there for Tom Canton's wedding, and we were planning a trip for Tom Canton's wedding about 3 or 4 months in advance, and that happened to be a night that Peter and I were at the Tolly together, and he said, if you're going to be around, come to the wedding. So
come on down.
So two Jewish American people at a traditional Ugandan ceremony and wedding. We had so much fun, much fun, and I just felt like the cameras were going to be out, like it was going to be like a candid camera type of situation or an improv, like what are these people doing here? But I couldn't have enjoyed it more, and I'm still honored to this day that you actually. I mean, I thought that was just like over pints. You said that and didn't mean it.
Stuck to it, man. Absolutely,
you certainly did. And
I'm glad
I made sure to eat all the food that was made available to us because you would get your money.
Yeah, so that was the actual wedding day itself. I think we had Man United away the next day, so that was that's
right. Yeah, because we went to that.
Yeah, because the Leicester one was more like the registry, so like getting through the borough and stuff like that, like the legal side basically. So I think that was like the week before or something like that. Yeah, so it was mental. What a mental time that was. But yeah, that's what would happen if either one of us had missed a game.
All right, we got 3 more questions, and they're going to be pretty short, so I think we can get through these quickly. Dean asks, do any players make any pre-game requests for music during warm-ups, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so yeah, Dean, they do. We went through that period a lot during the pandemic because we were playing music to nobody basically, and so it was their time to kind of choose. And I kept saying to player liaison officers and stuff like that, because I don't get in contact with the players as such, but with like the sort of the play care team, I would normally have communication with them. And say, look, are there certain tracks that these players want to hear when they're warming up? Because I'll go past like near the dressing room and you can hear there's all sorts of music going on there, and I'll just sort of take notes and be like, okay, this is what they do like. This is the kind of genre they like. But then if they've actually got one specific, then yes, it's happened before. It's kind of difficult to get updated stuff from them because they're too busy caring about what music is being played on a match day. But yeah, we try to as much as we can.
Any songs that aren't allowed to be played?
Yeah, I think there'll be.
I mean,
hey?
Well, obviously, like the language ones, but I think this is more like, is there anything specific that Arsenal have just been like rivalry sake or just?
Oh yeah, I mean, if there's anything that's associated with a rival, yeah, like I'd stay clear from it. But then
Adele, because she sucks and she's a Spurs supporter.
Say that again.
I said Adele because she sucks just generally, and she's a Spurs supporter.
I mean, I can't think of an Adele song I would have played at the Emirates, to be honest. But yeah, things like that I'll pay attention to. You know, if you support them, it depends. You know, it depends how big they are. But you know, like Kanye West wasn't so great in the news over the last couple of years, and so like I could just kind of stay away from that a little bit, or you know, like things like that. So you got to be careful. Chris Brown's a bit of a techie one as well, so it all depends. It depends on what
now.
Say again.
Diddy now.
Yeah, you won't be hearing any Diddy.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, I used to like play the instrumental to "I'll Be Missing You" when there's like a moment, you know. For example, now we got Kevin Campbell's, you know, the situation here. There'll be a piece for him this weekend, and then normally I would have like that instrumental of, you know, "Missing You" sort of played underneath, but like now I've got to stay away from that because of how hot the hot water that he's in at the minute.
Wasn't that Sting though? Who was the original artist on that?
Was it Sting
or the Police? I can't remember.
That's a good point, actually. If I can get that proper original version instead, maybe I can get away with that. But yeah, it's things of that nature that you got to be kind of mindful of, and sometimes fans will let us know as well, because sometimes they'll hear something, and a fan will just will send a complaint in and just have a bit of an issue with it.
You know, I wanted to ask you that before we get to Christopher's question, and thank you for our next hour's guests being all here. You're in the background, backstage. One of you needs to change your wardrobe, please. But I'm not going to bring you on dressed like that. but put it. Sorry, I'm a bit thrown. You mentioned Kevin Campbell, and obviously we know today was his memorial and funeral service, and I have heard that he is going to be receiving a tribute, as he absolutely should be, at some point on Saturday. Are you able to tell us kind of in what form that's going to come, at what time that's going to come? Because as someone who's going to be unfortunately watching on television, and with just probably a couple hundred people as we're doing a watch party while the Arsenal women are here in Washington, D.C. I really would love to be able to at least see it if it's something that's likely to be televised. So without making any kind of confidences or getting Kate mad at us, what do you think?
No, there will be something closer to kickoff, as close as possible to kickoff, because we want it when it's a packed stadium, and then there'll be things shared there. And an opportunity for the fans to show their appreciation as well for him. It'll be interesting to know if they will catch footage, because it's one of those. It's quite difficult, but because he's an ex-player, at least I think there might be something a bit more. Because I think with Jose Antonio Reyes, I think we did something similar. So I do believe that there'll be something, and I think it could be something that Arsenal might put on their platform. So you know, media-wise. But yeah, there will be something to be said for him, and the fans will have their moment as well, close to kickoff as possible.
Perfect. I can only hope that that NBC or Peacock or whoever, you know, that they'll play this. I know you know, there's an awareness from the studio staff at NBC of Kevin. I mean, the people that do that are close to Sophie, and I know Sophie's close to Rebecca, and I hope that they will find some way to make sure that Gooners around the world can see that. All right. And then, Christopher, do you have a favorite player to announce when they score? One that either because of their name or just because of your affinity for the player? And why is Bukayo Saka?
Do you know what? Do you know one I actually really do enjoy, and it's ever since he scored. Like he scored in the did we play Sevilla or was it Monaco? We played somebody in the Emirates Cup 2 seasons ago. His debut, and for some reason, Gabriel Jesus, man, there's something about it that it kind of, because the crowd kind of respond to the name too. So like when I say Gabriel and then I say Jesus, you can hear the whole stadium is like doing Zeus all together. Yeah. And there's something about that I thoroughly enjoyed. And when he scored the other day, I think was it Lyon or was it Leverkusen? He scored anyway in one of these friendlies, and you know it came back again, and I was like, oh my god, I missed like saying his name.
Yeah, Leverkusen.
Yeah, and Bukayo Saka's one. My favorite time when announcing his, straight after the Euros in 2021, when him, Sancho, Rashford, they got all that racist abuse online and everything else. And when he came back, it was his first game back at Arsenal at the Emirates. And I just remember the reception he got. And I extended his first name. So, I went on the mic and I was like, Bukayo, and I carried the O, and the crowd just went nuts for it. And this was the starting 11. This wasn't like he scored. This was just in the starting 11 on the lineup. And I just remember that, and it was such a poignant moment. And I'm sure you guys remember he would go to away grounds and everybody would stand up and clap him if he was coming on.
Even at Spurs, anyway.
That tells you all you need to know. So yeah, but the one I enjoy at the moment is definitely Gabriel Jesus. That's my favorite one, Christopher.
Fantastic. Beautiful. Well, Peter, it's been awesome chatting with you.
It's gone so quick.
I know. I'm back home in May, and I'll be there for 2 weeks. So I think I got 2 matches, so we'll definitely have to meet up.
Will you be there? Is it the last home game? Because I know the final.
Yeah, my son actually got invited to come train with the boys' academy, so I think it's like it overlaps the last 2 matches of the season. So I think it's the last home game. Yeah.
Are you able to stay for the parade?
Yeah. Well, we're going to be staying for the whole thing.
Make sure till June the 1st and fly back on June the 2nd.
Okay.
Because there's a certain European final that we need to get to as well. So bear that in mind. Guys, it's been a pleasure. Honestly, Mike, Andy, thank you very much for having me on. And guys, make sure you do go on, Gooners versus Cancer.com and put your donations through. You guys are doing amazing. Thank you for letting me join on the 4th annual year.
Thank you, mate. And tell us where I know you do some content for F1 on YouTube. That's separate from your Arsenal duties. Where can we find you if we want to watch that and social media and all that?
Yeah, so social media, all my YouTube stuff is on. All my Formula One content is on YouTube. It's Peter on pole, like being on pole position, not on a pole, not on the pole. I'm on pole. I have to stress this. I'm on. Yes, that's all it is there.
Basically, if we go to another website, we're going to see something else.
Exactly that. And that's on TikTok as well, on Instagram, so you can find me on that. And then on Twitter, I'm just Peter on sports, because I'll talk Formula One, I'll talk wrestling, I'll talk Arsenal, I'll talk all sorts on there. So yeah, you can meet me on there on X. But yeah, that's all.
Fantastic to see you again, Peter. And I will hopefully catch you in a couple weeks.
Yes, I'll see you then.
Be in touch.
See you then. Absolutely.
Love you, brother. Take care.
Take care, guys. See you, chat. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Now, Andy, I believe Andy, I believe this is the end of your run. You are welcome to stick around for another 2 hours. There's a game. Our next segment is a 2-hour segment containing a great game, which you are welcome to join us for.
I'll stick around for a little bit.
It's a 2-hour situation, so you can stick around and play, or you can stick around and not play. But we're going to bring in our next guest. We are now in hour 4 of 27, and this is a game. This is a popular part, one of the most popular parts of this podcast every year. And we welcome in live from Tennessee, the same state where my daughter is located, Mike McDonald. You are looking smooth today, my friend. How you been?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Doing lovely. Mike, as his titles seems to indicate, or as it indicates, writer for both Gunnerstown, which is the blog that Dave Seeger started, and an excellent and regular writer for it, and the Gooner fanzine as well. Welcome back to the pod. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. This is such a fantastic thing you do every year. I'm glad to support.
Well, and you do support both with your time and your effort, and of course, last year getting your school involved with fundraising was really, really touching to me. And we're going to bring in the rest of the crew, the rest of the contestants. We've got Melvin, we've got Danny the GFP, and beginning a 4-hour run on the podcast is LL Cool James Johnstone, who's on mute, but we want to say hello first to James. How you been?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Fantastic now that you're here, and now that we're getting rid of Andy.
Thank you for inviting me as well. I echo the sentiments of Peter before. Thank you very, very much.
Well, it's great to have you. And Danny, my pre-written intro for you literally was Danny, who finally for once has a shirt on, and then I see him go backstage and he's got no shirt on. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, man. I know this is. I'm betraying my roots as a podcaster of kind of being maybe a little on the PG-13 or R side of things, but as you try to grow a cause like this, you have to be a little more mindful. Danny, thank you.
Up for Jared's, putting us back. He's putting us back. Yeah. So,
but, I mean, I have to make up for the integrity that having one of our co-hosts on the podcast win a prize. Danny, it's good to see you. How you been?
I just had a bath. I have got the t. It looks like I got a t-shirt on, but I haven't because I'm still sat on my towel, so it's rolled up around my belly.
I don't care what you got on below what you have on below the camera angle is your business. I only care what's above that. And speaking of someone I cared greatly about, Melvin, my partner in lunches, someone who we go out to lunch every time we're together. We fight over who pays the check, and then he tells me about his time, chatting and podcasting with Herb Chapman.
That was Herb Chapman's early days, of course.
Not the days when he was like putting numbers on the back of shirts. Right when he arrived at Woolwich.
Yeah, just after he came from Huddersfield. No, thanks for inviting me. I really enjoy it, though I'm probably going to come last. Andy, would you do me a favour, please? Would you play the whole game? Because I might have half a chance of not coming last, because you don't know what the game's about.
If it's a game that Mike has created and designed, none of us have.
It's a game that Mike McDonald has created and designed, and that means it's intelligent, it's entertaining, and it's something that a debutante last year won in the form of the man you see on the lower left side.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So we have the returning champion joining us. Andy, if you can be here for most, if not all, the next hour and 45 minutes, I don't think you'll regret it. It's a good game.
I can be here for the next hour.
What do we say, guys? Can thumbs up or thumbs down? Can he play and then leave?
If his score counts, definitely, then I'll still have a chance.
Hi, Danny.
We'll take the number of points that he has and we'll divvy it up amongst the rest of us. But this is always fun. And I want to get right into it. So Mike, again, the way you put these games together is amazing. And a little over 3 hours in, I'm tired of saying things with my mouth. So I'm going to hand over the reins to you to explain how the game works, and then we will play. We're going to take a quick break at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 11 p.m. UK time for a prize draw. And Mikey, take it away.
Okay, perfect. Well, this is what's called a Who Am I quiz. Ordinarily, when we do this, it's Arsenal and world football questions. But today, we're doing specifically just Arsenal. Every question is an Arsenal player. The answer is an Arsenal player. So this is how it goes. I'm going to read out 5 clues one by one with obviously a pause in between to a current or former Arsenal player. Now, as soon as you guys know the answer, or you think you know the answer, you just shout it out. And at that point, that question is done. So let's say, for example, that Danny shouts out the answer. Then it's done. And the rest of you could get points by doing this. I agree with Danny. I disagree. So here's the point system. If you answer and get it right, 3 points for a win. If you have got this right, I agree. I disagree, and you get that right, 1. If you get it wrong, 0. There's only one twist, which is if you guess on the first clue and get it right, you get 5. But if you guess on the first clue and get it wrong, you get -2, just to stop people ruining the game. Okay. Does that make enough sense so far?
Yes, boss.
So there is a incentive to being quick, but there's also a risk to being quick, and you can win the game just by getting right on all of your agreements and disagreements. But that would be boring. So
can I have 20 quid on James to win, please?
I don't know. I'm thinking about going with you this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Danny, you're an encyclopedia. Although I will
specifically
say that
didn't invite Lee Judges to this today, though. So.
Melvin asking me to stay around to say I'm going to take last was, kicking the balls, but I'll take it.
Well, we have we'll get cracking. This is divided to be cute. This is divided in months of the football season. So the first 4 questions are in August, the next 4 in September, all the way through May. We'll see if we get to the end of the season, so to speak. So there's 38 questions, but we're going to finish when the time's up. So whichever comes first. Is that good, Mike?
That works for me.
Yep. Okay, let's crack on then. So here we are, the month of August. First question of the quiz. All right, clue number 1. Not the guy who greased his torso. Clue number 2. Got a song quickly because of another Arsenal player.
Fabio Vieira.
I was going to say that.
Okay. Do you agree with Fabio Vieira or disagree?
The first part threw me off, but I was about to say that.
Okay. All right. So everybody likes Fabio Vieira. So let me read out the rest of the clues just for fun. Clue number 3, similar build to Bernardo Silva. Clue number 4, out of the blue signing. Clue number 5, alternative to Odegaard, or at least he was signed that way. James, you've taken the lead. 3 points.
He has no body to grease.
So he gets how many points for that? He gets
3. He gets 3. James gets 3, and the rest got 1 because you all got the thumbs
Correct.
right. All right, we're going to crack right on.
I'm good at it. It's getting my thumbs right.
Getting your thumbs right. I don't know if that's an insinuation or not. I'm too tired.
It's absolutely not. I would never say such a thing.
All right, question number 2, clue number 1. At Fulham first. Clue number 2. You might be drinking the first part of his last name.
Mika Beerith.
Okay. Votes on Mika Beerith.
That's it. I've peaked.
Okay, let's go through the rest of the clues. Danny thinks he's got it right. Has he got it right? Clue number 3. I thought he'd play pre-season this season. Clue number 4, Sturm Graz. And clue number 5, Danish striker. Danny did get it right.
Hurrah!
Hoorah.
Thank you very much.
3 points for Danny.
I was like, what player's name starts with vodka and Diet Coke? Like, couldn't figure it out.
All right.
Van Dijk almost does.
Okay, let's crack on. Question number 3. Clue number 1. Powerful midfielder.
Are we going Arsenal, not Arsenal?
No. Just Arsenal today.
Did you listen to when he said that it was going to be all?
No. I don't even know where I am. So, give that one again, Mike. I'm on board now.
Yeah. Powerful midfielder.
No.
We all know a few of those. Here you go. Clue number 2, Scandinavian. Clue number 3, near tragedy. Clue number 4, goal of the season last season.
Near tragedy.
Clue number 5.
Oh, Odegaard.
Okay. Andy said Odegaard. What do we think? Mike says no. Melvin, no.
I'm going to say no, but I reckon I'm incorrect because I'm thinking of goals of the season, and the only
now he said that. Now I'm second guessing.
That's the ladies' team, isn't it? It's going to be someone like
he's not powerful midfielder, is he? He's not powerful.
Did you?
Is it a he, Melvin? We don't know.
Well, I don't know what you think. We don't know how he identifies tonight, do we?
Did everybody do their thumbs?
Yeah, everybody said no, and of course, Andy gave the answer. So let's find out if Andy's right. Clue number 5 was she was an Impact sub for much of last season. Freedom Arnhem.
Freedom Arnhem. All right. Good job.
I did not know this is going to be ladies as well, so I am screwed.
Yep, me too.
It doesn't need. We're not in a world where it needs to be clarified. He said Arsenal players.
True. Shame on you, James.
So everybody got a point except for Andy, right?
Yep.
I've got at least 3 of these. The Academy under-8s team. So hopefully you brushed up. Yeah. Okay.
Why are we seeing Lee Gunner?
Let me just say something, because I'm not going to bother banning people or putting people in the chat. If this is something that you think is funny, and look, if Lee, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. If you brought people over here or sent people over here after a stream to provide.
He just commented this.
Yeah, honestly,
up. If you're supporting us, Lee, we appreciate it, man. Thank
you. I want to give the benefit of the doubt, because I happen to know that Lee was looking to increase the viewership here, and I know that Dan asked you. So Lee,
thank you, man.
I got no gripes with you on here. I just was waiting to find out where this was leading. So if you brought people over here, please go to goonersvcancer.com. We appreciate any eyes on this on this stream, and you got a chance to win some cool Arsenal prizes. So enjoy the content, and I've said that, cool, Caleb. And enjoy the content, and appreciate you bringing everyone over.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we got the last one in August. Question 4, clue number 1. Transformational.
I'm going to punt. I'm going to say Havertz.
Okay.
Just with that?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
I mean, if it was anyone other, thank you, Lee. If it was anyone other than JJ, I would say no. But he did this like 5 times last year. I'm still going to say no. But after one.
Okay. Well, Andy's either got 5 or -2. Let's find out. Clue number 2.
Wait, James said it or Andy?
I'm sorry, James.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Clue number 2 was attacking mid to defensive mid. Clue number 3, his wife has done some acting. Clue number 4, had a whirlwind first 2 years. And clue number 5 is Lego.
Arteta.
Yeah. So James has lost 2 on that one. The rest of you gained 1.
Funny that, ironic that the answer to the first question that Lee Gunner and his channel have arrived for is Mikel Arteta. But no, it's all good. So we all got 1 except for JJ, who got -2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you're just making him angry. This won't end well.
See, I haven't made any decisions yet, and I have 4 points, and James has 3. So that's just how it goes.
You're going to be just like Keke Rosberg when he won the Formula 1 title without winning a race.
It was by default, exactly. All right, let's go.
Okay. We'll go a quick update at the end of each month. I'm going to go quickly on this one. We've got James and Andy, 3 points. We've got Mike and Melvin 4. Danny's up right now, number 1, 6 points. Let's move on to September. Question 5, clue 1. Earned more money from kebabs than football.
Podolski.
Oh, yeah. All right, so who got that, Danny?
Danny.
No, James said it as well.
Yeah, but who got it first?
Yeah, sounded like Danny had it first.
I'm just louder. I think. Can you split the points if we both got it rather than looking back?
I can give you both 5 if you're right.
It's not fair.
Danny's
in the same room, though. That doesn't count. It's Danny. That's why it's quicker.
They don't both get it. They split 6 points together.
Will you keep it down in there, Danny, please?
Sorry.
Well, I guess I'll make the call because I'm not in the quiz.
Well, Ryan is the master of being the VAR on this. So Ryan, if you want to go back 15 seconds and do it. In the meantime,
well, we need to see if we got the correct answer first. We could be right. There could be someone else. It could be another kebab seller. I don't know.
All right, Do we
You got the correct answer. We're all putting our thumbs up. You know that.
Okay, so everybody liked it, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's find out. Clue number 2, Gornik Sabretse. Clue number 3, 38. Clue number 4, his initials were before CDs. Clue number 5, loyal to Cologne. So I've got Danny with 5 points. And I think without our VAR today, I think the best thing to do is give 5 points to both, or it could have been -2. So I'm going to give James 5 as well.
I would have got it if you said never played in the right position for us.
Yeah,
it's very true. And he's still playing again this season for his Polish team.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Question 6. Cracking on. Clue number 1. Not very popular with Arsenal fans.
God, that's a list.
Yeah. This one's very close to the top, though, Danny, I would say. Clue number 2. 1 name, but probably 5.
I'm going to go Silvinho because he played in the Champions League final against us.
Okay.
Bastard. Can we swear on this?
No, you fucking can't.
I think Danny. I think it's £10 every time you swear to the charity.
Yeah, that's right. Oh man, we're gonna smash our goals now.
Okay, Melvin says no.
Yeah,
James says no.
I don't
Can you tell us the second clue again? 5. It could be 5 names.
Yeah, I said. What did I say? I said 1 name, but probably 5.
Hated. I don't know why it would be hated.
Yeah, Danny, I don't know. Silvinho done something in the last, that makes him.
He played against Arsenal in the Champions League final when we lost for Barcelona.
Andy,
I'm saying no.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it. Sorry.
Have you ever seen a Brazilian name? They've all got 5 names.
Yeah, I know. I just I don't see people hating on Silvinho.
Yeah, I'm leaning to the chat, since it's already been picked, is basically saying RVP or Adebayor. I mean, Adebayor doesn't have 1 name though. But
let's find out
in those terms. Let's go. Let's
find out. Clue number 3 was good start, which I think lasted 2 games. Clue number 4 is Shakhtar, and clue number 5 apparently wanted out after 3 months, which is 2 months after we wanted him out. And the answer is William.
Who?
William. That scumbag.
Was he hated, William?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you go back to listen to the pods, Melvin. Quite blue, some of them.
I didn't realise.
As soon as he left, brilliant again.
Yeah. I think, to be fair, he was played too much, which isn't, he doesn't pick the team, but still, he didn't seem to want to give any effort. So, anyways, here we go. Question 7, clue number 1. This one's tough. Played at Tunbridge Wells, Bexley, and Slough Town. Jesus.
That might have been who Arsenal played away to, mightn't it? It could be anyone. No.
He's devious, but he's not that bad.
Clue number 2. Did not actually play for Arsenal. But he's an Arsenal man, that's for sure. Clue number 3. Similar dress sense to Kieran Tierney. Clue number 4. Putting out cones. I told you it's hard. Clue number 5. Ladies team manager during our most successful period.
Vic
Akers.
Okay, was that Danny first?
I thought it was Mike.
Was it Mike?
I think it was Mike.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with Mike then.
It wasn't.
I thought it was Danny.
we got Ryan in the chat on VAR, if that matters.
I was in the process of saying Vic Akers, but I'm pretty sure I heard the word Vic before I got it out of my mouth. So
fair enough. All right.
I'm all about integrity.
Look at that.
So
Danny is up for the cup here. Yeah. Okay. And do we like Vic Akers? Melvin likes it. James likes it. Andy likes it. Everybody likes it.
What was
that? Melvin's got his jug out.
The wrestling, that was stone cold, wasn't it? That was later on.
Melvin, put your jugs away.
Put your jugs away, Melvin.
My jug away. Yeah.
We've had that before, actually, during the quiz. Melvin can tell the story if he wants, but the answer was Vic Akers. Well done.
All right.
Okay. Here we go. Last one in the month of September. Question 8. Clue number 1. Banter. Clue number 2. Many questioned the purchase. Clue number 3. Suffered more adversity than success in his career.
Still not ready to pull the trigger.
Clue number 4. Kicking skills became an issue compared to his competitor.
Oh, I've got someone, but I just don't know.
Clue number 5. Not sure he's going to be an Arsenal player in September.
Oh, current. Fuck.
£10.
Oh, Ramsdale.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
More controversy, though.
But he was
Well,
dropped.
the way
wasn't
he was
He
dropped.
was doing nothing
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
He was probably one of our best players and got dropped.
Yeah.
We don't want to go there again, Melvin. That was nearly a season's worth of content.
Who got that one?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, that's spot on. I think
Who got
Melvin's
that out
correct.
first? Melvin?
Yeah, I think Melvin's right as well. So I'm going to thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Okay. All right. The answer was Aaron Ramsdale. Well done to Melvin. 3 points there.
Good questions. Like that.
Yeah. All right. End of September, we're going to do a points check. Mike, you might need to check my points here. I think I've got this right. We've got Andy with 7, yourself with 8, Melvin 10, James 11, Danny 15.
That is exactly what I have.
Beautiful.
He knows numbers.
Okay. All right.
Don't say why, Danny.
Oh, I was about to say it.
I don't know why.
Don't remind Andy.
You for that.
You still want to over it.
Melvin will get very upset with you if you say why.
I'm here as well.
Oh no, I was referring to.
I always forget that because the hair. But,
I mean, I was on about you nicking all of Andy's money. That's what I meant, not the other thing. But yeah, you do have a point.
all right.
There we go.
So this is what I'm talking about. I got 8 points, which is not, I'm not pulling up trees, but I got all 8 points from just agreeing with people or disagreeing with people.
This quiz has actually been won by somebody who never answered the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. That's exactly.
Not only that,
That's
they
amazing.
weren't even in the quiz.
All of that is true. Okay. Question 9. Clue number 1. Be careful on this one. In the shower. I know what you're all thinking. Just be careful.
No, I'm not saying it because you told me to be careful, and you're always, you're always looking out for us.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, I don't know who you boys think about in the shower. This is it. I wrote this quiz, so.
I think about Mike, like most red-blooded men.
Yeah. Clue number 2. Charlton. Clue number 3. Like many, he made a mistake leaving. Song.
He went on loan to Charlton, and when he was on loan to Charlton, I saw him driving up and down the Seven Sisters Road in a clapped-out left-hand drive American Jeep.
What do we think of Song?
Yeah, sing in the shower. He was on loan at Charlton. Yeah, that's a shout.
Yeah.
And the regret was leaving.
Yeah.
The only other, you're correct, but I had to give a think to whether Colo Torre was ever at Charlton or not, because he's a guy I've seen a picture of in the shower.
Easy, Tiger. You keep that to
He
yourself.
had.
Oh, it was very well publicized. That was when he was Francois.
Aha.
I think he had one of the worst debuts ever. When he started playing for us. I can't remember who he played. He was
The most.
shocking.
He's still the owner of the cringiest moment in the history of football.
Yeah.
What was that?
By far. Like there's not even any other
Oh, the cup
moment.
thing.
Yeah.
Trying to take off Puyol.
Puyol tried to give the cup to Abidal, and Song comes out like it's his.
Oh no, I missed that. Oh no.
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Who got that, Danny?
Well, yeah. He said Song. Let's find out if it is Song. Clue number 4, didn't always stay in his hole. Clue number 5, good combination with Robin Van Persie, and he did have that for sure. Alex Song singing in the shower. Okay, all right, we'll crack straight on. Question 10, clue number 1, character. That's very broad. Could be bad.
Could mean two different things.
At least. Clue number 2. Not sure why Gareth asked him to do it. Clue number 3. His best quality might be his decision making. Clue number 4, you're going to get it on this one. So, Ryan, if you're in the chat, we might need VAR done quick. Clue number 4, Nando's.
Saka.
All right.
Saka.
What do you think about Saka?
I almost said it after the why did Gareth ask him to do it, but I wasn't quite sure yet. So,
Danny likes it. Melvin James like it. Andy?
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to reverse something in the chat.
Okay. Clue number 5 was maybe the best in his position in the world. I don't know what you guys think, but it is Bukayo Saka. He's certainly in the top 2 or 3, isn't he?
Definitely.
Yep.
And hopefully he'll flourish under the new bloke who had him and Rice and all those.
or he could be the guy in the Arsenal America Facebook group that 2 seasons ago called him the most overrated player in Arsenal's history.
Give him time.
And since for completely separate reasons has been banned from the Arsenal America Facebook group.
Okay, let's crack on. This is very difficult. I'll be very impressed if anyone pulls this one out. Question 11. Clue number 1. I feel his surname when I watch Messi play. Cue jokes. Clue number 2. When I went to watch Rodrigo and Gabriella in concert, I was in this. If you've never seen Rodrigo and Gabriella, you need to look them up.
Too late.
Phenomenal, but I still don't get it.
Clue number 3. Saw the bench at the end of the 21-22 season. I think literally last day, Happy Village Day, we win 5-0 at the end of the season, don't we? He was sitting on the bench. Clue number 4. Released by the club last year.
Can I ask, Mike, do you know the answer to this one?
No, I have no idea whatsoever.
Right.
Sorry.
It's very difficult.
It is. I'm trusting the Holy Spirit's going to give me the answer in the next 10 seconds. Okay, clue number 5 is, I'll say this in British and I'll say it in American. Z-A or Z-A?
What's Z-A?
It's tough. You'll have heard of him, but it's not easy.
I'm pooped.
I'm going to go Zach or
AWE.
You would be in awe. All right. I've never heard of that person.
I'm gonna back it because I know who. I remember a player called Zach Orr, but yeah.
Would he have been on our bench?
Yeah. I don't know.
We had a geezer called Zalim, didn't we? An American.
Zalim.
That was years before.
Yeah.
Gideon.
Oh, I don't know. I'll go for it.
I'm going to go against it because he was never on our bench. So I'm assuming
last game of season, it could be anyone on the bench, Andy.
Yeah, but I'd say I would have guessed Cedric Suarez.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense given the clues.
They said in the A. Yeah, I'm feeling that.
Let's go.
Okay, the answer. Well done, Danny. That's a hard one. Zach, or he was about 6 foot 100, and he was a centre back, and he didn't play, but he sat on the bench. Last game of the season.
Where's he gone now? Do you know? Did you look up?
Don't know where he is now.
Is it Crawley?
Maybe. All right, fellas, we're going to crack on. Going to see if we can get through all of this.
Currently
This is
with Accrington Stanley.
Who are they?
Chelsea after him.
Yeah, well, of course they are.
I can't find him.
all right. Last one in October. Question 12. Clue number 1. Here we go. Turning tables.
Think about how hard it is to create a game like this. I created a game for like hour 24 of this podcast that took me about 2 minutes, and it shows. This is unbelievable.
Remember that game you created where you pretended that you were Arsene Wenger and then
I read 4 quotes and you had to figure out which one was the fake quote. Yeah.
Great days.
All right, clue number 2. Came to see his mum. Boy, this is clever. I mean, whoever wrote this quiz, what kind of genius. Clue number 3.
Barry Horowitz of Arsenal fan.
Yeah, looks fitter now. Okay, clue number 4. Maybe the most skillful striker in Europe. Certainly one of them, if we're talking about skill.
fuck it, I'll say Gabriel Jesus.
Okay.
Because he looks fitter than he did last season.
I look fitter than he did last season.
Well, okay, can you
repeat? Mike's already told me I'm going to take last, so I might as well just fucking take one.
And I'm not wearing pants.
Mike wants the clues again. So here we go. Turning tables, came to see his mum, looks fitter now, maybe the most skillful striker in Europe. So that's where we got that far.
Was that an answer?
Aubameyang because he went to go visit his mom. Fucking Christ!
Can you watch your mouth?
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna say no.
He said he came to see his mum. So does that mean he was away and then came?
Listen. You've all voted. It's over. I'm feeling very intelligent because I'm about to reveal it, and you're all going to go, "Oh man, I should have gone to church." Okay, clue number 5. May move position this season. Andy, you did it.
Oh!
Jesus turned the tables, right? Do you remember when he was mad in the temple? He flipped the tables over.
Well, I'm at a disadvantage. Sorry. That can't be a proper question. I'm at a disadvantage.
Yeah,
So
really.
That question should be taken out.
I didn't check your religious backgrounds beforehand. I'm sorry. Came to see his mum, the angel Gabriel.
I know Jesus took the wheel, but I didn't know he turned the table.
You do all this work for the quiz and you don't check our census. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that is.
That's
Gabriel, Jesus, and Stein Goldberg. There we go.
I'm only on this quiz because of DEI.
You went to I've got some pronouns in the post coming. They're going to be beauties.
All right.
Here we go. We've got.
So Andy got 3, and none of the rest of us got anything on that.
All right. Danny is flying. It's very close. The rest of it's very close. We've got Andy with 12, Melvin and Mike with 13, James 14, and Danny's 8 ahead. And Danny's won this quiz a few times, but I don't think I've ever seen him rocking it like this. 22.
It's got 22, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Andy 12, Mike and Melvin 13, JJ 14, and Danny 22. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Andy 12, Mike Melvin 13, James 14, Danny 22.
All right.
Okay.
We all have to start now teaming up on Danny.
Yeah. All right. November, Question 13, clue number 1. Genuinely loved at Arsenal.
Santi Cazorla. Got to make a move here.
It's true.
Big
Genuinely true.
There's a medium-sized handful of people this could be, right?
Just on odds, I'm doing no or not. The odds.
I'm going to go yes, because that's a sneaky one, and it's very true. Even now, we'd have him back.
Yeah.
Oh, was he 39 and just signed for another season with? Is it Real Oviedo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. James, what way are you going?
Oh, I'm gonna say no, but if he's done this is a huge 5 points. So
Yeah,
well played.
Yeah. He deserves it.
It's not just a title of Magic Mike. He is generally magic there if he's pulled this off.
Yeah.
Agree.
Andy?
No.
No. Okay.
Gotta play the
All right.
off, right?
Danny, what did you say?
I said I'm going to agree with him. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
'Cause I
All right.
love
Let's
him.
find out. Clue number 2 reminded me of Robbie Fowler. Clue number 3, major adversity. Clue number 4, it was tough to watch him leave. And clue number 5, Martin Taylor.
Oh, that was the Eduardo.
Yeah.
He's not loved.
Martin Taylor broke his leg, right?
Yeah.
Did.
You do
I
not.
didn't love him.
You lose. You lose all the chances you don't take.
That's true, Mike.
Mike lost 2 on that one, but he's right. You gotta have a guess once at least.
That's the whole point of the game, risking it for points.
Danny lost 1. I lost 2, and
No, Danny didn't lose.
Danny doesn't lose 1. I've always thought that you should lose 1 in that situation. You are the game master, so.
I failed to get one.
Yeah, he got a standing ovation, I think, when he came back with Shakhtar at the Emirates.
Cheered his goal going in, didn't they?
Yeah, they cheered his goal.
Yeah.
He had a half decent career after, but at a much slower, less quality league. What could have been, eh?
What could have been.
Birmingham.
Right, let's crack it on.
That's my Sean. That was Sean. Hey, Baba.
Look at that.
The second offspring of a panelist to show up during this podcast to my son Jake a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
All right.
Here we go. You ready? All right. Question 14. Clue number 1. Will he re-sign one day?
No.
Oh, I don't know whether to go for it or not. No, I'm going to hold.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking of.
I feel like, Mike, if you do it now, you might get your 5 points.
You know what? For entertainment value, I'm going Santi Cazorla just for entertainment value.
No, don't. It's not. It's not him.
All right.
He's not going to re-sign, but he'll come back as a coach. So I probably shouldn't have jumped and done that. But if you're going to go out on on your sword.
No.
Did we get an answer there, or we?
I thought I gave
the answer.
an answer. I don't know who was first, but I gave that answer.
Oh, what'd you say?
Cazorla.
Oh, he was first.
You're both wrong. It's Smith Rowe. Carry on, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you got to vote. We're voting on Santi Cazorla, I suppose.
Oh,
bullshit. Nope.
I would have guessed Vieira.
I'm gonna down it, but it would be amazing if it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna down it too.
Yeah, down it.
Down, deeper and down.
What does Mike say?
I think Mike backed Melvin yelling it, right? Or no? I don't want to.
Only because I lost my confidence and I wanted him to take the loss. I'm going to go against
Mike.
it. And if it's Santi and I gave it to Melvin, then I'm just going to leave.
Paying your own checks next time now.
All right, here we go. Let's find out if it was Santi Cazorla. Clue number 2. His first name is similar to a country that's currently in conflict. Clue number 3, Algerian miniman. Clue number 4, he played in the embarrassing 3-0 loss to Sheffield Wednesday, if you remember that one.
Oh, the League Cup.
Yeah. Clue number 5, currently playing central midfield for AC Milan.
Oh, is it Benacer?
Benacer.
Yeah.
No, don't rate him.
There we go.
Good question, though.
How old is he now?
He's got to be
26.
mid-20s, hasn't he?
Right.
I don't want him back, so I can't say his name.
Yeah, fair enough.
Speaking of children and stepchildren of people, the lovely Freya Beck is here, Ruth's daughter, stepdaughter, sorry, noticing the pictures behind Melvin.
Very good. They look like Arsenal programs and tickets.
Yeah, they are. That's what they are. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, do you know how to unban someone in the comments?
Unban someone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Who did you ban?
I accidentally banned Owen. But I think he's already banned from this. I think he's only banned from part 1. I think when part 2 goes live, he'll be.
Yeah, but that's not very nice.
I'm sure he'd be racing.
I tried to like his comment, and then it banned it. I'm like, what the fuck happened?
All right.
All right, question 15. Clue number 1. This one might go quickly. Okay. Likes to talk about Arsenal.
Emmy Martinez.
Okay.
I didn't hear the answer. Sorry.
Emmy Martinez.
Oh.
Well,
I
that
don't
is
know.
very true. And Mike does have a special place in his heart for goalkeepers. I'm going to say yes. It's a good way to sneak a goalkeeper in.
But this clue could be
Oh, I
someone
like the
who's like
outside the
someone
box.
who, yeah, it's like Ian
Yeah.
Wright, who like. I'm gonna go down.
I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
I need to.
It's thinking outside the box, but he is a goalkeeper if it's right. So that makes sense.
And he plays inside the box.
Exactly. So that makes sense, doesn't it?
Let's find out. Here we go. Clue number 2, joined in 2010. Clue number 3,
Sidious.
surname of a national team coach who somehow keeps getting top jobs.
Yes, it is him.
Clue number 4, Polo Mawani nearly scored against him. And clue number 5, lockdown keeper. Mike has gone and got himself out of the relegation.
That's a brilliant one. That's a brilliant one.
That doesn't mean you have to do it every question, boy.
Yeah, quiz ruiner.
Yeah.
The only person to get a point then was Danny on that.
Thank you very much. Carry on, sir.
Danny had faith in me.
Melvin, you backed it as well, didn't you?
I got it wrong.
Oh, fair enough.
I got it wrong. Yeah, I got it wrong.
You're going to pay for that.
Well, I get a point for getting it wrong.
You failed to get a point.
No, what a shame.
All right, fellas, question number 16. This one might go quickly as well. Clue number 1, an American league. Clue number 2, how we measure distance. Clue number 3, position change to left back. Clue number 4, last minute winner against City. Clue number 5.
Oh, sorry. What's number 5?
MLS.
Oh, Lewis Skelly.
Okay.
I met his mom a couple weeks ago. Lovely, lovely woman.
Did you say dated?
No, I had dinner with a number of people, including his mother and Aiden Heaven's mother. Very, very nice people.
Very decent young player.
His
I think
mother
it's
has
probably
got
right,
a
MLS.
job in football now. She's coaching academy parents how to look after their kids. Anyway.
That's very important, so they don't waste their money.
Yeah. Melvin said yes. Andy said yes.
I said yes.
Yeah.
Everybody said yes.
So James got it? I mean, James guessed it, right?
Let's find out. The answer is Miles Lewis Skelly. Well done to James. You did get it right.
Should I ban him as well? Just ban all the members of this blog.
Okay, let's do a point check end of November. We're doing well here. We've got Melvin and Andy in the relegation zone with 15, but that could change quickly. Mike's got 18. James has snuck ahead, 19. Danny's 6 ahead now, 25.
What do you have Melvin at?
15.
Yeah. And a half.
Okay. December, we are moving forward. Question 17, clue number 1. His initials are a British resume. Those of you who live in the advantage, Mike may still know this.
I know it. I'm just trying to think of the player.
Okay, clue number 2, Chip and Dink.
Oh, Carlos Vela.
Okay.
Yes.
Andy says yes.
I say yes.
CV.
Everybody
CV.
says yes.
Great one. Good lateral thinking for this, Sinead. Wow. Blimey.
I got it from the second bit.
Yeah, here we go. It's clue 3.
Well,
was,
if I'm right.
if he'd have stayed away from the parties. Clue number 4, LAFC, which I believe is where he is still currently. He might have left, I don't know. And clue number 5, Mexican, Carlos Vela. Well done. James again. Sneaking up on Danny.
He is currently a free agent.
Me or Carlos Vela?
Carlos Vela,
Wasn't
35
it about-
years young. That makes me feel old if he's 35. Jesus.
Wow.
There was talk of us buying him back for loads of money a few years ago.
Mike's trying to get banned now.
Yeah, when he went to he's playing in Spain, but instead we got a giant sell-on clause.
Hers in the chat says the greatest player to ever play for the club. I always thought that he could have been a top player at Arsenal if it was injuries, bad attitude, was it? And just not a run of games. He was a really good player, though.
He showed it at Sociedad. I think one La Liga season he got 16 or something.
Yeah, but didn't Lucas Perez get 16 goals in La Liga at some point?
Yeah.
You keep your nonsense to yourself.
All right, here we go. Question 18, fellas. Okay, clue number 1. Just before 2000. Clue number 2. He got a documentary. About the world playing for
Say that again.
He's played for over 10 clubs around the world.
Anelka.
Okay. Is that James?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm agreeing.
Andy, yeah. Okay. Clue number 4, finished in India. Now he's coaching in France. At least the last time I looked it up, he was coaching in France. And clue number 5, before Thierry Henry. James is sneaking up even closer. Danny's behind.
You're cracking up a bit there, I think.
Did everybody agree with the pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a good round for JJ. Good month for him.
This is officially this. After this one, we're halfway through. If we can get through 38, but here we go. Question 19. Clue number 1. Almost impossible to dispossess. Clue number 2. Often dribbled in circles rather than penetrating.
I got his name, but I can't think. I know.
Often dribbled in circle. No, I'll wait. I'm not.
I know it is. I can't think of his name. I can see him. I know. I'll tell you afterwards. What before you? Oh no. So
Melvin, say Santi Cazorla.
Oh no.
Clue number 3.
Kleb.
Okay.
Ooh.
No,
Alex.
I'm saying I don't agree with that because you haven't really got to move room for circles on the wing, have you?
He didn't always play on the wing.
When I saw him, he was.
I'm gonna go again.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Oh, thanks,
So
boys. Thanks, boys.
Melvin, who I've got in my head, I think
was
is
it?
wrong as well. So
Go on. Who was it? You think?
I thought Danielson because he just used to do like Cruyff turns as well.
Yeah,
I was thinking
He just-
Vieira. You
I
can
thought
anyone get the
Vieira
ball.
too.
Anyone can get the ball off of Danielson. Off him a chip butty.
The most
I don't
embarrassing
know.
thing is when he was running back to help our defence, Danielson, and the linesman overtook him. He was slow, wasn't he?
Guys, here we go.
Very slow.
Clue number 3 was one of many who went to the same Premier League club. Clue number 4 is Drip in LA. Clue number 5.
Oh, Nasri.
5
Nasri,
letters in both first name and last name.
Nasri.
He was a decent player if he only had stayed.
Yeah.
Is Mike breaking
Okay.
up for anyone else?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
This is
Are the
like
kids-
the internet he used to have in like before COVID.
The kids are on the internet again.
What was the
No,
answer?
I'm at
Nasri, isn't it?
work.
Nasri.
Nasri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very true. You can see him doing it.
He was a very
Okay.
good player.
Mm.
He used to run around in circles.
That was the clue. Yeah, we know.
You know, from what I can recall about him, it was really hard to get the ball off of him.
Yeah, that as well.
Here we go.
If anyone
Question
else
20.
ever noticed
Oh,
that.
you know what? Now that you've said drip, that's a really good clue.
That's what gave it to
That's
Doctor.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because people will think it's cloves.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not that cool to know that.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Question 20.
Actually, let's take a pause since we're halfway through the season and it's right on the hour to do a prize draw. Is that all right, Mike?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to do a prize draw. This prize draw is a package of 2 prizes. Actually, it is a Ruth Back Art A3 print of your choice, and here's an example of her amazing artwork. We I don't know if Fry is still in the room or if Ruth is here, but we've got a variety of different Islington, Emirates, Arsenal type things. This was especially neat for me because I used to stand here and now I live here. But yeah, Ruth's A3 art shipped to you, and a second prize which goes along with it, which is the book called Arsenal 101 by David Fox. It's a brand new book, and he's donating. If you go to davidfoxpublishing.com, he's donating half of the proceeds to Gooners versus Cancer. It is not an educational book about what Arsenal is, which you would think about Arsenal 101. That's kind of a thing here in the States, makes it seem educational. It's more his experiences sitting in Block 101 last year, living through the season. So definitely go and check that out. And the 2 of those prizes will be going to the same person. And that person is going to be the person who comes up on the Wheel of Fun right now. Give me just a second. Here we go. And your winner is
Jared.
Seth Thomas from Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. Congratulations, Seth. Appreciate the generous donation. And you've got another piece of art. I know that you have at least one, maybe more Ruth Beck arts in your home. You've got another one coming and a brand new book to read in your free time. So congratulations, Seth. And that's our prize drawing. And so we're halfway through the season. We got everybody here and ready to go to week 20, Mike?
Yep. I'm ready.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Question 20, clue number 1. Should have gone bald.
Bob Holding.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good guess, Danny.
I feel his pain, don't we, Mike?
Melvin says no.
If you got his money, then should have gone bald. Yeah, I'm going to go with yes on that one.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all the world against Melvin here.
Change there.
Right, so clue number 2, fantastic at 5'6" of his job. Clue number 3, we got a centre back from the club that we signed him from, who has become a crowd favourite. Clue number 4, did well in Serie A and now plays on the wing for Aris in Greece. And then clue number 5, you'll get it, Bradford away.
Well back.
Oh, it's Javinio.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What do you mean should have gone bald? He is bald.
He should have
Only
gone
on the
bald.
front. Only in the front.
Yeah, his hairline starts somewhere up here.
Yeah.
He should have just taken it off.
How did the scoring go there, Mike?
Your favourite there, Melvin, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I forgot who voted.
-3 for everyone but you.
You have a little confidence.
Did you get 5 on that one, Melvin?
No, I just didn't get a minus.
Okay.
Everyone went against me.
Yeah.
Oh, so Danny got 3 or 5.
No, Danny said
wrong.
Rob Holding
Got it
lost
wrong.
2.
Oh, that's right. So
He lost 2. So here's the score update at the end of December. We've got Andy and Melvin 18, Mike 21, James 25, and Danny only 1 ahead. 26. All right, here we go. Month of January. Question 21, clue number 1. His first name could be male or female. Clue number 2, initials related to comics.
To comics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Clue number 3, a lot of hair product.
Danny Ceballos?
Okay, was that James?
Yeah.
Okay.
DC.
He did used to have like floppy hair, didn't he?
Mike likes it.
Yeah, Danny with an I is a girl's name as well as a guy's name. Yeah.
I'm going to say yes. Yes.
Only 'cause I can't.
Very eager there, Andy. Yeah, and resigned at the same time.
Okay.
That's why I should go to Hollywood, Danny.
His head gets so small when he's losing.
Yeah. No
Well,
kidding.
Melvin cursed me to start this whole thing.
All right. Here we go. Let's find out if it's Danny Ceballos. Clue number 4. Very successful at under 21 level for his country. Clue number 5, a midfielder who is still spending his entire career on the bench. The answer is Danny Ceballos.
Well played.
Everyone get the 1 point on that?
I forget now, but I've made record. I think so.
Did
Yeah.
everyone agree with James on that?
Yeah, everyone agreed.
Okay.
James got 3. Okay, so James is currently in the lead by a point. So, new leader. Here we go. Question 22, clue number 1. Appreciated as a player, but hard to get along with. Clue number 2, high standards. Clue number 3, Not as happy as others on the big day at White Hart Lane.
I'm going to say Sol Campbell.
Sol Campbell, okay.
Notoriously hard to get along with.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that, but I think Danny's correct. But I'm just going to wait for the next clue.
Oh, he's hedging his bets. Oh, it's getting serious.
I'm going to say nah.
Andy. Okay, let's find out if it was Sol. Okay. Clue number 4, keeper. Clue number 5. He didn't seem to like Almunia.
He didn't seem to.
Yeah, Jens Lehmann. He hated Almunia. Hated him.
Yeah. Jens Lehmann.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was never competition for him, though, was he?
So
yeah, but I think when he come in instead of him when he had to leave, he got really angry because he was like, "This guy's nowhere near as good as I am," and yet
True.
I'm being taken out, and this guy's being
Another huge error.
Oh.
So James got a point, and is that it?
Yep.
Okay, let's crack on, shall we? Got question 23, clue number 1. Up top, lost it quickly.
This could be here again.
I know. Oh.
Could be. Could be a striker up top. Clue number 2, he would not drop it. Clue number 3, he didn't cost 50 million.
Holding.
Okay.
Almost went after the first one because I was thinking.
Yeah. I'm saying no.
Yeah, I'll back it. I think.
Danny, you're saying no.
Why, Danny?
Because he hates me.
Cost 50 million. Well, most of the players didn't cost 50 million.
Yeah, but I think it's the Wenger quote, isn't it?
No, he already
Oh,
said
yeah.
no. He's already
Yeah, I
said
remember
no.
now.
No, he's already said no.
I mean, of all people, you're the one who's neck and neck with him. Just had to show how smart you are, didn't you, James?
I'm saying no.
We got to do first answer though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's find out. Clue number 4, a good deep block defender but struggled in open space. Clue
Yep.
number 5, doesn't even get on the field for Crystal Palace either. Well done, Mike.
He's in my fantasy team.
Why? Because he
Oh,
costs.
we have ex-Arsenal players in our side only.
Oh.
I still hate
Never
it.
won a thing.
He won the FA Cup, didn't he? Against Chelsea.
Yeah.
No, we
Played a big part in it too.
The podcast
sorry.
fantasy team only has
Oh,
Arsenal
sorry.
Because
players.
Murder Soccer just like yelled at him the entire match, where to go, where to be.
It was
They took, the
wonderful.
piss, they took the piss out of Diego Costa in that game. That was
Yeah,
right after you had a baby, Andy.
it was.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go. Last question in January, question 24, clue number 1. Called by his initials. Clue number 2, spectacular.
Van Persie.
Okay. This quiz is getting close.
Glad Saka isn't called by his initials.
Andy, what do you say?
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, let's find out if it was Van Persie. Clue number 3, the Swan header. Clue number 4.
Yeah.
One of many that left has lost belief in the club's progress. And clue number 5, his son has the same name as a famous NBA player. Well done, Melvin.
Thank you.
Well done. Robin Van Persie, whose son's called Shaquille.
Wow.
Interesting.
What a stupid name.
All right. There's only a 9-point gap from bottom to top. So we've got Andy with 21, Melvin 23, Mike 26, Danny 28, and James is 2 ahead, 30. So this is getting close. Wow. Normally it goes the other way at this point in the quiz. It gets good and spread out. So exciting times for our viewers.
Squeaky bum time.
Okay, February, fellas. Question 25, clue number 1, multilingual. Clue number 2, most people thought he would turn out better than he did. Clue number 3, injuries hurt this centre-back. Clue number 4, lived with Fabregas.
Johan Giroud.
Johan Giroud, okay.
Oh, no, fuck. Senderos, motherfucker.
10 more pounds, Andy.
I'm going to say no, because the way he's corrected himself makes me think he's wrong now.
And me.
Well, they're both Swiss.
They're both Swiss.
both
That means they speak a bunch of... Yeah, fucking Christ.
But who did he room with?
Giroud never looked like he was going to be any good, in my opinion.
Neither did Senderos.
He had a fantastic game once against, I think, Real Madrid.
Didn't we all?
He should have given up after that.
I'm saying no. He's
Yeah.
not right.
Yeah.
I'm saying
the way you corrected yourself so quick makes me feel like, yeah, you knew.
For the record, Mike, I'm saying no.
Clue number 5, Fulham, Rangers and Houston Dynamo. Now, Andy, it's the other guy. It's the other Swiss centre-back. It's Philip Senderos, who spoke about 25 languages, but wasn't really very good at football in the end, was he?
No.
Much better at
To
language.
be fair, neither of them were, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has the very good interview clip about Joey Barton. I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's hilarious.
No. Need to watch that.
You know, if I
Let's,
can
let's crack on
you
with
miss
Tim.
100% of the shots you don't take, so...
Yeah.
Wise man just once said that.
Question 26, fellas. Here we go. Clue number 1. Huge transfer fee for minimal efficiency.
Pepe.
That's a good one, isn't it?
He was efficient, though. He scored goals. and
Exactly.
goals.
That's why I'm going no.
I'm making my move, but
He had a good record.
not feeling good about it.
It's a good guess,
General play
Mike.
is crap.
A very good guess, Mike.
It's only good if it's right.
Who's cost a lot of money, but was rubbish.
I'm going to say no because I want to protect my points.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
But he is probably, I reckon he is probably right. But
no, fuck it. I'm gonna say yes. I'm in last place. I gotta do something. Mike, I'm with you, buddy.
Danny, what'd you say?
I've forgotten all the questions. I'm going to say no. Just because it's Mike.
Okay. Good enough. All right.
Everyone
let's
in the
find
chat
out.
saying Ozil.
Ozil, right. Yeah. I see that. Clue number 2. Arsenal from his childhood. Clue number 3. Lacking in the final third. Clue number 4. Good ball progressor. And clue number 5. Now linking up with another former Gooner. And he's given him 2 assists, I think, in Emile Smith-Rowe's last 2 games. The answer is Alex Iwobi.
Iwobi, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Iwobi, who was very good from the halfway line to the top.
And the transfer fee was outbound, not inbound. So,
And he's also in the ABW Fantasy League team.
so who rightfully? So everybody but Andy got the disagree point. Right?
Yeah, because he bum licked and lost points.
That'll teach you.
Okay.
I'm
All
just
right.
here, Danny, because I hate cancer. Okay.
Don't hate me.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
I'm just here hating cancer and banning my own podcast crew from the chat room.
Here we go, fellas. Question 27 now. Clue number 1. One of the most frustrating players I've watched in the Emirates era. Now, it's just my opinion. You may have a different opinion, but I thought he had a pretty high ceiling that he didn't come close to reaching. Clue number 2, so much natural athletic ability, but his end product in front of goal, rather than position.
Missed all of that.
Yeah, can you repeat that, Mike?
Yeah. So much natural athletic ability, but his end product was in front of goal rather than in his position. Clue number 3, coffee maker. Clue number 4, South Coast boy who went back to the South Coast.
Ramsey. Aaron Ramsey. Didn't he get a coffee maker for Christmas?
I said Walcott, but
Oh, fuck yes, Walcott. Bollocks.
I did say that.
Player.
Melvin, we're voting on Theo Walcott for Melvin.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, Danny,
Danny,
you
do you
yelled
like that?
Ramsey. You don't get a yes.
Who are we voting on? Melvin's Walcott or my Ramsey? Who said it first?
Well, you yelled Ramsey first.
Oh,
Right.
did he? I thought I put Walcott first.
And then Melvin said Walcott.
I think it was Melvin. I've got to tell you. I think
Well, in that
we're
case, I agree
we're
with
going to say
Melvin.
Walcott, Melvin.
Yeah.
That's
If,
it, you
it,
adjust
if, it,
your
if it's
class.
Theo
All right,
Walcott,
let's
I'm going
find
to
out.
agree.
Did he ever get the coffee machine? That's what I want to know.
Okay, here we go. Clue number 5. His surname is a combination of how your house stays up and what the baby sleeps in.
Oh my God. What a clue that is.
Theo Walcrib.
What's the
Yeah,
coffee
not
bit, Mike? I don't get the coffee bit.
Oh, I remember this.
He, I think he was asked about his favorite Christmas present that he got that one year, and he said, "My wife got me a coffee maker," which was an utterly
Oh,
bizarre
Right, yeah.
answer. Plus the fact, you'd think that a millionaire isn't too excited about getting a coffee maker, but there we go.
It might have been a person, mightn't it?
Hey.
Hey, there's Ali.
There he is. There she is. Our new best friend, Theo Walcott.
Okay.
Liverpool fan. As he likes to keep
Last
saying.
question in February, fellas. Last one in February. Question 28, clue number 1. Good luck with this one. It's not easy. Played for 7 French teams.
Olivier Giroud.
Oh,
wow.
He only played for 1 that I'm aware of.
I think he played for 3.
Well, it's still not 7.
It's
I gotta
close
do
to 7.
something. I'm in last place.
I disagree. My hands are elsewhere. Now, who
Okay.
would have played for 7?
Potentially Koscielny.
Because a few of them. Oh, could it be Aubameyang?
Well,
No,
we know,
he's
it's
done
not
Marseille.
Germany. That's all that matters.
Marseille and Saint Etienne, hasn't he? Aubameyang?
No, he had a few before. He had Bastia.
All right, let's go.
Alright.
We got
Okay, here we go. Let's find
Not
out.
7, no.
It's not Ollie G.
No.
Clue number 2, never scored for Arsenal, but came close a few times. Clue number 3, he's a pundit for Canal Plus or Canal Plus.
You can say Cabadiawara.
Yeah, that's the answer. Clue number 4,
Ah, brilliant.
played for 2 more English teams, only scoring once. And clue number 5, ridiculed for his time at Arsenal. Kept on hitting the post. I don't know if you remember.
He did.
I went up to Leeds when we had to win the league. We were about 2 or 3 games from the end. We pummeled Leeds. He must have hit the bar about 3 times for about 4 yards, and we got beat 1-0 and Vyas made that mistake at the far post. That was a long drive home from Leeds that night.
Yeah.
Very disappointing. What a player.
Okay, this is getting tight at the top. Anyway, we've got Andy, unfortunately, is in relegation trouble. He's got 22. Mike has got 27. And then we've got Melvin, 29. So he's in contention. Danny 32, James 2 ahead again, 34. So there we go. We're into March, fellas. Question 29, coming to the back end of this quiz. Clue number 1, cracking left foot that we didn't see much at Highbury. Clue number 2, recently got fired.
Van Bronckhorst.
Was that James or Danny? Sorry.
Me.
James, okay.
Now managing in Turkey. Besiktas, I think.
He did have a great left foot, didn't he? We never saw the best of him.
Watch your mouth, Danny.
The only vision I've got of him is with a leg brace on at when he won the title.
Yeah.
I'm saying yes.
I'm saying yes. He did have a cracking left foot.
I mean, he was one of Rangers' best players from left wing back.
Yeah.
8.5 million or 7.5.
I think we bought Jeffers at the same time, didn't we?
Oh,
yeah.
God.
All right, here we go.
Didn't he?
Clue number 3, fellas, was won the Eredivisie. Clue number 4 was the captain of the 2010. Was the captain in the 2010 World Cup final. I did not know that. Clue number 5 took the same route from Arsenal that Overmars and Petit did, unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
Barcelona. It's Giovanni Van Bronckhorst. Well done, James.
He was a great player.
He was.
Always wondered.
We didn't see the best of him, let alone his left foot.
Yeah, but he very much like Monreal. When he did play, you knew it was like a 7 or an 8 out of 10 most games.
But that was Wenger again, thinking ahead of time, having a proper wing back.
Yeah.
He was wonderful.
Okay, we've got question 30. We're making good progress here. Clue number 1, passed away last summer.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell, was that?
Clue number 2, St Johnstone, Huddersfield, Grimsby, West Brom.
Say those 3 again.
Yep, St Johnstone, Huddersfield, Grimsby, West Brom.
Not a clue.
Clue number 3, 6'4". Clue number 4, born in 1970. So he would be 54.
That's my age.
Clue number 5, Arsenal backup goalie.
Was it Vince Bartram?
Okay.
I'm thinking it might.
I'm not sure. I don't remember him passing away, but I don't remember who passed away, to be honest with you, nowadays. I don't think it was. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I've got the guy's name in my head.
Yeah,
I can't remember the surname, but I've got the first name.
Is it Vince?
No, it's Alan something, right?
Alan Miller.
Miller, that's it. Yeah, Alan Miller. That's the
Andy,
one.
what do you say?
Sorry, Vince Bartram, if you're watching.
All right.
Yeah,
the answer
so sad.
is Alan Miller. So James got halfway there, but yeah, he didn't really have much of an Arsenal career. Let's be honest.
No, very sad.
That's the case for most of us, though. So.
Yeah, this is true. Question 31, cracking on, fellas. Clue number 1 is smile, buddy. Clue number 2, I'm unsure how to correctly say his last name.
Santi Cazorla. I'm serious. Cazorla.
Maybe 3rd time lucky.
You know, if it doesn't work, you keep going.
Why would you say smile?
I think
he was always smiling, wasn't he?
It was a sarcastic thing because he was always smiling.
No, Mike wouldn't do something.
That's more cryptic.
Smiling.
I think it's more of a cryptic.
I'm saying no.
Yeah, I'm saying no.
You're banned from. If this isn't Santi Cazorla, you're not allowed to say it again.
Yeah. 3 times and you're out.
Can I say Miguel Almunia like I did that one time?
Yeah.
No.
Andy, what do you think?
I'll say no.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's find out. Clue number 3. no loan. Clue number 4, he's a cross between Saka and Odegaard. That's just my thought. And clue number 5, I think he'll get capped for England in 2025. I know Chris in the chat got it. Is it Nwaneri or Wanyeri?
Ethan Nwaneri is what I thought it was.
He doesn't smile, does he?
Oh, he doesn't smile. No, it's true. He doesn't.
All right.
He's gonna have a cracking season this year, though.
In fact, Mike, you mentioned that earlier in the pod about him not smiling. One of you did.
Yeah.
So everybody went against me, right?
Yeah.
Appropriately so.
How does it feel, Mike? It normally happens to me.
I'll show you how it feels in a couple of weeks.
I hope you haven't got Cazorla as an answer here, Mike. Now that he's back.
That happened once before.
It's got to be one of the last few.
Mike, read out a
None of us can say
question.
it. We've got
Somebody
Cazorla back
guessed.
now.
He guessed the wrong player, and the next question was that answer. I think that's happened at least once.
Okay, fellas, we're going to have to crack on here. Last one in March, question 32 out of 38. I think we're going to get all 38 in. Clue number 1, much physical potential but unfulfilled. You won't get it from that. Clue number 2, Lorient and Borough.
Oh, Ali Adair.
Okay, I think I heard James first. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do votes on Jeremy Adair.
What are you saying no for? We both said the same answer.
Stop
You're a
trying to
hater.
correct people.
He's a horrible man. Look at him. Face like a smacked ass.
Okay, so everybody liked that apart from Andy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm not going to put up with Danny's bullying.
Wait till I see you, boy. I'll show you bullying.
All right, I'm going to be the school teacher here, and we're going to cut him off, and we're going to find out if it was Jeremy Aliadier. So clue 3 was similar profile to Anelka. Clue number 4, last appearance for Arsenal in 06-07 season. Clue number 5, French. I was pretty impressed that few people said that. Well done. Jeremy Aliadier was the answer. He
Just a double.
Lots of potential there, unfulfilled.
Yeah, and he got Lelani Dowding in her prime as well.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
he sits on press row now.
Does.
James is pulling away a little bit here, but the rest of it is crowded. Andy's moved up to 25, Mike's 30, Melvin 33, Danny 35, James is 7 ahead. So you're going to have to do something here, fellas. Here we go. April, question 33, clue number 1. I know more about his post-career in the United States. Clue number 2, played with Fabregas and Van Persie.
Oh, is this? I can't remember how to pronounce it. Is it Carbassion?
Okay.
Is that his name?
Yeah,
Danny Carbassion or something. I can't remember how to pronounce it properly.
He's got a very good book.
Former guest on the Podathon.
You shush.
What do we say about Danny Carbassion?
I'm saying yes.
Yeah.
Sheffield Wednesday.
Ipswich as well.
All right, let's find out if James has moved further ahead. Clue number 3, Ipswich and Burnley. Clue number 4, scored on his debut, apparently, in the League Cup against City. Yeah. And then clue number 5, DK, not Donkey Kong. I don't know how you pronounce his last name, but Danny Carbassion. Okay.
We had him on as a guest early on this pod, Mike, didn't we? Like season 1 or 2.
He did picks. He didn't come on we couldn't get real people to come on the podcast in person, but he did picks for us. Yeah. And then
Is he still part of the scouting team for Arsenal, or is he just generally just scouting for whoever wants him?
No, he still works he works in the Arsenal setup.
Nice.
Lots of good players over here in the US. So Just got to be unearthed. Let's move on to question 34. Clue number 1. My son got his autograph in Cincinnati 3 years ago.
Oh, it's oh no.
Clue number
Are you
2.
sure?
Clue number 2 is second choice. Clue number 3, played for 2 Northeast teams.
Matt Turner.
Okay.
Two Northeast teams.
See, this has thrown me because I'm like, is this Northeast America or Northeast in the UK?
It could be both, but I don't think Turner played in the
Could be
Northeast.
one of each, couldn't it? Could be one of each.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but Nottingham Forest isn't the Northeast, is
Forest
it?
isn't Northeast. That's what I was.
Depends which way you're facing, I suppose. I'm saying no.
I'm going to say no.
No.
Okay. Is everyone saying no?
Yeah. No.
I'm gonna go with yes, just because Andy stood up for me before, and I'm gonna stand up for him now.
Okay.
And we should all be standing up against cancer. So
Exactly. And these guys are against fighting cancer.
Here we go. Let's find out. Clue number 4. 18 caps for Trinidad and Tobago. He is the least, clue number 5, he's the least known, probably, member of the Invincibles, to be fair.
Yeah.
Do you know? Somebody in the chat got it.
Justin Hoyt?
Yeah, Ryan got it in the chat. So did Seth. And so did Ryan Youngblood as well. Justin Hoyt, who played for Cincinnati.
Yeah. Lovely family as well.
Yeah. Gavin as well.
Yeah. Yeah. He played for Dagenham and Redbridge, and his mum and dad sat next to me at a game, and they're wonderful. Such nice people.
Yeah. Okay, fellas, we are 4 questions away from glory here.
Speaking of family, here's the picture. The picture of Mrs. Lewis Skelly and Ms. Heaven.
Very nice.
Just proof.
All right, fellas. Question 35. Clue number 1. Used to watch him, now I listen to him. Clue number
Harry
2.
Simeo.
What was that, Mike?
Said Harry Simeo.
Yeah. Not quite lucky enough to play
Lee
for us.
Dixon.
Lee Dixon. Okay. Good answer. What do we think?
That could be a number of different people, though.
It's Dave Healy on the Arsenal.com commentary. No.
Oh, wait a minute, because Mike's based in the US. So it could well be, because Lee Dixon's the only guy that pundits for you guys over there, isn't he? Arsenal.
Yeah, I'm sure they got radio things to pick up English thing as well over there. Radio.
Yeah, but they might.
TV.
James, what do you say, man?
I'm going to back Andy. I'm going to back
him. Okay, let's find out if Andy has got 5 points or lost some points. Clue number 2, not Colin or Harry. Clue number 3, break it down. Clue number 4, EFL show.
Fuck.
Clue number 5, wide midfielder, and now working for Arsenal.com.
Adrian Clark.
Adrian Clark.
Adrian Clark, yeah.
Who will be joining us tomorrow morning, UK time.
Shit.
So tune in for that.
Well,
Who adjudicates this game?
So Andy definitely didn't get any points. In fact, he lost to.
Yeah. Same
Can
here.
you be in negative at the end of this game?
I'm like the Sheffield United of this game.
Who got you're like the Wigan where they got like 20 points, but they got deducted 25 points, and so they ended up. Who else disagreed with Andy?
Melbourne.
I disagreed.
I said no.
Okay, we've got one more before the end of the month of April. 3 total questions left. So let's crack on. We've got clue number 1. Stayed at Highbury, ended at the Emirates. Started at Highbury, ended at the Emirates. Clue number 2. Loved by all, hated by many now.
Fabregas.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I was about to say. Yep, definitely. Yeah.
Thumbs, guys, thumbs.
Yeah.
Danny, what do you say?
I don't hate him. I'm saying no. I like him.
He is hated though, Danny. Honestly, he is. Not for the reasons that probably the others dislike him for. I dislike him for something else, and it's quite relevant.
Is it?
I'll wait till we get the answer. I tell you.
I'm still disagreeing. I'm standing up for the young lad. I want 2 weeks in Como.
Yeah, no kidding. Clue number 3. Like many, he left as we lacked ambition. Clue number 4. Won the league the year after he left. Clue number 5. Many left-foot rockets. It's not Fabregas.
Oh.
Van Persie.
It's Van Persie. Well done, Danny. I think you're the only one who got a point, Danny, on that
I was
one.
already bowing and saying thank you for getting it right, and I didn't. All those clues apply to Fabregas as well. Except
that's the whole point of the game.
You know why? You know why I dislike him? Not because he left. This is Fabregas, obviously.
Bad Parker.
I can understand. No, because we played Chelsea. We were down to 10 men. Our centre half, Gabriel or something, got sent off, and then he got Santi Cazorla sent off. Fabregas, which wasn't a sending off, and I thought that was out of order. No need to do it. Santi Cazorla, who we haven't mentioned tonight yet, we got him sent off.
Never heard of him.
No. No, that's the reason I dislike him. Santi Cazorla. I don't know.
Fellas, we're going to do a points check. End of April, and game's still up for grabs. Andy 24, Mike 32, Melvin 36, Danny 39. Little bit of a catch up. James is 7 ahead still, 46. And we've only got 2 left.
Danny's got to go for it here.
No, I don't believe in ruining the game for my own glory, unlike you.
All right, here we are, month of May. Last 2 questions. Question 37. Clue number 1. What a shame.
Oh, there you go. Fucked it. That's every player he signed in the last 5 years he was at the club.
Okay, clue number 2. Muslim.
El Neni.
El Neni, was that Melvin?
Yeah.
You can't say what a shame about that beautiful man with his wonderful hair.
Yeah, he's by far not the only Muslim player to play for
No,
us.
but it's a shame he played for us.
That is true. No, it's not. That's not even true. I'm thinking of Mustafi.
Hey,
No,
guys,
that really wasn't a shame.
Let's not go down this path.
It's got to be Diaby.
No, I'm saying
So
no.
we're all disagreeing?
Yeah,
All
I'm
disagreeing.
saying Mustafi.
Yeah,
Okay.
jumped in a bit. Jumped in.
Okay, well, let's find out. Clue number 3, Vasariki. Clue number 4, Dan Smith. Clue number 5.
Diaby.
Could he have replicated Vieira's career? We'll never know.
Never would have done, but it'd have been outstanding, but not as good as Vieira, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We need Abu Dhabi now.
Right.
Was that a minus?
Especially in the transfer window. Do you remember that time on Twitter, guys?
No.
Oh, the guy said that some guy said that we were signing Yam and Villa. Someone went to him, "What's the source?" And he said Abu Dhabi was at my mosque.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what we need. We need to see Diaby in the mosque to get the transfer. You know, are we getting Moreno, Abu? I need to know.
And Vyas just joined my side, Khan, the team that
ridiculous.
Really?
All right, let's finish this off, and then we can actually just have some chat. We can answer user questions. I know there's going to be tons of them.
I've got to fly.
Okay. Well, we've got one more, and it's going to be just for fun as far as the winner's concerned. James has won the quiz. So, James, I don't have any fireworks for you, but I found on this teacher's desk that I'm sitting at, it's not mine, I found a bell. I'm going to ring for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well done, James.
Keeps up his record, unbeaten record.
Well done, James. Let's do the last one, and then we finished a little bit early, so like Mike said, he can improv and do some questions. So, question 38. He's an Arsenal player. Clue number 1. Huge shoulders. Clue number 2. Headband.
Shush, child.
Clue number 3. He
Hey,
came.
Ollie, make a little noise.
What's that?
I was just talking to Ollie. Sorry.
You're fine. Clue number 3. He came from an American sandwich. Come on, Mike. You've had lots of these in your time. Clue number 4. Sunday. You're going to get it on this one. VAR coming up. Clue number 5. Will he play left back, centre back, or both?
Oh, it's Calafiori.
What kind of
Is that a
sandwich?
sandwich?
He came from a sandwich.
Bologna.
Oh,
Bologna.
All right, yeah.
What a way to go out.
Does everybody like
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Didn't finish last.
All right.
I did.
Oh no.
Ricardo Calafiori
Such a tit.
came from Bologna, or Bologna, as it's pronounced over here. And we got the final scores. So Andy, unfortunately, is got relegated to the Championship. But he'll be back with Sheffield United, apparently.
Yeah.
And Mike got 34. Andy 26, Mike 34, Melvin 37. That's Conference League with Chelsea, Melvin.
Thank you.
Yeah. Danny got Champions League 41.
Not bad.
I'm going to
Second year in a row.
ring my bird bell again for James. James, you got 50, which is
Brilliant.
a big number.
Very good. Especially as he was asleep for the first 10 questions.
Unreal, man. James, you are not coming back next year. But no.
He's the Man City of this game.
He is. He's financially doping. I'm going to take a 30-second break. Andy, can you figure out what to talk about for the next 10 minutes until the
Am I good to just fill this quickly? I'll just fill this up.
Yeah, no. So let's talk. Arsenal Football Club. So Mike, where are you based in the States?
Yeah, so I'm a Hertfordshire lad who's been half my life exactly there and half in Tennessee.
Okay.
So, Knoxville area. In fact, Feinberg's daughter, Ali, I'm not sure if she's watching tonight. She's a Knoxvillian now. She's at college down here at UT, which is quite the thing over here, University of Tennessee, with their 103,000 capacity stadium.
Wow.
Yeah.
And where in Hertfordshire are you from?
I'm from Tring.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
grew up in the Hemel area.
I went to school in Hemel.
Did you?
Yeah.
No, I moved stateside when I was 12. So I've been here now, God, almost 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which schools you go to in Hemel?
Oh, fuck, man. I'd have to go back. I'd have to ask my parents. I don't even remember. It was primary school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not how young you were, right?
No. I went to secondary school, JFK. In fact, is the name of the school, believe it or not.
Yeah. So we have 6,800 people tuning in. Thank you all for being here. If you could visit Gooners versus Cancer, donate whatever you can. We greatly appreciate it. Mike has an amazing slate of guests coming up. I think that the actual podcast crew with hers, I'm not sure if Aston was available. We didn't hear back from him. Maybe Mike did. But and we're all going to come on in a few hours, do our picks for next season. And yeah, and now Mike's back. I'm going to bounce out and head off to this event I need to go to. Mike, thank you for putting that together. That probably took a lot of your time and greatly appreciated. Thank you for that.
It's worth it for sure.
James, Danny, Melvin, great to see you guys.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Danny, continue to send me pictures of you in the bath. It's always welcome and wanted.
Yeah, always. Red bath water this week. You'd be glad to hear.
Mike, I'll see you in a few hours.
Take care, Andy.
Bye.
Appreciate you sticking around. So, James, how are you going to spend your prize money?
Oh, great question. Probably on donating it back to you.
You're going to double the donation that was previously made. No, I'm in awe of your skills, of your techers. I think the kids are calling it these days. I'm just feeling good about this season. Our next segment's in 10 minutes. If there's any questions from the audience, like for Mike about how he makes these games, you can ask that. I guess that's kind of a question that I just asked. So, what's your process, or is it just top secret? I mean, do you work with the answer and then go backwards? How does this happen?
No, I like all of us, followed Arsenal my whole life. So I've got all the players are in my head somewhere, right? So you just pluck one out, write it down. And then I suppose if I have any gifting, then it's just sort of creativity, I suppose. So it just comes out and scribble it down. And I try to be as cheeky as I possibly can, so make it interesting.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Mike. One you might already know. I was a bit disappointed you never sent me the questions the other day. I asked for them.
Yeah, baby, I told you it's Starburst. If you buy me some Starburst ahead of time, I'll do anything. But you didn't do that.
No, sorry, I couldn't do it. Sorry, I couldn't. No, I'm sorry about that. And also, I'm a bit disappointed you didn't ask any questions from the 1930s.
I've done that before, but I always get the death stare from...
Yeah, people get the ump.
Yeah.
So it's very good. As always, top quality quiz. Thanks again. I mean that. Really good.
And I've just reached a situation backstage where I lost about 30 donors in that wheel of prizes. So I've got to re-enter them all. This is one of those live on the fly things. So why don't we go around the table with your top 4 predictions for this year? Because the season does start on Saturday. Anybody looking forward to that? So
is it this Saturday?
It's this Saturday.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll make a note. Yeah, I'll make a note.
But Mike, what do you?
I'll have your ticket if you're not going, Melvin.
Right.
So Mike, what do you think in top 4, bottom 3? Let's go around the circle while I take a few minutes to do what I need to do backstage.
Well, my other talent is predictions, so watch out. I only have 2 talents. And last year I got the top 4 right. So I'm going to show you because I've got it on my phone. You can see that. This is my predictions right there. Arsenal to win the league, City 2nd, Liverpool 3rd, and Villa 4th. And I got that right last year with Villa coming 4th. And I've got a cheeky one for 5th as well. You see 5th there?
Who's
the
that?
Hammers. West Ham.
Huh?
Is this for this season?
Yeah.
This season, West Ham.
This season.
They've made a couple of half. They brought that centre forward from the German centre forward, haven't they?
Yeah, Fulkrug. Yeah. My bottom.
I don't rate the manager, Mike.
No. You don't. I think he's brought in some very good players. They've signed a lot of players like Chelsea, but they brought in good players who are going to make them better, I think. Anyway, bottom 3. I'll let you guys do your answering. I've got Everton finally getting elbowed, Brentford, and then Southampton. But I will say, having given City 2nd place, I think there's every chance that City will come bottom because there's the charges. And I think that the league has no choice, really, but to at least relegate them 1 division. So I suppose what I'm saying is it's probably going to be City bottom of the league, which would be lovely. What do you think?
You actually think that they're going to sack up and do that, though? I mean,
I think they have to, Mike. I think they're going to be.
I think they should. I somehow, some way, I just don't see it happening.
Well, I think you've got a couple of things. You've got the, the government's getting involved because it's a really big deal. So there's the weight of that, and there's the weight of Manchester City and all that money and corruption that could happen. But then, if they don't do something that's at least fairly harsh, then the fallout amongst the other teams. I mean, you've got Everton and Forest and whoever else, Leicester, who get points deducted and have had points deducted, plus the fact that people just say it's an absolute joke because so many of these charges, if you read them, are irrefutable. There's just no way that they
refuse to answer.
Oh yeah, I'm not arguing on the merits that it isn't going to happen. I've just started to lose faith in that, and they're going to use the legal system to its extreme and to delay. I mean, we've seen how that works for people, and I don't know. I've just lost all. I'm hoping that I can kind of reverse jinx this situation because I've been claiming how much they've been cheating, how much they should be penalized. And I've lost faith in it actually happening. So it'd be fascinating if it does. But
well, if they wouldn't have done what they did to Forest and Everton last season, then they could have fined them. Let's say fine City 100 million or something.
Sure. They did set a precedent.
Yeah, which would kill everybody else, but it's not going to kill them. But they can't really do that now because of what they've done with Everton and Forest. And I think Leicester apparently are starting the season on a deduction. So they've set the standard of what happens. So I think the proper punishment is probably expulsion from professional football down all the leagues and start again, get rid of the owners. I think that'll happen. But I think they'll just do a lightweight one, which will be a fine. I don't know what the number will be, and relegation. Because City will come back up next year. So,
yeah,
the only problem.
Do they null and void the titles, though, like they did in Italy?
Well, yeah, that I mean, we don't care so much about. Do we care about that really? Whether I mean,
4 in a row, they broke our record.
I suppose.
Take out the middle two.
I think we're not going to get the titles where we come second. I think we shouldn't get it by default. But what should happen is that every title they've won in the last X amount of years should have an asterisk by it with an explanation at the bottom of the page saying though they came
they did it in Italy and they did it in France with Marseille. Took the title off them and said there's no winner that year. You can't let them have the title.
I'd have that. No, that's fine. That's all right. Also, look what they did to Glasgow Rangers.
Bankrupted the club and said start again.
They went right down to the third division in Scotland. It has. That was unbelievable.
4th tier.
Yeah, was it a 4th tier? Yeah.
And you know who was?
They get one relegation. They got off lightly, in my opinion. City one relegation. And they will probably, that's the most they get, I reckon. And hopefully the title's taken away.
So what do you think about top 4, bottom 3, Melvin?
Top 4, well, I think Arsenal first. I think if this is the case, Mike, what you're saying about City, I'm saying Liverpool. I'm saying it's difficult after that.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Could it be something like one of the wrong ones is going to get in there? It's going to be either Chelsea or Spurs, I fear, are going to get in there, and it could be Villa. That's the top 4. Going down, you've got to put Leicester in there. If they got points deduction, they've lost their manager as well, so you've got to have them in it. City, obviously, if City get the points deduction, and the last one, I don't think Everton will go down. I think it'll be more like Brentford, in my opinion.
Okay. Danny?
Arsenal, City, Villa, and Liverpool. Liverpool are going to struggle because their managers come in and go, no, you lot are so good, we don't really need any players. And that other player with the Z didn't sign, did he? So they're looking a bit shaky. Plus, there's still time for the Saudi Pro League to steal some players and they haven't reinforced. And going down, well, it's almost definitely going to be Ipswich. That's a definite.
Oh yeah.
And then Everton are going to struggle again because they've had one of their best players has gone. And then who else has got Forest? I suppose. As much as I'd like to see Forest stay up because the history, Forest, Ipswich, Everton just in time for their new stadium would be hilarious.
I thought that was going to happen with West Ham about 5 years ago when they moved into the London Stadium and they were flirting with relegation. That would have been beautiful. All right, top 4 and bottom 3, JJ.
Yeah, so I've done this at nauseum. So if people have already seen it, apologies, but I'll do it again. So I've got Arsenal winning the league. I've got City second, Liverpool fourth. Liverpool third and Aston Villa fourth, same as you, Mike. I've got the same top 4. And then the bottom 3, I've done Southampton, Leicester, and Nottingham Forest. Now, that's before, obviously, I did this without considering that there'll be points deductions. I think they're the 3 worst teams, regardless of where everything stands at the moment. And it's also I think it's only twice, isn't it? 97, 98, and then last season is the only seasons in the Premier League where all 3 promoted teams went down. So, I don't think all 3 of the newly promoted sides will go down. And to be fair to Ipswich, I know they're quite local to where I am. They've got very good owners and everything. They've got quite a good system in place there now. So I think they've got, maybe they're not making the signings. Yeah, they're not making the signings that they maybe need to make. But they've got a good core there already, and they've got a good manager. And if it does go wrong, they've got money that they can spend, unlike Forest and whoever else is down there. I could see them making, I can see them getting themselves out.
I hope they stay up.
Yeah,
and
so
I'd like Norwich to come up next season.
Yeah, get some good derbies again. Yeah, 100%.
So all 5 of you, Arsenal first. 2 seasons ago when we did predictions, which was the year we ended up finishing second, kind of spending most of the year in first and then falling off at the end. I look back at the predictions and we had maybe 2 people that were on the entire podcast, because that year I was keeping track of it, who had Arsenal in the top 4, much less finishing second. And last year we had some much more people having Arsenal in the top 4. This year, are your Arsenal finishing first picks under the assumption that Man City is going to be penalized, or do you believe that Arsenal's got? I mean, let's say Man City gets through the season, delays any kind of punishment. We won't say that they're going to be found not guilty, but let's just say they get through it without any punishment and it's put to next season. Do you think we still have what it takes to beat them?
Yeah,
we have got what it takes, Mike, because we were a hair's breadth away from it last year. So it's not as if we were loads away. If's a very big word in football, but that Son scoring that goal, we probably would have won the league 2 games out. Very fine margins. I think we're a better team all round this year with the additions of a certain player. We've got hopefully Timber back. We've got the left back. Who's going to be, they say, as a centre half as well, but he's going to tighten up the defence. If we get Marino in, that's another plus. So I just think that, and we'll have Havertz starting from scratch rather than have the first 10 games where I was like shaking my head. So I think all in all, we've got a better squad and a better first pick 11 than last year. And I don't think City, have they bought 1 player, have they? Have they bought 1 player?
Yeah, and and it's one that was from a club that they already own, and so he's basically been their player for a little while, and they've just loaned him out.
So I fancy we were a hair's breadth away last year. I think we're better this year by a few degrees. I think they might be half a degree better this year as well, City, and I think we could do it.
Mike, I think for the run, Mike. Boys, thank you so much for taking part.
Thank you, Mike, for doing this.
Thank you, Mike. Brilliant as always.
Cheers, Mike. Absolutely fantastic. And I'm vamping a little bit because our next hour's guests are not yet here. But Mike, let me remove you there. So let's do a prize pick, and then we'll see what happens. Our hour 6 guests are not in the green room as of yet, and we just have to, roll with the punches here. But I have now successfully re-entered everybody that was not included since the last save, and we are ready to spin for the winner. This prize is going to be a Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt. We have these, and If you've seen me working an event during the tour, you'll have seen this soaked in sweat. The one that is going to be given out to these people will not be soaked in sweat. It'll just be dipped in a little bit, but not completely soaked. So let's go and put this on here. And the winner of the Gooners versus Cancer. James Gallagher. Congratulations, James. You have won a piece of clothing that will remind you of what we're doing to try to help kick cancer. So thank you, James. Appreciate the donation. And so what else would you like to talk about, since we have a little more vamping to do while I find out what's happened to Mr. LeGrove and the Arsenal Opinion guys?
Now, to answer the question that you said before, Mike, before you did your prize draw, I think as well that there's a lot of teams that when they play City, they basically give up before a ball is kicked.
Yeah.
Because they know they're not going to have a lot of the ball and they're going to have to run around and they're like, oh, I just can't be bothered. But I think now with everything that they did, when they even tried to sue the league themselves last season, I think a lot of teams are going to be like, nah, stuff you guys. And I think people are going to have an incentive to want to do them over. Just to basically, I mean, the league's never going to be, I know people say, oh, I want a clean league. I don't believe the league's ever going to be clean. I think every team somewhere, in some way, are cutting corners. But I believe that about, in every major sport, I think at the top level, someone, somewhere, some way is cutting corners somewhere. It's just how I am. But yeah, I believe that, a lot of these other teams are going to have a real go at them this season, which I think will help. I think will help the cause for, obviously, Arsenal to win the title in May.
Yeah, it would be fascinating to see. I would much rather win it on merit than, but I'll take it. I mean, look, they deserve the penalty. So if people want to say, oh, you only won it because City got penalized, you could turn back and say, well, the only reason they won 7 titles in 8 years or whatever the hell it is because of what they did, between 10 and 15 years ago. And it shouldn't have happened. But
you talk about predicting stuff, Mike. Who would have ever predicted, if we had this conversation 12 months ago, that would get 1 point off of Fulham and Aston Villa? I mean, that was. Why
you gonna bring that up right now? I mean,
it just hurts me. It really hurts me. And with Fulham, we were 2-1 up at home. They had 10 men, and we still couldn't beat them. I think they scored 4 goals against us, Fulham, last year. I think how many did we let in the whole season? A stupid small amount of goals, and Fulham managed 4 against us. I've forgotten about it. Sorry, I've forgotten about it.
That away game at Fulham.
Well, we were shocking.
New Year's Eve. Well, and we start the game 5 minutes in with a goal from Saka, and we're very quickly getting over the home loss against West Ham and saying, okay, well, it's not completely all falling apart. And then we just sat back and did absolutely nothing for the rest of the game. And it was pouring and it was gross. New Year's Eve. And we had to go on a pub crawl after that just to forget about the result of the game. So
we made their left back, whoever he was, make him look like the greatest thing since sliced bread, their left back. He had so much space. He looked wonderful. When he just
I get what you're saying, Melvin, but he is a good player as well. Robinson, he's a good player.
Yeah, he's a good player, but
yeah. Oh yeah, no, we really made him look good.
yeah, on his day he's terrific. But anyway, so I just think that I mean, hope kills you. Then it's the hope that kills you. But I just think that of all the seasons, I mean, I gave Arsenal to win on your pod, Danny, last year on predictions. I gave Arsenal to win.
I've got them in front of me actually, because Mike said Mike only got 2 right. Melvin, you got 1.
I got 1 right. Was that my name?
You got Haaland as top goal scorer right.
No,
there again, I only got 2. Nick from ABW, he got 0. And the winner was Femi and Carl. They both got 5 cheats.
Oh. But I just
so Josh in the WhatsApp earlier said he's the king of your predictions, and yet it was Femi and Carl who won it.
Yeah, he's ginger, isn't he? Not what gingers are like. He thinks because he's ginger, his points get doubled to 8. No, Carl and Femi won it.
We could probably do an hour of like ABW. Where are they now? Like that's a good fun idea. Like we could do interviews with Gimli and
oh Jesus, don't do that.
And I can think of another.
The thing is, Mike, most of them wouldn't turn up. They just wouldn't reply and just not bother turning up for 2 years after you've invited them. Especially Jeff.
Well, they would show up for me. I mean, it's you that they're not showing up for.
Easy, Tiger. Come on now. It's my birthday soon.
Oh,
again?
Yeah, well, October. It happens every year.
Soon. All right. Well, we are ready to roll for the next hour. James, you're going to stick around with us?
Go for it.
All right. Danny, Melvin, you're welcome to stick around, or you can head off if you'd like. I'll leave that up to you.
What are you doing? What's the next hour on?
Our next hour is a Arsenal opinion hour with LeGrove, aka Pedro, and possibly Matt Candela. We had a bit of a miscommunication about the timing, it looks like, but nope, we're good. So fine if you guys need to go. I know it's late there. Melvin, you got to get to bed. You need your sleep.
You know,
you're doing too much. You got to be ready for that game on Saturday that you didn't know that we had.
Yeah.
So,
true.
but yeah, let's actually make the switch that we were going to make, because Danny, you got to come back in a little bit anyway for a very special 90-minute segment. So
thanks. See you then at 1. Is it 1 or 2?
I put it in your chat so many times.
Please be 1, because if it's 2,
one.
I'm going to.
It's 1. So Danny, we'll see you in an hour. Melvin, I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thanks,
All
everyone.
Thanks very much, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, take care, guys.
Speak to you soon, James. Speak to you soon. All the best.
Much love, guys. Take care.
All right, ready to go. We are now in hour number 6. Welcome to the pod. Welcome back, Matt and Pedro. Good to see you guys. Did I screw this up somehow?
No, it's probably me. It was probably me. We're all caught between different time zones. What time zone are you in?
It's crazy. I'm in Eastern time. We got people. It is the very confusing thing. I mean, it's hard enough, as you probably know, working with Johnny over there, and you and Matt are in different time zones, if I remember correctly. And whenever there's 5 of us when we used to do a podcast on a regular basis, we were literally 5 of us were in 4 different time zones, and we would just agree to use UK time, and then it was our responsibility to subtract whatever the number is that you're supposed to subtract. And people just couldn't subtract. So I would be like, okay, it's this time Eastern, this time Central. So yeah, I tried to anchor it to Eastern time with you guys, but I probably did something wrong or mistyped it or anything. But thanks for the quick reaction. And
no worries. How's it been going so far? We were watching the Arsenal Vision 1 a little bit earlier.
Yep, good chat there. We've just finished off with a brilliant game from Mike McDonald. I don't know if you caught any of it, but he puts together these Arsenal Who Am I quizzes, 38 rounds of essentially trying to guess the Arsenal player using increasingly revealing clues. But the first clue, second clue, really, really cheeky clues. So it's a mind bender. And James. Do you guys know James?
Hey, James. No, I don't
think James. You good?
Evening.
James has been dominating for 2 straight years, and so this will be the last time that he's coming on the podcast. But so welcome.
James, are you on for 26 hours as well?
No.
But not going the full
I'm glad to be here.
I'm the only person that does the 27 hours online, but I will say, and it's about time we give some people a shout out in the chat. There are, I think last year we had 3 or 4 folks. I don't know how many are planning on doing it this year, but that are in the chat. They comment every hour. They're here the whole time. I remember one of them fell asleep for 5 minutes last year, and we decided to give him a break on that. But Ryan's in the house. Tom Sable's in the house. Christian's been here. Demstek. It's getting late for you, my friend, over in England. Dean's in the house. Rob Ford in the house. And a ton of other folks. Seth's in the house, already won a prize. So thanks to those that are here and are remaining here. We've given out some great prizes. We're now in hour 6. And as it is now Thursday in the UK, and given the momentous occasion that occurred today at Emirates Stadium, the laying to rest of the great Kevin Campbell, I would like to send a tribute, because Kevin always called Thursdays Dickie Bow Thursdays. It was
very nice.
Something that was very important to him, based on a mentor that and a person that he was very close to. And if I knew how to put a Dickie bow on, I probably would have had it on already. But this is in honor of the late, great, wonderful, and very much missed Kevin Campbell. So it is not
I
Dickie
love
bow
that.
in the UK. So tell us a little bit.
Sophie coming on today?
Sophie will be on later. She is in London. She was at the Emirates Stadium today. Obviously, her friendship and relationship with Kevin was unlike just about any other podcast partners. But really, the more I spoke to Sophie, she is just, she's heartbroken, and it makes every bit of sense that she was there. She's family to him. She's family to his family, and when she comes on tomorrow morning, I'm sure it's been an exhausting day for her, but we'll hear a little bit more about the ceremony today and how that was. But she is, of course, the reason that we've met and that we've linked up to do these things. So if you're awake, if you're somehow watching Sophie, we're thinking about you. So tell us, Arsenal opinion. 3 of you guys, 2 of you in America, 1 expat, 1 American, and 1 Johnny over in. He's in London or
yeah. 4 of us now, right?
Who's the 4th?
We've expanded the team. Mr. Jacob Hawley as well is part of the squad. I don't know if you've listened to our Thursday therapy, but we have a great little session with Jacob. So yeah, going from
is he a licensed psychologist? Like, did you bring in a professional finally?
Basically, not far off.
Not far off. You have to check out his Instagram because maybe not psychotherapy, but definitely psychocomedy.
Comedy and therapy are very very closely linked together. You can't have one without you can't have one without the other. But the amount of therapy that was needed, in recent years is a lot higher. The therapy is different now. It's not therapy like, why do I waste my time on this? It's therapy like, how am I supposed to sleep when we're thereabouts all season? Like I almost passed out at the Everton game last year because I was so nervous. I hadn't eaten properly. I was dehydrated. I literally, in the first half of that game, when the title was still up for grabs, well, really for the first 3 minutes of the game, while the title was still up for grabs, my son was sitting next to me, like feeding me water because I thought I was going to pass out. And like that, football shouldn't have that physical impact on you, should it? But it does. I mean, did you?
Does.
Sorry. So it's a different kind of therapy, but that's my personal experience. How did you guys get through the season last year? Was it stressful? Was it enjoyable? Was it an exhilarating roller coaster ride? I mean, how did you consume the ups and downs of last season? Start with Matt.
What would you say? Well, it's always better to be winning than losing, and I think I was just reminded that in 2024, I think we've won every single game apart from 2, one draw, 1 defeat. So we haven't had a lot to complain about, really. We had a fantastic time on the last game of the season. We weren't that nervous, but that might have had to do with the copious amount of alcohol that we drank pre-game. But it was certainly a cracking day, certainly a great opportunity to be at the Emirates on the final day. And it wasn't to be, but, the great thing about football, I think that's something that was referenced in Fever Pitch. The great thing about football is there's always another season and they always just come on round. And now we're just a few days away from a new season. Hope and expectation are back. And we're excited to chat to you today and get some of your hot takes as well.
That's right. I'm going to hand the reins over to you guys pretty quickly here, as we did last year. And what I really appreciate about the 2 of you is that neither one of you jumped on me when I said 1 American and 1 expat and corrected me. You both understood that this is hour 6 of a Podathon, and clearly I was talking out my rear end there.
We still remember when Pedro said Aaron Ramsey was overrated, and that was a spicy take last
That was
year.
a spicy take. Accurate. And you know what? So I'll go in on it today. Szczesny. I don't want him. Everybody's pining for him. That brand of nostalgia where people look back on terrible memories with fondness is quite baffling to me.
Yeah, does he play the style of play that Arteta plays with? I mean, the profile of keeper with his foot, playing with his feet, not smoking. Like what? Wasn't Arteta his teammate when that all went down?
I don't understand why people pine for Szczesny. I do not understand it. I didn't really enjoy him as a goalkeeper. I know he went on to have quite a good career. You know, he was good at Twitter. I think one of his tweets was that he pushed Buffon out and Alisson out of their respective teams. But I'm not a fan of his. I hope that he doesn't come to Arsenal. I don't think he is going to come to Arsenal. It seems like the Espanyol goalkeeper is the one that everyone's talking about. But this nostalgia for the Banter years, I can't be having it. I cannot be having it.
And nostalgia, other than maybe in the coaching squad, does not seem to be Arteta's bag. He doesn't. I mean, sentimental is not a word I would use to describe Mikel Arteta, and I think we've benefited very much from him not being sentimental, to the point where if you're a favorite of his one season and you're just not putting in the work, you're gone. If we can sell you, so I am going to get to that. If you have not already, we would love if you would visit GoonersVCancer.com. We are trying to hit one of two goals. Obviously, I've set a realistic goal, which is $7,500, but we would love to raise $10,000 if we possibly can in this podcast. We are well on our way. We've got a total of 4,188 donated already, and 79 people who have entered the raffle drawings and are eligible to win. So we'll be drawing for a team signed photo from the incredibly entertaining Arsenal year of 2012-2013, but it's signed by the entire first team. So, you can put that up on your wall. You can rip it. You can do whatever you want. It's the year they wore that purple grimace from McDonald's away kit. So maybe that'll be sentimental. But and we'll ask questions if you have any questions of Pedro or Matt. If you want to hear their hot takes, if you have any hot takes you want to give to them, put it in the chat, and we'll bring it up at the last 10, 15 minutes of the pod. And with that, Pedro,
hand over the reins
to you.
Okay, we're gonna take over for this next 45 minutes.
Yeah, we'll put you on top here.
Gonna put me on top. Oh, I'm moving up. Sorry to move you down there, James. Okay, so if you have not watched the Arsenal Opinion podcast, there are a few little things that we do. We have something called the hottest of takes, and then we'll go through a series of hot topics that are going on at the moment, and then we'll hand back the reins. So let's get started. Good morning and welcome to a new edition of the Arsenal Opinion. It's not the Arsenal Opinion podcast. It's Gooners versus Cancer, the 4th annual 27-hour Podathon. I am joining two special guests. I've got Magic Mike and I've got James, and none other than Matt Candela. Guys, how are we doing? We've been transported into your show, but we're going to take over. We're like some sort of mutant storyline that's going on. We're infecting your show. How's it going? You feeling good?
Feeling fantastic. You're infecting the show with something that gives me the ability to not have to talk as much for the next 40 minutes, and that's always appreciated. But it's amazing. You went from 1 to 10, right? Not that you were 1 before, but the second that on air button went on just now, it's a different Pedro.
Hour 5, you need all of the energy to get. I'm the presenter version of a can of Celsius. James, how are you going? How are you holding up? You've been eating protein bars?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all good. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Grateful to be here.
We saw Magic Mike going for the protein bar earlier during the Arsenal Vision podcast.
Saw you reaching in for that.
It's not. You're going to need something more nutritious than that. This monster drink feels like it's going to do the business far better.
After that, I had some chicken salad. I don't normally like eating on pods. I actually watched a podcast once. This is a hot take. Watched a streamer once who was doing a 1-hour show. And yet had to eat soup the entire time. I mean, God rest his soul. He was a good person, but ate soup the whole time, and it was and like slurping it and stuff. And that I didn't need to see. But I hope you'll forgive me because I don't really have a choice other than just not eating. But yeah.
All is forgiven. Matt Candela, you were looking at me in disgust when I dropped that intro. It was a bit clunky, right?
Oh, you did all right. You did all right. I mean, went from 1 to 10, mate. I think you're
1
a 10.
to 10.
I think you're a 10 in my eyes.
Hey, that's what we like to hear. Okay, let's stop fluffing around and let's get right into the mix. We have a little tradition on the Gooners versus Cancer 4th annual 27-hour Podathon, and it's called the hottest of takes. And today I'm going to go to you, James, for your hottest of takes. You can talk about something Arsenal that you want to get off your chest, but you've got to start spicy.
Okay, so I'm going to pluck one because I've seen it going around quite a lot. I do not believe that this season coming up that West Ham are going to finish as high as they did under David Moyes.
Ooh, you're responding to people that are thinking that there's going to be some sort of Champions League positioning.
Yeah, there's a
Right
lot
up
of
on it.
shouts for even top 5, let alone top 6. But
We
I
just
don't
have a
think-
shout for that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get in there.
What's the concern? Do you think that going from Moyes ball to something a little bit more sophisticated isn't going to work with those players?
I just don't think Lopetegui's the guy for them. I think it's a bad choice.
Ooh, that is a controversial hot take. Magic Mike, where are you going to go with your hottest of takes today?
Kind of building off of a previous topic that we spoke about a few hours ago, I'm going to go with Cheeto Obi Martin will never play a first-team game for Manchester United.
That is spicy.
That is spicy. I like that. What did you make of him moving? Were you angry or are you indifferent now? Are you just saying that because he's gone?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to be angry, but I find that the people that are angry about it are typically the people that look, they want to be angry and then they look for the reason. Yeah, I mean, if this guy goes on to be the next Erling Haaland, it's going to sting a bit that we had him in our system and let him go. But, there's only been a couple, Serge, Malin. I mean, we're not even talking about absolute world-class players or anything like that have left here. And the reason he left is one that, it wasn't about ambition. It wasn't about anything. It was purely down to money. He could have had a pretty clear path to having every chance to get in the first team, but he took double the salary. And I actually spent the majority of a dinner seated next to Aiden Heaven's mother the other day, or a couple of weeks ago up in Philly at the at Poorly Drawn Arsenal's event, convincing her that our club is not just about a quick path to the first team, but it's a family club. It's a place that they want to stay. So if Aiden Heaven grows into a world-class player for Arsenal, you know where to find the guy that made that happen. It's not his coaches, it's not his parents, it's me.
Two spicy hot takes there.
Yeah.
Too spicy. Okay, I like that. We're off to a good start. Matt Candela, where are you going to take this week's hottest of takes?
I am going to talk a little bit about a player who has gone completely under the radar this summer. No one is talking about him. No one is expecting him to have a good season. No one's even criticizing him. He's basically been almost the forgotten man. And I am talking about Gabby Jesus. No one's talking about him. Everyone is talking about, can Martinelli recreate his form of when he scored 15 goals season before last? Havertz, how good is he going to be? Is he going to score 20 goals plus? Meanwhile, we're forgetting that the man who changed our world is looking fully fit. All the reports from Arteta saying he's got his aura back, which is the new word of the summer. And I'm going to make a prediction here. And I am going to say that Gabby Jesus is going to score more Premier League goals this season than Cole Palmer.
Ooh, absolutely blew the lid off it, man. Get me a cup of milk. I'm on fire over here. Absolutely unreal predictions there. That's the sort of thing that you only save for a 27-hour podathon in the name of cancer. So thank you for that one. I'm going to go with something equally controversial. I think by the end of the season, Calafiori is going to bench Gabriel. Big Gabby is going to see the bench. Calafiori is not coming to play. He's coming to take the place.
Who's going to score all our goals then?
I think Calafiori. He's also pretty decent in the air. Loves a goal, loves an assist. I think that guy is the next level we didn't know we were looking for. This is going to be Ramsdale for Leno. This is going to be Kieran Tierney for Zinchecko. This is going to be one of those moves where you're like, I don't like it, but when we see where it's going, we're just going to have to give up. Zinchecko, all of those players moving. So my hot take, Big Gabby is finished by the end of this season.
Maybe we should have flipped them to Saudi for £100 million.
I know, but
January,
that money will come back. That money will come back, I think.
Spicy bordering on offensive, says Christian Laufer in the comments. Spicy bordering on offensive. Ouch.
I've had some food that fits that description.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on to the first topic of conversation that we've got today. Mikel Merino. It's been linked to Arsenal all summer, every single day for the last 35 days. Fabrizio Romano has tweeted at least 15 times that the deal is nearing. Rumours today coming from David Ornstein and James from Gunnerblog saying that Arsenal have open talks, personal terms won't be an issue, but there's a few clouds in the air suggesting that we're just teeing him up, but there are other options in the market that we're considering. So I want to get people's takes on Mikel Merino. I think I don't think anybody can be all in on the player that they only just discovered 4 months ago, but we have had a bit of time to look around at YouTube videos and saw some of the action at the Euros. James, what do you think of this Mikel Merino rumor? Is he the Hossein Aouar of 2024, or is there some merit to this rumor? What's going on? Have we got a smoke screen going on, or is this just one of those slow transfers? What do you make of it?
I think it's the latter. I think it's one of the slow transfers. I think that too much has gone into it so far for it not to be somewhat concrete. I think he's looking at Mikel Merino for the profile of what he originally bought Havertz for, to be in that 8. So it's a tall, sort of statuesque guy that can be a dual winner and then link the play to the forwards. So I feel that that's probably what he's going to buy Merino for, because I believe he's a 6'2". I think he's 6'2", 6'3", possibly. So he's a bigger sort of profile. He's an older player as well, which I think is good. I think you need that mixed in with the young profile that we have. He's previously played in the league, I know, for albeit brief time with Newcastle. So maybe the adaptation period won't be as long for him. The only thing that I don't like at the moment is some of the quotes coming out about how much they want for him. I think for a guy that's 28 with a year left to demand, 40 million euros? I think that's a bit insane. So hopefully that price can come down and we'll meet him at the level that I think it's 30 is what's been touted about. I think that's reasonable for a player with a year left and at the age profile that he is, because this is probably going to be his last big contract for a club. So yeah, I think 30 is more reasonable.
Mike, do you think he's coming in to take the position that Havertz has been occupying, or do you think that this is Mikel Arteta's way of getting over Granit Xhaka? He wants to sign somebody that looks a little bit like him.
I think he's definitely. He's there to play the 8 if he comes. I'm focused more. I don't know enough about the player. I don't do the deep down analysis. I certainly I've always said I like talking about football, but I don't know anything about it. So from a player perspective, if Arteta thinks he's good enough to come to Arsenal, then I'm thrilled about it. What I do like about this transfer saga is how the tables have kind of turned, because hearing about someone for 5 or 6 weeks during a summer transfer window and getting to and approaching the first game of the season without a resolution to it used to be an absolutely maddening, frustrating sign of dithering incompetence in the transfer market and, dealing from a place of weakness. And we suffered for that because we would start seasons on such a poor note because, by the time our players came in, by the time Thomas Partey came in on deadline day and finally got into the team, by the time, all of these things happened, we were 5, 6, 7 weeks off into a slow start to the season. And a couple of years of getting guys in early and starting off the season well. And now we're in a position where we have depth at virtually every position. It may not be the depth that we want ultimately, but we have depth to get us through the first month and a half of the season. And the onus is now on them to sell a player who now is saying he wants to come to Arsenal. And this is happening way more than it was 3, 4, 5 years ago. Players want to come here. Players might come close to forcing a move to us, which was what was happening to us in the 10 or 15 years before that with Van Persie, with Fabregas. And so the ones holding the cards right now, I feel like it's shifting back to Arsenal again. And so if we don't like the valuation that we're buying players at, we have 5 other options we can bring in. If we don't like the valuation of a player offer for a player like Eddie Nketiah, we have hopefully 2 or 3 other teams that are looking in at him, and we don't have to essentially cut off our own knees in the transfer market by accepting deals to get things done quickly. So, not so much to say about him and what position he's taking, but I like the shrewdness, and I think people need to recognize the difference between why these deals are happening late in the transfer deadline and why it always used to be the case 5, 7, 10 years ago.
Matt, do you think the ultimate sign of respect that Arteta gets from Arsenal fans these days, if there's a player that doesn't look too tasty, they say, if Arteta likes him, I like him. Are we moving right back into an AKB era, but with a different flavour?
Yeah, a little bit, because ultimately the only way to build trust is by delivering. And having gone through so many years failing to deliver through our transfer strategy, since the Willian disaster, we've been exceptional, starting with that summer where we got Ramsdale and Tomiyasu and moving on from that. So he certainly deserves our respect. And yes, there's been a couple of misses still, but that's just part of the course of the transfer market. I think the other thing is it's not really that much of a gamble, because I think he was the highest rated player in La Liga and the Champions League, according to some data bank. I think that he was playing for Spain in a European Championship winning team. So we've seen enough to know he's not terrible, that he's not going to flop. But certainly he's earned the benefit of the doubt, and I feel that we have enough people around the club who provide counter arguments so that he just doesn't just get his way, whatever he wants. But I thought Mike's comment was perfect, and I sort of wanted to echo it, because I think number one rule in negotiations is when the other party want to go fast, you go slow. And when they want to go slow, you try and go fast. And the great thing about this is every single day that we don't sign him, we're in a stronger position and they're in a weaker position. Because if they time it right, if they misjudge their hand and we get to the end of this window and they haven't sold Mikel Merino, they have literally set 25 million on fire, or at least 12, because they can't sell him till the window. So they're negotiating, but they've got a weak hand. And for us, it's not like in the old days where we had to get a body in. You remember that 8-2 when we went on the, anyone we were speaking to then knew we were absolutely desperate. Whereas the reality is, you look at those opening 5 games, we've got Aston Villa, Spurs and Man City away. Mikel Merino is not starting a single one of those, whether we get him now or in 2 weeks, because they're too big to just come in and play in the centre of midfield against those types of teams. So if we get him in 2 weeks, if we get him in 3 weeks, if we get him in 3 days, it really doesn't make that much difference to our season. And obviously, the longer we haven't got him on the books, the less we're paying in wages. So I think our strategy is drag it out as long as feasibly possible without completely pissing off Sociedad, see if anything crops up, see if there are opportunities in the market, and then press the button later on. And every day that price is being eroded.
And Sociedad's got to know at this point that if the Merino deal doesn't happen, we're not going to go into a tailspin and a panic. I mean, when you're able to walk away, negotiating for a car, you're playing poker, you have to be able, I think Kenny Rogers once said, you have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, know when to walk away. And we have not been in a position up until very, very recently to ever walk away. And
there's someone in the comments that says they can give him a new contract. Do you honestly think a guy who's just won the European Championships, hasn't signed a contract with Sociedad on August the 14th, is stupid enough to now go and sign a new contract with Sociedad? I just don't see it. Having twerked for Arsenal, no, I mean, it's just not going to happen. If it's not Arsenal, he'll go somewhere else. But or he'll wait and do a year and then go for a free to whoever he wants. Why is he going to sign a new contract now? It's not worth it.
I also think the chances of Arsenal going anywhere near £40 million or euros is exceedingly slim. There's no sell-on value to him. You've basically got him until the end of his career before he moves to a smaller league. I think if you can get a player of this experience that's in the form of his life, and you can pick him up for 20 to 25 million, that represents pretty good value. You know, I don't think he's picking up 250 grand a week in salary. I mean, even if we put him on 90 grand a week, we're probably trebling his wages. So
he's on 52 grand a week.
That's quite high for Sociedad, I'd imagine. Yeah. So, you know, double that salary, put a bit of money in his pocket. I think we'll be in good shape. I just I'm not sure he's coming to be a replacement, not a replacement. I'm not sure he's coming to take the position of Kai Havertz. I think he is. This is an example of Arsenal lifting the baseline of the squad, adding another trust figure in. I feel like he's the Trossard of midfield of that left 8 position, and I'm pretty sure that he's played 6 before as well. He's gives us a bit of unpredictability, and I think actually the key for Mourinho getting any minutes this season is it all hinges on Gabby Jesus. If Gabby Jesus can't stay fit, then you've got someone that can come in and step in for Havertz in that left 8 position. And I know that, Matt, you think that Jesus is going to score more than Cole Palmer. I think you're trusting his fitness. I don't doubt he has the ability to do that. I do doubt whether his body is going to be able to stand up to the rigors.
That's the question.
I'm saying more goals because I mean, Cole Palmer only got about 8 non-penalty goals last season. But
14 penalties. That's extraordinary. Now he's tied down to a 9-year deal at Chelsea.
Why do you? I'm going to ask Gab Marcotti later in the pod, who is a Chelsea supporter. But I mean, the one reason you would take a 7-year contract and after 1 year extend it to 9 would be if you were worried. You know, if you wanted to give the guy a pay rise to avoid him being unsettled. But what then is the point of a 7-year contract if you're not trying to essentially lock in a value, gambling that you're not going to lock in an awful wage for a horrible player like we did with not horrible, but we locked in a bad wage with Ozil. We locked in a bad wage with Aubameyang and regretted it. You know, the 7-year contract supposedly is the opposite when you end up with a Cole Palmer, but then they went and lost their leverage anyway. I mean, were they just not throwing enough money around there somewhere else?
It used to be a Daniel Levy strategy. He would take players on the rise and he would pay them a little bit above average. And the deal that he would take is, I'll give you more than you're worth, but I'll put you on a longer deal. And he actually got Harry Kane that way. Put him on a contract, which for Harry Kane was like, wow, this is absolutely massive. But then when Harry Kane reached his full potential, he was probably earning 200, 300 grand a week less than he could have. So Harry Kane stifled his future earnings. I can't really work out what's going on with Cole Palmer, though, because he was on 75 grand a week. And he's apparently been moved up to 134, which is great money. But 9 years that Chelsea don't have to go back to don't go back to renegotiate it. So
well, and 2 years from now, if Cole Palmer continues the ascent that he's having, I mean, is he going to have a strop if he's not making $250 a year for the next 14 years after that?
Yeah, that's the precedent, right? The precedent is if I perform, then you will reevaluate my wages based on the season I've just had. So, but he's not scoring as many goals as Gabby Jesus this year, so we're fine.
Yeah, I mean, they've completely mistimed this, because if they had known the hot take, the spicy take from Matt Candela, they would never inked that contract.
Do you feel that they've got another embargo looming? Because the way they're moving, to me, with especially young players, makes me feel like they've got. I don't know. Maybe there's something coming up with them again, where they're getting so they're like, get everybody tied down now and buy everybody now, because we're gonna get punished again. So we might as well have, make sure you got all your ducks in a row per se, because they know that something's
I thought
coming.
that too. There's a guy we get on from is actually a Man City legal eagle, and he's been very proficient about talking about PSR. He's got a bit of a vendetta against Chelsea as well, which means we quite like having him on the show. It's SLBSN on X. But he actually said, I suggested the same thing to him. He said that Chelsea are in no danger of a transfer ban. It would be a points deduction for breach of PSR, and it wouldn't be a transfer ban. But you could also argue if they're going to have a points ban that was really catastrophic, potentially relegate them, they'd want to have some players. But I mean, any player coming in would have a relegation release clause. I think that's one of the things that you're not going to go to Chelsea and not have a relegation release clause nowadays.
Didn't they pull off something similar? Didn't Todd Bowley do something similar to this with the Dodgers, where they basically worked out what is the cost of breaching whatever their version of fair play is, and it wasn't worse than being able to ramp up the quality of the side, so they just took the hit on it.
Well, the issue there is it's purely a financial penalty. There is no PSR. There's no financial fair play. There's just a luxury tax, and if you spend over a certain amount, then for every dollar that you're spending on wages, you have to spend another dollar in luxury tax. And we know Todd Bowley isn't going to be dissuaded by that. So the Dodgers, have stacked their lineup. I mean, their expenses are enormous, but they don't care because they've got all the best players. There's no worry about a deduction of wins or a ban on trades or on signing players. It's just a financial penalty. And if it was like that in the Premier League, that would be even worse for teams that are trying to chase the likes of Chelsea and City.
I feel like Todd Bowley's got a better grasp of baseball than perhaps he does.
You think? That is the opposite of a spicy take.
I saw the number that they've spent 1.1 or 1.3 billion on players, and the value of those players inside 18 months has dropped 300 million, which is absolutely staggering. Absolutely staggering.
Yeah, you compare transfer market valuation to what they actually spent on those players, and whereas I think Arsenal's has gone up by something like 40 or 50 million. So we're buying low and not selling high, but our stocks are rising and their stocks are falling.
100%. All right, let's move on to the next topic of conversation. I've called this section the Zinchecko redemption. Zinchecko was wildly criticized last season. Every single mistake that he made was magnified. People forgot how good he was going forward. He became a little bit of a pariah. Some of that might have been down to political views. Some of that might have been down to knowing that we had deeper qualities elsewhere. But Zinchecko has been given a new shirt number. He's taken the number 17, a shirt that is near and dear to his heart. That's a signifier to Arsenal fans that he's not going anywhere. But this pre-season, he has looked pretty sharp, devastating in attack. Hasn't always been great defensively. Matt Candela, I'm going to go to you on this one first. Have we been unfair to Zinchecko? And are we just going to have to live in a Trent Alexander-Arnold world and accept that the good is really good and sometimes the bad is really bad? Could this be acceptable in an Arteta system heading into a season where we've really got to win a massive trophy?
My prediction, this is a hot take on Zinchecko. He is not going to play in any big away game this season.
At all?
And I think that's at all. So he is going to be playing against teams primarily at home, but some away, who set themselves up in a deep block. And we're just going to, and basically he's just going to face the odd occasional long ball, and is going to be stepping up in midfield and will be tasked with being a left back who's basically playing in midfield who can break the lines. But I cannot see a world where Mikel Arteta entrusts him to play left back against anyone away from home in a big game. The one exception might be Aston Villa on the second game of the season, because Timber might not be fit and Calafiori might not be ready, in which case he'll have to play. But I think that's the only one, because I don't think you risk him at Spurs away against their transition team, City away, where they're so dangerous. Doku will be all over him. So I think he's going to be playing home games, and I think he's going to be playing against deep blocks. And I think he could still start 20 games this season. And if he does that and he delivers in those blocks, it's a great result for us.
James, do you think it's a little bit unfair to suggest that Zinchecko, one of the bravest players on the Arsenal team, a guy that will just play through pressure, the madness, and take control of a game, do you think it's a bit crazy to suggest that he won't get any big away games this year?
No, because I think the defensive risk is too high. We went 5 points, 5 points away to 2 points at every, especially the way with Arteta speaks about it, every fine margin is so important. And I think the risk defensively is too strong, especially against, like Matt said, against the big sides. What he gives you on the ball and everything else like that is fantastic. But yeah, I think he's too much of a, I don't like using the word liability. But yeah, I think he's too much of a liability at the back to play him against big teams, especially.
Mike, no one is having this redemption arc right now, but let me ask you this question. Zinchenko's won 4 Premier League titles. He's been involved in some massive games. We were all purring over him when he was playing at Manchester City. Couldn't believe our luck when he selected coming to Arsenal, and we loved him in that first season. What's gone wrong, and why are Arsenal fans saying, listen, this is a bench man these days?
Well, I think we've kind of, he's been put into a different situation, at least up until recent years, where his weaknesses were not regularly exposed at Manchester City when he played, because let's face it, they were winning the midfield. They were, you had to take the ball off of them for his defensive liability to be, to really shine through and be a problem. And we're going to see more of that. I'm still having nightmares, and so is my son, of when we went to Anfield last year, right around the holiday time. And it's a miracle we only conceded 1 goal to Mo Salah. But he was completely out of his depth, which is why I think there's some credence to Matt's take on that. I don't think Arteta is going to let that happen again. But I think, if it were me, and there's very good reason to be happy that it's not, but if it were me making the decisions, he would be more of a bench player, a situational player, someone that can come in and make a massive difference from the back of our formation in games where we might be level or God forbid even behind in the latter part of the game. He could easily be a 55th or 65th minute sub in games where we really need to make something happen. But in games like the game, we went to Man City last year, drew 0-0, and we clearly went there with the intent to draw 0-0, hopefully snatch one on the counterattack. But we went, and I don't recall exactly, but I'm going to guess that Zinchecko didn't start in that game. I could be wrong. But I just don't know that would have been possible under that circumstance. So
Kivior, I think.
Yeah, and even with Kivior's lack of repetitive experience with Arsenal at the time, he was seen as a better alternative. And so I think we just have to come to the understanding that he is a very dangerous player pushing forward, and a very big liability going back. And like you said, Trent Alexander-Arnold should be used situationally. He shouldn't be used as the starting right back for Liverpool all the time. It should be depending on the circumstance. And, if we were playing 5 in the back, he'd be my choice to be the left wing back. But I think I don't agree with selling him. I don't think he's a useless player. I don't agree with some of the abuse that he's been getting over the last 12 months or so. But we've signed Calafiori. We have Timber back and healthy. We have Tomiyasu for maybe 2 or 3 games this season, hopefully. We have options at left back that I think are better for games that we need to really lock down and control defensively than Zinchecko. And I would imagine that Arteta probably sees that too.
I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to accept defeat on Zinchecko. I think he's coming back. I think he's looked
player of the season.
I think he's looked at his career and he said, "Listen, I don't want to be an Everton player. I don't want to have to engage with an offer from Spurs or Barcelona. I want to play for Arsenal. I want to stay at the top." And I think it's so unfair, the critique he gets. People say, did you see him against the best winger in the world? Yeah, we did see him against the best winger in the world. We've also watched that best winger in the world do that to literally every fullback. Who has Mo Salah on lockdown? Almost nobody. So I think the critique is unfair. I also think we over exaggerate some of the weaknesses. I remember the critique he was getting against West Ham, and I was there over Christmas. He was being criticised for a severely unlucky goal, and he just went through a run where each error was punished to the absolute max. And I don't think he'll have luck like that this season. But I think he's way better defensively than people give him credit for. And I think what he offers us going forward is extreme levels of bravery, even in an incredibly brave team. I think his teammates still trust him. I don't see a viable option at left back that's going to take his place. The only person that I see taking his place is potentially Timber. And jury's still out on his fitness. I think the only way Timber gets in the team on a regular basis is if he can offer everything that Zinchecko does going forward, but more of that physicality that maybe Zin lacks heading back. But I think he's gonna have a big season. I think, Matt, you're going to be shocked. I think he's going to be playing in some of those big away days, and I think he's going to have redemption arc of the season. All right, going to jump out of this section before anyone retaliates. Okay, next topic of conversation. I'm going to truncate what was said by David Raya about Calafiori, but he basically said Calafiori is a nutcase. Said he would put his head into a washing machine if there was a ball there. Guys, all of the descriptors that we're hearing about Calafiori, he looks like a modern day Adonis, but he's more like a bit of a thug from Sunday League football. Loves to get stuck in, loves to boot people up in the air, but he's got all of the prestige of one of those progressive Italian defenders. So, guys, what are we getting with Calafiori that we didn't with Kivior? James, going to go to you first on this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna quote another James that I enjoy, especially when he talks about Italian football, which is James Horncastle. And I can't remember what show he was on, but he said that how Arsenal fans like Ben White on the right-hand side, this is basically what you're getting with Calafiori on the left. So the sort of dark arts, as it's called, from Ben White, if you've got that on the opposite side, I think that, a lot of Arsenal fans have fell in love with him already just on aesthetic. It's hard not to. He's a ridiculously good-looking man. But I think arguably we've probably got the best looking back four in the league, let alone possibly even world football. If the four of White, Calafiori, Gabriel, and Saliba play. So if they can play half as good as they look, I think we're going to have a magic season. But yeah, I'm really excited to see more of this guy, because just on the initial brief little period that we saw at the weekend, I think he's going to be special. I really do.
I think what Arsenal were lacking with Kivior is aggression. So it's interesting that David Raya is highlighting the aggressive tendencies of the player already. Macandela, how long do you think it will be before we see him in a Premier League game? And do you think it's generally a good sign when a player is getting rave reviews this early on in their Arsenal career?
This guy's obviously got something special. There's just no doubt about it. Just the comments, the way he carries himself. We talk a lot about, has the player got sauce? Has he got sauce? Kivior, let's be honest, he hasn't got sauce. Good player. This guy, everything about him is, as Mikel Arteta said, pure aura. He's got that thing, that sort of indescribable X factor. So I'm really excited to see him. I think he's going to be in the team pretty quickly. I think Mikel Arteta will find a way. I think he wants that character in there. We're forgetting a few negatives, by the way. The guy had a major cruciate injury when he was young. He was kicked out of Roma. Jose Mourinho didn't know what to do with him, who does know a bit about defending. So it's not just like, oh my God, we've just signed a guy who's just been on the up and up and up and up. However, one of the things I think Mikel Arteta likes is when a player has suffered adversity and setbacks. Ben White was in the lower leagues. Saliba was forced into a setback by going on loan for 3 years or however. You know, it seems to be a sort of a thing that he wants people to know what the other side is like. Ødegaard at Real Madrid had bombed out and came to Arsenal. So I think he likes that in Calafiori, however you say it. So I'm really, really, really excited about it. And I think I don't know how all these pieces are going to fit. I enjoyed listening to Clive from Arsenal Vision talking about how he sees it, how he thinks that Timber is going to be potentially a centre half, fair few minutes at centre half, which I thought was interesting. For me, this guy is a left back. I think he's a left back. Pete thinks he's left-sided centre half.
It wasn't me though, Matt. It was the Basel coach said you'll never make it as a left back. Play inside, and I think that you could have a future career. So if he can't make it as a left back in Switzerland,
well, he's played half his minutes as left back.
All right.
So either Zinchecko or Gabriel's losing his job this year is basically what we're.
Who would you put your money on?
Yeah, well, I put my money on Zinchecko, but what I like about, Calafiori is, we used to joke in our family. I have a lovely wife and a lovely daughter who used to talk about how Arsenal, the best look. They had their team made up of a subset of Arsenal players. Carl Jenkinson was one. Aaron Ramsey
Chambers
was one. Callum Chambers was one. And, we basically had the best looking players, but none of them were particularly good, maybe with the exception of Aaron Ramsey. But we had good looking players who didn't look great on the pitch. Now our good players are good looking. Ødegaard, Calafiori. I don't know how many more we have, but we've got David Raya. Maybe you don't put into that conversation, but
he's got his appeal. He's got his appeal. Very clean cut, bit too clean cut.
And
always the worst.
I actually have a child who's older than Ricardo Calafiori right now, and I know how young I look. But yeah. So I think if we don't win the league this year, we could at least win some some modeling contracts for the team and put some extra money into the squad that way.
But Mike, I like the way that you embrace. You just say it outright. I think that they're handsome. These young men going around talking about aura. Just admit what you mean. You mean you fancy him a little bit. It's fine. You can own it.
You can
own it.
Look, there's a reason that the two of you are on this hour right now as well. I know what my weaknesses are.
They're attractive men. Let's not mess around with this aura nonsense. You find him attractive, and that's your way of saying it, and that's absolutely fine for the younger generation. Just own it.
It's can I just younger generation apparently? But yeah, no. Look, if you can't win every competition, you got to win the ones you can.
Yes, James. What?
Just quick. So, obviously, Win the Dog come in, and within less than a year, there was the novelty Win the Dog plush. How quick do we think that the novelty headband is going to be up for sale with Calafiori? Because I can see a lot of kids wanting one.
Gervinho never really got that accomplished, did he?
No. Well, yeah, but you look at the amount of kids when you go watch a City game that have all got them because of Grealish. How quick do you think this is going to be?
Apparently,
I like that. That's a great merch idea.
Maybe we should go on Alibaba and make our own.
You know the turquoise hoodie that they've got at the moment that they'd wear, the pre-match one.
Yeah,
I think because he just wears a plain white headband, right? I think if you chuck that crest on that headband, that's at least a good maybe £5 to £10 purchase from families that they're gonna. That's easy money.
I'd wear it.
My Halloween outfit's Calafiori this year, for sure. Did anybody read the story about? Is it anybody heard the theory that when you move in with a partner as a man, you often get given a plant, and it's like, can he look after the plant? And then it's like, can he look after a dog? And then next thing you know, you've got two kids. Did you read the story? Mikel Arteta initially got the club to plant a tree, and he was like, "You all need to look after the tree, and if the tree dies, whoever's looking after it's in deep trouble." I read at the weekend that Mikel Arteta has got the dog going from house to house. So Win the dog is a nomad, just all over the place. He just gets put with the players look after, and he gives them a key bit of responsibility. And I just thought that was interesting. If this is going to keep on leveling up each year,
and I want to know where the pickpockets fit into this whole strategy, because
I know.
I mean, does the dog get robbed as well, or does Win, lose his wallet as well, or I mean, what happens here? We are going to do a prize draw now. Can I
go for it? Yeah.
By the way, brilliant last 40 minutes of taking over the show. This is what you get with the Arsenal Opinion podcast. So please do not forget to check them out. And I can't appreciate more what you guys have done to help make this hour entertaining. I know that the chat enjoyed it. What just happened? We lost
Pedro.
Yeah, we lost Pedro. All right.
And James, briefly.
Well, if Pedro comes back, we'll put him on. But we're going to do a prize draw now. We are going to draw for that much coveted 2012-13. I hope Pedro doesn't think that I kicked him out of the studio, because I certainly did not do that. All right, hold on. I think he's back.
I got kicked out.
We lost you. I did not kick you out. Maybe we've got Mikey backstage. I think Mikey kicked you out because he felt threatened, and I think that's what happened. But
we got 1,300 people watching this on via Twitter. I've managed to plug in, so thank you to all those people that donate.
Absolutely, please go to goonersbeatcancer.com. So we're going to do the drawing now for the much coveted team signed photo from 2012-2013. I can guarantee you Theo Walcott is a signer of that. Can't remember offhand who else played for that team, but let's see. I just got to get I think I'd be good at this. I've been doing this for 6 straight hours. All right, here we go. The wheel of names, and the winner of the 2012-2013 team signed photo Gregory Diamond. Congratulations, Gregory Diamond. Thank you for your generous donation. And we've got like 9 or 10 prizes picked and 9 or 10 different winners, which we've been plagued in the past by having, one big donation, and then every single time we would pick somebody, it was the same person. But I'm liking the parity in this situation. We have financial fair play going on in the Gooners versus Cancer world. So good job, Gregory. And we're going to move on to our next segment, which is going to especially appeal to a certain subset of Arsenal fans. But Pedro, Pete, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. You absolutely killed it, as I knew you would, and as you always do. So appreciate it.
Thanks for having us on, guys. Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be tuned in.
All right. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Beautiful segment. Enjoyed it. Glad that we were able to get that move forward. I think we had a Central Time, Eastern Time mix up, and so I think they were going to show up at the beginning of this hour, but as the consummate professionals that they are, they pulled it off. A quick hello. I put up a comment before, but I just wanted to say hello to someone who has had quite the day today. Sophie, thank you for being here. I love you. I miss you. And I was with you today in spirit. When we chat in the morning after you get some sleep, hopefully you'll be able to fill us in on what your day was like today. But we have all been thinking about Kev as it's gone midnight now in the UK. I've got my Dickie bow on, and we just want to keep remembering and mentioning Kevin, because we have devoted and dedicated this 27 hours to his memory. So no need to keep those eyes open, get some sleep, because we want you, as my mom would say, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning. So our next segment, and I'm looking right now at the total number of viewers to see how much it declines 20 minutes into this segment, but we will welcome on 3 gentlemen who all have something in common with James and I. Welcome back, Danny, who doesn't have electricity, it would appear.
Oh, yes, I do. Echo, sitting room lights white, as if by magic.
Just as I'm talking.
I think his internet's let him down.
Aye. Yeah. Are you back?
Yeah, something's going on with my internet right now. So yeah, before anything else happens, we are going to spend the next hour and a half talking about.
We lost Mikey again. For the next hour and a half, we are going to be talking about the WWE and some good old fashioned wrestling. Danny, props to you for the Undertaker entrance right there. You went from dim. I could have saw your eyes rolled up backwards. I absolutely love it. Mikey, you might have to break the roll for a quick second if you can hear me and cut out and maybe potentially come back into stream. We're going to knock you points and we're going to make you stay a few minutes after the 27 hours just to make sure everything is on the up and up. But while Michael stays freeze, I called you Michael because he's frozen. There he is. Are we back, Mikey?
I think so. I don't know what's going on. Why this is happening? I'm plugged in with huge bandwidth, but I'm so glad you're here because when I fail, you succeed. So
very nice.
Thanks for taking me.
No problem at all. What we're gonna do is, as Mike said, is tank the podcast. We're gonna move away from the Arsenal slightly, although we will circle back to it in the last 15-20 minutes of this segment. But we're gonna talk about WWE because the five of us on this podcast have that in common that we all like us. Now, I generally like to go last on these type of things. So James, you got booted to second place. Mikey, you stay there in third, and the wonderful Danny the GSP right next to me. First and foremost, some quick introductions. James, Danny, you guys been on this podcast, but I'm just going to welcome my podcast mate up here in the top left corner, Sebi. Welcome aboard, my friend.
Love me some Sebi, who's muted. Nice debut.
Oh, my God. Hey, thanks for having me again on the show, Mikey. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to help with your wonderful cause as well.
Absolutely love that, man. James, a pleasure always to get to see you, man. You were absolutely wonderful. Danny, I always get to chit chat with you. And of course, Mike, I'm in constant contact with you more so than my wife at times, especially around pod season, because my friend is very demanding when it comes to the podcast world. But if you gentlemen may, you guys want to all dive in? Thumbs up.
No, I don't want to dive in.
All right, Mikey, I'll dive you out of the. I have the control now, Mike.
Let's dive in head first. Let's do it.
Mikey, before we start, I'm loving the Brutus the Barber Beefcake bow tie you got going there.
Okay, double.
While that's not even the reason, it is a good double way of showing a tribute to both Super Kev and Super Brute.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it.
I just need a pair of scissors now. If you can. I got a huge, oversized pair of. I got to steal a pair of scissors from Mr. Ass right now. But
weren't they garden shears?
They were.
That's what he is. Yeah, I remember him now. I was struggling to get the image of the man in my head. So
wasn't Rick Martel as well? He was bow tie, right? The model Rick Martel.
Yeah.
He was on one of my lists. Cheeky monkey.
Like Chris Jericho list, or what list are we talking about?
No, the Mount Rushmore.
Like the list of people that the list of people that your wife lets you sleep with if you were to cheat on her. That's what he.
If I had a wife.
I actually hesitated in the middle because I realized that was kind of rubbing it in. But
well, I might have got one. May Lord have been what it is.
Let's get the show on the road, gentlemen, before it derails anymore. And Danny alluded to it. We're going to talk about our Mount Rushmore of wrestlers. 2 segments here. We're going to talk about our favorite heels and our favorite baby faces. I'm genuinely curious to see if any of you have any crossovers, because there are a very few amount of wrestlers that manage to do both heel and baby face tremendously well. But Sebi, you're next. You get to start off. We're going to start off with the heels.
he's a bit controversial now. I don't know if I'm even allowed to say his name on this pod, but because Mike told me to be nice.
Way to start, Seb.
But Vince McMahon, he's like the ultimate scumbag. Like everybody, like he made everybody just want to hate him. You know, he was just so diabolical.
And the crazy thing is, he wasn't a good actor.
That's why I think that's why it worked so well. That was really who he was. So yeah,
it was so believable.
It was very believable. Looks just like him, Mike. Yeah, it had to be Vince. Had to be on there. I don't know if that's really appropriate, but yeah, I had to put him on there.
No, I mean, hey man, prior to all the incidents, he did a wonderful job at being the whole bad boss situation. I think it all kicked off and started off with slightly with Bret Hart. I want to say Bret Hart, then maybe Steve Austin took over from that era. But yeah, him and his entire family, when he started bringing in staff and his son, they did a really good job at being really hated. Yeah. Now, boys, are we going to go one by one, or are we going to rattle them all off together? I haven't decided that one yet. How are you feeling? James, you want to go?
Yeah, let's go one by one.
Yeah. Okay, so I thought we were going to do 4-2-1, but I agree 100% with Zeb. My greatest heel of all time, unfortunately, it is Vince McMahon. I think, like you guys said, they always say about wrestling, you're yourself, but you turn yourself up to 11. I think he did the Spinal Tap. He went to 12. Vince McMahon went to 12. He is unbelievable. And I'll tell you another thing that you say about, not being a great actor. Vince McMahon had the best facial expressions for any kind of scenario. I mean, the meme of all memes is obviously when Stacy Keibler is on the table and he falls off the seat. It is the greatest. The faces the whole time. The build-up is just the greatest, and I'll tell you,
did the thing where he would swallow extra hard and have his eyes bulge out?
Yeah, WrestleMania 19 is always remembered for obviously quite a few matches, but his one with Hulk Hogan. Now, I'm not a humongous Hulk Hogan fan. I appreciate what he did, but I'm not a fan of him as a person, let alone as a wrestler. But that match is so good just for when Vince gets color and he comes up from underneath the tape. So he rolls over the table. And he's obviously gigging himself underneath it to come. When he comes up and the blood's all over his face, the face he pulls is one of the greatest looks ever.
I love he's using all the jargon. He gets color.
Oh, it's great.
Why don't they just say he gets bloody? Like color. Everything's got to be.
It's just wrestling for wrestling fans.
Kayfabe, doesn't it?
Also, his walk was coming down the ring.
Yeah. My favorite Vince McMahon moment was when he basically tore his quad entering the ring and then just sat there.
Oh, and he still pulled it off.
Both of them.
So funny. Am I so me heels now? My heel now?
Your very first heel, yeah.
All right. So for me, there are heels that just do so many bad things and they take it to such a degree. And there's a very good one right now in AEW, and it's Christian Cage. I mean, he just takes the line where you think you're not going to cross and then just goes across it. But I actually think that's kind of easy. It's kind of a cop-out a little bit. What you want as a heel is someone who makes you hate them, but you similarly know that they have so much charisma. You know that they and this isn't going where some of you might think it is, knowing me. But you similarly are like, dude, he's the best heel ever, and I love him, and I want to see him on the screen all the time. And for me, the best heel with the most charisma and brain for just what to say, how to do it, and the facial expressions is Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman might be the Hall of Fame of all Hall of Famers, considering he never actually competed as a professional wrestler, but he was around professional wrestling for decades and decades. I'm in awe of that guy. And next to the guy that you all know, I think is the greatest of all time, Y2J, Chris Jericho. Paul Heyman is just a genius. And for me, he's almost always playing a heel, but you just want more.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how over he could be with the return of Roman Reigns, and we will be discussing that with Solo Sikoa kind of turning on the entire bloodline and actually attacking the Wise Man. So that storyline is going to be absolutely epic. Danny, your first heel on your Mount Rushmore. By the way, Danny, I was today years old when I found out you like wrestling. So welcome aboard.
What did you say? You were 1 day old?
I was today years old when I found out that you liked wrestling today. I had no idea, Danny.
I was watching wrestling. I was on Twitch. There is someone who plays wrestling, goes back to the very first days of WWF, and then plays that day, and the next day is WCW, and the next day is WWF. And at the moment, they're up to about the late 1980s. And so it's Baston Booger was fighting in SummerSlam, the one I was watching before this. My one is going to be Ravishing Rick Rude, who managed to not only drive everyone crazy, but get a tingle in the ladies' underpants, because he was stunning. He knew it. He had the body poses. He had the moves. He had he invented lycra trousers for things for men with all that sort of stuff. And he was founding member of D-Generation X, which a lot of people forget.
Yeah.
And then he passed away. But he was just magnificent. And he would go out there. He's one of the first ones of the modern generation to go out there and milk the audience, because the ladies, it would drive them nuts. And then in the ring, he was great to watch. I mean, who doesn't like a grown man with a big thick Tom Selleck mustache? You can't beat it.
Mikey, I told you when I told you that Danny was going to be on the panel and that he loved, that he had a wrestling kind of credibility. I told you everything was going to be the 1980s, and so far you have not let me down. I'm not sure he's watched anything in the last 10 or 15 years, but he could still talk about those 1980s.
What wrestling is to Danny, movies is to me. Like, I could tell you about Rocky and Rambo. I have no idea what released in the last 2 decades. Like, I've watched
any of the Marvel comic stuff.
I do watch all the events though.
One of the funniest moments with Rick Rude too is, I forgot the face he was going against, but he put his wife's face on his crotch. And
was it Savage? He put Elizabeth on there, right?
Miss Elizabeth.
No, it was either Jake the Snake or the Ultimate Warrior, but I'm thinking it was Jake the Snake, because then he ran into the ring and pulled off his spandex and made him leave the ring in his underpants. It was hilarious. Yeah, that was one of my.
Yeah, no, it was Jake the Snake. Yeah,
it was
his wife. Yeah.
I never knew that Jake the Snake's wife was ever involved in anything.
She was in the crowd. He saw her in the crowd, and then he was winking at her. And then the next week, he had spray painted his wife's face on his crotch and on his ass.
Lovely. You spray paint someone's face on your crotch, like that would seem, it would require much more detail and room that would be available on one's crotch, but especially one who used steroids.
Before I give my first one, Mikey, can you? I'm writing these down because I'm trying to keep track. Help me out, because you mentioned Christian Cage or Christian for AEW, but you also mentioned Heyman.
Yeah,
first pick.
Heyman's the first one on the. I mentioned Christian as a kind of a counter example of someone who's so evil, over the top, but doesn't necessarily have that charisma of drawing you in. He's just the guy that's willing to go further. Doing a storyline about some guy, some guy's dead father and stealing the wife and making him. I mean, that's just beyond the pale, and he has no qualms about doing it. But to me, that's not what makes a great heel. That's what makes an effective heel, but that's not what makes a great heel.
Where I'm up to now, he's got a full head of hair and working for WCW.
Who? Working for WCW?
Paul Heyman. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Paul Heyman. Yeah.
Quick.
He's got the big mobile phone, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Paulie Dangerously.
Yeah. Dangerous Alliance times. Yeah.
And Bobby Heenan's just had in WWF has just had a massive argument with Vince McMahon. He picks up the telephone. It's not even plugged into anything. A big white telephone, a normal landline one, and he gets wrapped up in it. You're thinking,
are you just watching every wrestling program starting in 1979 and just in sequence? And this
that's what the Twitch channel I'm watching does. And then it gets to about 2010 and then just gives up, because after about 2000, it's all rubbish.
Every couple of weeks, I forget how much I love Danny, and then he reminds me, and it's great. It's
And then
like
you
this
talk to him for
renewable
like 5
energy
minutes.
source.
You're like 5 minutes in, you're like, oh, I love him. Oh,
This is why. This is why we used to do a Sunday night show together, which we have.
But they stream 24/7. It's on now.
That's unbelievable.
He's given us the results of 1989.
Yeah, you just spoiled WrestleMania 2 for me. God damn it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll be right back, but keep going.
One of my personal favorite heels is gonna be Kurt Angle. Mostly not big. Look, he did create crowd work, just insulting the crowd, calling them bums, fat, and throwing. I'm an Olympic gold medalist over
It's
and
all
over.
I can do not to shout what after every word you say.
What? What? But also the "you suck" part. I when they first started doing it, and he had this segment, if you want to call it, where he starts coming out and everybody starts saying "you suck," and he acts like, whoa, we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna go back inside. I'm gonna come out, and you people are gonna show me the respect I deserve.
That'll happen.
And he did that like 3 times, right? And eventually he goes, you know what? You people don't deserve to watch me wrestle. I'm not doing this. And he just walks out, right? A few minutes later, he's talking to the general manager or whoever, and the way he gets his way just for S&Gs is that they bleep out the "you suck" as if the fans were actually cursing at him. He just was so over the top. He really milked it. And so Kurt Angle is one of my favorites all time in general, but heel Kurt Angle is always funny to me. It's true, BX. It's damn true.
Little cowboy hat.
Oh my God.
Absolutely, little cowboy hat. Yes.
That was peak.
The milk truck.
Yeah.
To counter the beer truck, was it?
Yeah.
Then the Zamboni. Someone did it with a Zamboni. The icing. The ice cream.
Zamboni.
Maybe that's how they say it in England. I don't know. I don't want to correct them.
We don't even have them.
The best Kurt Angle was again before he faces Shawn Michaels, and he had Sensational Sherry, and he's singing his version of Sexy Boy, but he changed it to Sexy Kurt. It's amazing. And then he puts her in the ankle lock. Yeah. And then there's the other one where he calls, is it Rey Mysterio about little boys? And he's like, I love little boys or something. And yeah, that's unbelievable. So good comedically. Yeah.
He learned and I'm going to use this word probably 25 times during this hour. He learned the charisma element of wrestling even quicker than he picked up on the physical element of it. And he was a lifetime amateur wrestler of the best possible degree. But the way he picked up the nuances of the business was incredible. I mean, I don't know if you covered this while I was relieving myself, but the little cowboy hat with Stone Cold. I mean, those Stone Cold and Kurt Angle, quote unquote, heel days during the invasion was probably some of the best backstage vignettes or whatever I've ever seen.
I take it you've all seen Kurt Angle with Joe Rogan, hearing how absolutely broken he is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have that stain my view of Kurt Angle by watching that.
The fact that he was on the podcast or the things that he said, the things that he said was awesome, Mikey. I mean, just talking about the painkillers addiction and everything, how everything played out. It's amazing. I don't often tune into that podcast, but when I hear an ex-wrestler is on a podcast, I'm always intrigued because
some of the stories,
was Hogan. Yeah, Hogan was another one.
Some
of the stories that they give are just mind-blowing to be compared.
Have you listened to the Jericho podcast? Because that podcast has had, I mean, he has musicians on because obviously he's in the kind of the rock world. But I mean, he's had some interviews. He's had Vince Russo on. Like, he's had some amazing interviews on that podcast. I don't listen to enough of them, but every time I've listened to it, it's been absolutely incredible.
Well, you know that he plays rock, and I exclusively listen to jazz. You know this, Matt. So
That's true. Steph just came in and reminded me.
I thought it was just mariachi.
Mariachi.
Branching out on me.
Dude, do I get a Spanish jazz? I'm homework. I'm looking for Spanish jazz somehow. Sebi, you're up next. Heel number 2, my friend.
Heel number 2, just because he scared the living bejesus out of me when I was a kid growing up, The Undertaker when he first came out.
I thought you were gonna say the Boogeyman.
That was a character. He said there's nothing he wouldn't have done to carry that character on.
Oh my god! Yeah, the worms in his mouth.
Eating worms on camera.
Oh, God, that
pretty
was
much
worse.
I like to think they were gummy worms, but we'll go
No.
with worms.
I said he'd have eaten absolutely anything.
Dude, I thought you were going with Kane, Sebi, by the way, when you said
I did. I was sat here thinking it's
threw
gonna be
me
Kane.
off.
No, when I was a kid, I was 8 years old when he debuted. He scared the hell out of me. Like I would run upstairs after he came on TV. Like my hero as a kid was Hulk Hogan was like the face of wrestling when I was a kid, and when he came out and took on Hogan, it was just so frightening.
That was really the beginning kind of the Attitude Era, wasn't it? Like
yeah, just yeah.
Or the
the
end of the cartoonish.
Yes, the end of the Goon and everything like that. But like he's like this dead guy who's coming out.
Do you remember who came out with him? Like he wasn't he introduced by the $1 Million Man, and he was with Brother Love.
He was with Brother Love, yeah. He was with Brother Love for the first couple of times he came out, and then Paul Bearer came out with him, and that just added a whole other level to like the creepiness and scariness of him as a child watching this. So and then like he's evolved so much with his career like in the Attitude Era with like crucifying Stephanie McMahon in the middle of the ring, or the Brothers of Destruction.
They went very dark in the mid to late '90s with that character and those storylines. That's for sure.
Exactly, yeah. And he's had some. I didn't really care for like the American Badass version of the Undertaker, but like he's come back to the Dead Man, and like he's one of the greatest of all time. I think.
Yeah, I think he was. I saw a clip of him only recently where he was saying like he had to do that American Badass type of thing because like everybody else as a character, the Undertaker. If you're like Kurt Angle, you could be goofy, you could be a prick towards the crowd. As the Undertaker, you're just supposed to be the dead man, the guy that walks out in silence and dark, elevates the lights. So he didn't have a lot of wiggle room. So he kind of felt the need to break away from the Undertaker and just that's why he went that
which
route.
is why it pissed me off when he just turned into biker Undertaker. I'm like, wait, this person's a human being who's like a badass. I was very upset by that.
It didn't work with continuity. You can't be two characters back and forth whenever you wanted.
I mean, it takes a little bit of. I mean, maybe suspension of reality is something that watching wrestling requires. I'm not 100% sure about that, but like,
come on,
yeah, you can't go from being the dead man to being a guy. A dead man wouldn't need a bicycle, or I mean, not bicycle, a fucking motorcycle. Like
It just came out like Saw on a tricycle.
That was just self-indulgent. That was him being sick of doing that.
You should have had Hornswoggle on the little tricycle.
The Irish badass.
All right, James, you're up next, sir.
Okay, so obviously, bit of a giveaway. I'm much younger than everyone else here, so I know a lot of you guys are doing golden generation stuff that was before my time. My number 2, I've put him in as heels because I think a lot of you are going to have him as a face, but I think his heel work, especially for me, was much better. And I'm talking about 2003 era, The Rock. Hollywood Rock, I think, is one of the best heels because you go from, obviously, like you said, you're suspending your disbelief. You know that you have to hate this guy. But at the same point, the concerts, everything. And then the change in his theme to the heel one, that is one of the best themes that they've ever done. I mean, the fact that Jim Johnston's not working for a major wrestling company, not just because he has the same sort of name as me, but no.
The guy literally has the same name.
He needs to be making music still for wrestling somewhere because he was so good at it.
He's not still doing that?
No, I know he's in Hollywood doing stuff for movies.
We need to get him involved with the pod then.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're available, then that means you're available to do this.
Honestly, that theme is one of the best of all time.
So did you just lap up January to April of this year then with him doing
Yes.
kind of a
Yeah, that
reprise
was
of
the best he's been in years. The other two comebacks that he made, obviously, you got the small nostalgia hit, but it was nowhere near as engaging or fun. He was writing the promos on his hands to think of quick. That's not The Rock, man. The Rock's off the cuff, like you said about with interact the crowd and getting it and everything. That's what The Rock is, and yeah, he was superb there, and he's superb now.
I got to give a shout out to Dublin Gooner, to John.
Oh, he's been awesome, man.
He's been fantastic. He's probably, he's the one person who is vocal in the chat who doesn't know anything about wrestling, doesn't get into wrestling, and frankly, I have respect for that. Yeah. But he's absolutely participating in the conversation. We love it, and yes, he's heard of The Rock. I would imagine he might have even heard of John Cena. But we love the fact that you didn't just leave or go dark. This was the funniest comment. Sometimes I watch physics lectures on YouTube to remind myself how little I know, having the same feeling now. But hey,
killed me with that too.
As my 7th grade or 8th grade classmate Paulo Escaro once said, right as he was getting sent to the principal's office during our physics class, he said, "What's this got to do with life?" Physics has everything to do with life. Wrestling, not so much. So I think you're probably getting stupider as this evening goes by.
Very nice.
But thank you for staying with us and getting stupider.
I think you almost hit me with Steiner math right there, Magic. You almost lost.
Oh my God! I saw I think it was on AEW, but I saw someone tried to do a redux of that within the past.
Oh yeah, the main jabroni. The guy that said.
He was doing the 33% chance and the 50. Yeah. Oh, it was MJF. Yeah.
MJF. There you go. I love that. Just on The Rock. Yeah. There's a lot of, like stuff circulating the last WrestleMania. Right? Everybody was expecting him to be a babyface, and everybody turned on him because of the Cody Rhodes storyline and everything. And when he came back with, he has a promo in Arizona where he just continuously called people like crack kids and like, all right, now go back home to your trailers and go do crack. And I'm like, what is this guy? And then he would just post like 10, 15-minute reels on his Instagram and just pick people apart. My goodness, dude. When he leans into it hard. And here's the thing. He's such a massive personality within, WWE in general, is that still he would be like booed, but there was always a part of the stadium that is like still chanting his name and just bigging him up and just saying Rocky, Rocky. So it was so divided because here you are getting called a crackhead by somebody, and then you still have people in the building just chanting your name. It's just,
it's
like surreal. He's larger than life.
Yeah, and Daniel know what I'm talking about. But it's like, you walk up to Don Rickles. I had the good fortune of meeting Don Rickles once and having a drink with him in LA, and I just stood there being insulted by him, and it was an honor. Like that's what he did, and he was actually spending time insulting me, and I lapped it up. I loved it, and people will be like that with The Rock. But The Rock is such, and I hate this word, but The Rock is such a brand that it really did shock me a little bit that he went as hardcore, because obviously we know that wrestling and wrestling characters are fake, and there are murderers and rapists in soap operas and stuff, but it just, there's that tinge of reality because it's not like shot on a sound stage and strictly scripted from like a word by word basis, that you almost just, you're a little surprised that he went to some of the places that he did, given that his entire life right now is being a incredibly highly merchandisable movie star, and that surprised me a little bit. But in the sense that I respect him for it, because he wasn't going to go half-ass with this character of his.
Very nice. And it just occurred to me, since Danny is in the 80s still, it's Rocky Maivia who we're talking about, Danny, in case you didn't know. You might not know him as The Rock yet.
Oh my God.
I had no idea. Dewey Johnson.
Does he turn out to be pretty good then?
Yeah, just keep on watching. Things are about to get an uplift right now.
1997, you're gonna shit your pants.
You're gonna love.
You're gonna do that anyway. But
Mikey, you're up next, sir.
My second heel. Well, I've got 4 written down. I don't know which one to go with second, but this is another guy who just he'll probably be. I mean, he will be on my Mount Rushmore for both heels and faces, but and the ease of which he went back and forth. But Chris Jericho, greatest of all time in my opinion, most charismatic, the biggest ability to create hysteria and things just accidentally. Like, I don't think his current character, which is probably about the 15th or 16th different iteration of Chris Jericho over the last 20 years, which is the learning tree in AEW, I don't think that was an intentional thing. I think he just started calling himself that one day, and it turned into an entire concept now that he's 100% into. And he has people in the palm of his hands. And the second he decides that it makes sense in the grand scheme of things to be a face again, a good guy, he'll do it in a way that, it'll be like, nice to have this guy back. But right now, and throughout his career, he's right up there. I mean, him and Paul Heyman are just 1 and 1A as far as I'm concerned in that charisma level. So I'll go with and Y2J. I didn't love that much. It's all the Chris Jerichos after that I really loved. Just the way he would go back and forth. So Chris Jericho.
Yeah, Mike, when you said in both categories, I had just started writing down Jericho for you because I knew exactly. I've heard this one before, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Jericho, I might talk about even more than Olivier Giroud when it comes from my love for him. So yeah, I'm gonna be predictable there.
You're gonna be, Mikey. When you have an opportunity, check out the private chat for me, sir. Danny, you are up next with heel number 2.
Psycho Sid Justice.
A man well played, sir.
Who not only didn't give a fuck about wrestling, didn't give a fuck about the business. He was a mercenary, and he'd just go to whichever promotion wanted him. Japan for a couple of weeks, then he'd come over back to WCW, then back to Japan, and then he'd go off back to WWF, and then he nearly loses his foot because he snapped his ankle.
That was like Aaron Ramsey, Eduardo-esque. That was nasty.
It was horrible. But another one like Ravishing Rick Rude didn't give a fuck what you thought about him. He was going to go out there. He was going to perform. And I often think what it'd be like to be 25 years old and have a body like one of those. One that I always think was amazing was Test. The body that man had, and then what he did with his life. I think
the body he had resulted in his life not lasting as long as it should have.
Well, I mean, it's life choices, wasn't it? I mean, he was, recreational stuff, but it's just such a waste. Just could have just done a brain transplant. There I go. I've got a new body, and he can use mine and go off and spend all of his earnings on crack. And then both of us would have been happy. One of us more happy than the other for a very short length of time. But it was just these phenoms, these monsters. Was he about 6'6", pick you up, throw you around. And it was just fantastic to watch. And that everybody hated him, and he didn't care. And that was my. I'd rather watch the heels than the baby faces, because I like it when they turn. And I think someone said that you preferred the Undertaker as a bad person. I always preferred the Undertaker as the. Well, I suppose he managed to do both, didn't he? Although, like Stone Cold did, although he was bad, everybody still loved him, and the Undertaker could manage to do that, so he could be both at the same time.
He was a spectacle. No matter how bad of a guy he was a spectacle, and the place would just go absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Stebby and I were watching an event together, and when he came out for that, right? That was the Raw after. It was the SmackDown after WrestleMania, I think. But so maybe he didn't come out for that one. But like you would always know where you were when the Undertaker came out of the entrance ramp.
I think one. If you briefly you were talking about your favorite entrances. I mean, I don't think anything tops the Undertaker. Every single time you could watch that 1,000 times, and it will still give you chills as it comes out.
Yeah.
Oh, Bray Wyatt had a great entrance.
That's exactly what I was going to go
one.
with, and maybe because it's similar or what, but it's pretty cool. Yeah,
It
the
was
masked one or the Fireflies?
The Fireflies, the first White family entrance
Yeah.
with the lantern and everything. That was
Magnificent.
chilling.
When all the crowd join in with their phones.
Yeah, that was.
I don't see this current Wyatt 6 things lasting more than 6 months. I just don't know where they go from here.
Too soon.
Not too soon, but too
Same.
light on substance. But maybe I'll be proven wrong.
Do you know what? I'm really enjoying it. I think it's brilliant.
I'm enjoying it. I just don't think it has legs because they're becoming less mystical already, and they're just becoming wrestlers now. And I think you very, very quickly lose interest. Even though I love what's his name, the guy who like crawls around the ring on his stomach like a snake.
Dexter Lumis.
Yeah, I love Dexter Lumis. I am so glad he's back involved again. But like, I don't think that there's that much interest in these guys like there was the original Wyatt family.
I prefer that they're not doing all their matches in the dark black light like they were doing it at the end of the Fiend's or before the Fiend passed away. That I couldn't stand that. That was just put the lights on. His matches with the lights on were way better, in my personal opinion, than those black light matches.
Is that how things are at the Sebi household? Is the light on in the bedroom, or is the black light on? I hope the black light
in the garden.
He puts the feet
gentleman
light
never
on the red
tells.
light.
And as I said, I asked for
I know,
PG, and here
I know.
I go.
I just had the Val Venus music playing the entire time.
That's.
I hated that character. Couldn't stand him.
He will be coming up a little bit later in the.
Hey-o.
So
I'll be good.
All right, here we go. So who's next? Mikey, is it you?
Mikey, it's you.
Yes, it is. I got actually a 1 second, gentlemen.
He's gonna put a bleeding.
Sorry, guys. My 3-year-old is at the door calling me. One heel when he first came into the WWE, and he's not like regarded as one of the greatest wrestlers at all, but Carlito when he first came in. Just the bad Apple promo thing just cracked me up. And like you see him walking out and he has like what clearly looks like 2 pounds of apples in his pocket. And you just know how the promo.
He was just happy to see you.
I've had to look all that stuff up because I missed that entire era, like you were saying with the Bray Wyatt stuff. I didn't realize 2 of the people who did it died recently.
Yeah.
And then I had to look up the bloke with the stuff because I missed all. I stopped watching properly in 2000, and I've started watching it again maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. I always watched the big events, but all the little storylines of all the characters. And I think I didn't get the bloke you're talking about, whis name Carlito. I didn't get it.
You just missed him.
Of the people that are on the time frame that you're watching right now have died.
Yeah.
I mean,
I often do that. I put in the chat, dead.
If you're about 25 years behind right now, it would be more surprising to think that the people that are still alive, much less not even involved with the wrestling anymore, than the people that aren't. And that's the sad state of affairs.
All right, boys. So one thing about podcasting, if there's anything I've learned, is you got to be adaptable. And just because we have been doing a great job at waffling, I'm going to cut you guys all off at the leg, and I'm going to go into. We're going to get We're going to have 2 heels and 2 baby faces on this Mount Rushmore.
I have to correct the situation though, because Paul has said, "Magic Mike, glad to see your son is getting involved with the Arsenal." Last time I talked to you at the Tollington, it wasn't the case. Did we talk at the Tollington in 2004? Because that was the last time my son, who was 1 back then, was not involved with the Arsenal.
Maybe he means Owen.
Or
Jake is as involved with the Arsenal as a person could be, and I have raised my son right. But Paul, it is good to see you in here again, but yeah, I'm not sure where that comes from, because Jake was, maybe he just wasn't into me at that time, but he's always been involved into the Arsenal.
Very nice, boys. So yeah, just for the sake
and I'm sorry, Mike, but I have to say it. Welcome to the throngs of people coming over from League Gunner TV as they did before. Just remember, regardless of the personal relationship or lack of one. I have a lot of respect for Lee sending his crowds over here. I would appreciate if those of you who have come here, and maybe we can work on that relationship, but I'd appreciate if you come here, please enjoy the content. You've come at a second time of pretty strange content. The first one was a game. The second one is now WWE talk, but please go to goonersvcancer.com. We've got some amazing prizes that we're drawing every hour. I know you guys would like to win stuff. And also we're fighting to find a cure for cancer. So I'd love to see a spike in donations that goes along with the spike in viewers. So again, thank you to Lee and to everyone that's come over.
I mean, if Kane and The Undertaker ended up being friends, anything's possible.
You know?
I like that. We're talking about different. We're talking
Podcast world is a lot like professional wrestling sometimes. I mean, Danny, I used to hate you, and now we love each other. So
yeah,
it's very true.
I'm still working on loving you, Mike, and I'm sure that I'll get there eventually one day. No, I saw as you were speaking, and I was going to the Babyfaces segment, and I noticed. I said Lee sent me. I'm like, okay, that's the first one, and then nothing, and then I'm like Lee. I'm like, it's the same guy. It's not the same thing. You know what I thought for a second? They were catching it on replay. And then I saw Lee Gunner in there again. So, again, I'm going to just echo what my good friend Magic said. Thank you so much for anybody that's joining. Highly recommend donating, and you could win an Arsenal prize. And if there's one thing we all have in common here, Lee Gunner fans, us fans, everybody, we all support the Arsenal, and we all dislike cancer very, very much. So it's a win-win all around. James, you're going to have the privilege of going first because I think Dublin Gooner was right. A bear might have caught my friend Sebi because he was there just a second ago, and he done disappeared. So James, first, well, we're technically third on your Mount Rushmore. I'll go back to Sebi right now. Feel free to answer, James. Your first Babyface.
Yeah. So are we doing both because of time? So just do 1 and 2, or just 1 now?
I think we could. Yeah, I think we could go around twice. So just do the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Easiest answer going. My number 1 babyface of all time, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Very nice.
When Vince McMahon's number 1 heel, Stone Cold Steve Austin has to be number 1 face. And it goes with basically one of my favorite matches of all time is actually the Bret Hart versus Stone Cold WrestleMania match, because he goes in that as the heel and Bret Hart goes in it as the face. And then throughout the match, they change it so that Bret Hart then becomes the heel and Stone Cold becomes the face, where he passes out with the blood and everything pouring down. And
that's happened in a handful of situations over the years. And it's incredible.
It's
how
so good. Yeah.
When you realize that's happening, you're like, holy cow.
Yeah. And what I like about that match as well is it's a WWE match, but it feels more like those 80s, like terror. Do you know what I mean? It's a really well structured and well performed. It's not more or less of a spectacle. It's what's happening in ring just as much as what's happening in the, with the story as well. So it blends both, which for me is the best, form of wrestling, is when you're being entertained by the physical aspect as well as the story that's taking place.
Yeah, it's difficult to disagree with you. And Austin is one of those guys. I think you could have put him either on the good side or the bad side. I know my good mate Chris that was in the chat was saying, if I'm not mistaken, it was Chris saying that heel Steve Austin was one of his favorite Austin. So he did well. He had a really distinguished, likable career for sure. Seb, hit me with your first babyface.
It would have to be old Stone Cold himself.
Look at that. Double.
Prepared.
Yeah, he's the greatest. I love him. Just the working man's hero. You want to smack your boss in the face. Everybody here has felt that way at some point in their life. And he was doing it for all of us every Monday night. It was great. Just his catchphrases and his finisher was great. Yeah, and that match, like you said, when he came into the ring as a heel and left as a face, passing out in the sharpshooter, blood pouring down his face like Niagara Falls. It was just amazing career. And it sucks cut short because of injury and whatnot. But yeah, I love the guy. He's my favorite.
U.S. citizens, we have, being a Man City supporter, obviously he's flushed with cash. And on a serious note, we appreciate this as would be expected. Any super chats that we get are going to go straight to the Gooners versus Cancer charity. So we do appreciate it. And again, anyone else who is inclined to, I know it's a very popular thing to do super chats. We don't get as many on this channel for obvious reasons. But if you would like to donate and support the Gooners versus Cancer, go to goonersvcancer.com, make the donation there, and you'll be able to get entered in the raffles as well, which can't happen due to the on the super chats. But thank you very much. I will say that one of my long-term goals for Gooners versus Cancer is to grow it into football versus cancer, and I'm going to actually need to be in touch with some of the folks like Dan and Lee and Terry and all that who who have contacts at other clubs to try to mimic what we're doing with Gooners versus Cancer with other clubs. So we're all in this together, and cancer has no tribal allegiances, only all of us together trying to fight it. So thank you very much to U.S. citizens, whomever you may be.
It's like the mega powers coming together, Mike.
That's right.
The red cartel and the blue cartel meet together.
Is this the face turn for Lee Gunner?
I think so.
The beginning of the face turn.
I think so. Face
It
turn.
would be funny if I, in turn heel and start absolutely going off on Mikel Arteta all the time. I mean, that would be the biggest podcasting wave ever. Is a double turn with me and Lee.
Absolutely love that. And sorry to hear about Oscar Ball, man. I heard about the long-term injury that he endured today, so that's going to suck for the beginning of your guys' season.
Well, it's during the transfer window, though, so they'll find 3 players.
Magic, you're up next. First babyface, sir.
Well, I have to fulfill my promise to include Chris Jericho in this. His buddy humor, his allegiances with Kevin Owens, some of the greatest times of my life. I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but as far as watching wrestling, I mean, just the laughter that they would. That's right when we first started podcasting, and I used to try to just get my name on your podcast, Danny, all the time by sneaking in questions for Chris Carpenter about making the list and stuff. Because it turns out if you ask questions on the podcast, it's good publicity for your podcast. But
now look at it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we both are in the shitter now. But no, the Chris Jericho, just again, the charisma, the ability to just get supporters to just hang on every word and buy into every single thing that you do or say, and just saying something that's just so stupid, yet people go absolutely crazy for it, and you have to do it. Now becomes part of your weekly routine, and he's the best at that. Are we just doing one, or are we doing 2?
No, we're doing 1. We'll circle back to you. In the meantime, comment for you there, Mikey. Danny, what is your babyface, sir?
I'm going to summarize the entire naughty era of WWF and pick The Godfather and the Ho Train. If WWE fans didn't know about this, and you see that, yeah, James has got it, and you see that, you go, oh, what? He's pimping, ain't easy. He's got his hoes, all these women dressed as scantily clad ladies following him around, and he's giving them away. You
would never ever see that in today's program. I cannot believe
you wouldn't see it anywhere.
Existed.
And then you start coming in with the cars, and then it got so huge, and then you had things like the bra and panties matches. Even now, then they were embarrassing.
My favorite part of what Danny just said is, and he's giving them away.
Yeah, you can have one.
Just left for free.
What? Like, you let me win the match.
Not even the monthly $4.99 for free.
Forfeit the match. You can have
subscribe to his Patreon to get that.
Oh, if nothing. I mean, plus the bloke who did it, it's just he had so many characters over the years. It's just a brilliant wrestler.
What was the shop of Papa Shango?
Papa Shango.
Yeah, that was one of the early ones that he.
That's another one you probably wouldn't see these days as well.
Well, Kamala. Kamala was another one. The bloke came in with a spear.
He wasn't Kamala though. the guy that played the Godfather was not Kamala.
No, he was Karma, the fighting machine or whatever.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Karma,
No, I didn't think he was the same person. I'm what you're on about the stuff you wouldn't get away with now. Any kind of.
God, yeah. Oh, there's so much stuff you wouldn't get away with.
Yeah, but that's just to have watching it back with him on there, and then I'm watching it on Twitch, and you've got all these little millennials on there all squealing and pressing fart noises and honk noises, and the goose running across the screen, and it just goes crazy. And I often wonder how much of that stuff do the WWF think we should really not have on the streaming service, because it doesn't make anybody look good, does it? Fun as it was, but it's just unbelievable stuff. So yeah, the crowd, the pop he would get from the crowd, for someone who wasn't a main carder, never really won much, but that gimmick was stunning. Everybody loved it.
Tell you as well, Danny, another one. Brilliant theme. Such a good theme.
What?
He had another good the Godfather's entrance theme was great. Just the intro, the opening riff of the guitar. Great. Yeah.
Sexy.
That's one. We need to get Peter. Peter to play it when Arsenal walk out for a game.
Oh my
we
God!
Need to tell him get the God, because he does the rest of the theme.
That would be.
We need the Godfather. We'll tell him we need the
Godfather.
In many ways, I'm going to go like in the complete opposite direction.
Jerry Lawler, when that would come out, was the best as well.
I'm going to go with Bret Hart, actually, who is a doll of a man who would never give his girls away for free. Danny, the GFP.
Never had any. He's too miserable.
You're saying that Bret Hart would charge?
Charge, yes.
That's more of a heel thing than a face.
And donate to the Hart Foundation. Would do, but I loved him as a wrestler, and there's plenty of stories. I know that his career ended on a sour note, but one thing that sticks out with me, not only what he did in the ring and the promos that he cut and the beef that he had with McMahon, was how he was so willing to help other wrestlers. Like, Steve Austin couldn't praise him more when talking about him. Like, whoever he went up against, he would put them over. Even if they lost, he would put them over. And in many ways, he's the anti-Hulk Hogan. Not so much not anti-Godfather, but anti-Hulk Hogan, which he went out of his way to put over the next generation. And I thought he was the coolest. And I think somebody asked way earlier today, and I'm so sorry that I can't remember all the way up it was, but somebody asked if the Walls are Jericho or sharpshooter. I'm a sharpshooter man myself. Magic, I know you love Chris Jericho. I'm assuming you're going to insert Walls of Jericho in this conversation, but just watching him tap people out, like the match with Austin, just Steve Austin just passing out in the storyline versus tapping out, just magnificent.
Honestly, I have no super attachment to Chris Jericho from a wrestling standpoint. I mean, that is literally not what I liked him for, and I would actually say the sharpshooter probably myself. It's a better move. Walls of Jericho seems so contrived, but yeah, it's. Oh, I love that name, a Gooner Matata. That's a good name. That's a good one.
I may or may not have tried to put my 3-year-old in a Walls of Jericho about a week ago. It was fun. He tapped out quick though. He has no strength. I got to tell you that.
Side note: do you guys put your kids in like finishers or anything? Like I put Bernard in like power bombs, like on multiple occasions.
I mean, that's just being a good father.
Okay, good.
I mean, anybody that disagrees, cancel coaches are riled. I mean, we should be able to do a razor cutter on a kid.
Anytime Jake and I were, when Jake was younger, and frankly, even as recently as like a year or two ago. Anytime we're in a hotel that had 2 beds on it, we would be, we'd be doing finishers. We'd be RKOing each other.
I love that so much, dude.
He would sometimes just do it on his own with pillows. And I'm referring to wrestling moves. I'm not talking about any other things. But like he would like do a flip under the bed with a pillow, and then and then the pillow would kick out at 2, and it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Mike, I haven't even been able to catch the entire screen. You already have 3 violations of your own role, Mike. I got the pen right here, sir.
These particular hours, I guess. I mean, look,
nobody's awake. I like it.
It's evening just about everywhere right now. But trust me, when Alan Smith comes on, when we've got the the handbrakes off of the world, and Peter Drury. Yeah, Peter Drury. I don't need to be talking about doing stuff with pillows in front of him.
Okay, I'll make sure to chime in the live chat and throw that one in myself.
And by the way, for those of you that are here on the Lee raid, stick around, because like you'll genuinely be surprised of the content. I know this isn't a good example of that, but when you wake up in the morning, you start to get into hours 18, 19 through 27 of this. You should be entertained by the people that are going to be on. So.
Very nice. Seb, let's finish off your Mount Rushmore, sir. Give me another baby face.
Another baby face. I'm going to have to go with the Stinger. Sting. He was
Stinger.
Sting, yeah. He
Great
was
nickname.
He was the one guy standing in front of NWO, and his whole character changed from Surfer Sting to the Crow character. Was just amazing. Like for like almost a year, he was off. He didn't wrestle. He was just sitting in the rafters too. Like it was just such a change of character and everything like that. And when he finally came out, it was just amazing. He's so mysterious. And then when he finally came into WWE, he was just people were like waiting for that to happen for years. And when it was a Mania, right, against Triple H. And then the NWO came out to help him out at the end. It was just a great match.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
And then to see his career in AEW as well, like he's been around since the '80s at the top of his game, and mentoring young guys like what's his name? That's guy who paints his face. I forgot his name. Oh man,
Ultimate Warrior.
Oh.
No, not the Ultimate Warrior.
Well, yeah, because you threw. I thought about Warrior, but you also said mentor guys, and like the Warriors.
No. He was mentoring a guy for the last like 3 years.
Darby Allin.
Darby Allin, yeah.
Oh yeah. See, if I was actually paying attention, I got distracted when you said that. Otherwise, yeah, Darby Allin.
Yeah, like what he's done for like younger wrestlers in his career is never really taking the spotlight for himself and always trying to give back to wrestling. I love Sting. He's such a
his run in AEW shocked me
Yeah.
because I thought it was going to be ceremonial and it was anything but.
Yeah.
Doubling Gooner again with the Sting wrestler. What? He sings boring songs at the
once he broke up with the police, he became just really vicious. I mean, that was a heel turn of all.
Nobody saw it coming.
Fields of Gold is a classic.
Well,
welcome to the pod, Jacob.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, just Sting and the Crow character. Do you have any idea how confused I was when I saw the movie The Crow, and then I go to watch wrestling? I'm like, wait, is he the Crow? Like, I was so confused. Baby Mike was so confused when all of that was going on. It wasn't good for my brain.
Baby Mike, that's going to be your new nickname. I love that.
It's only a matter of time.
I never was that into Sting. Like, I have respect for what he did in those last 3 years, but I just he there. If we had a category, if we had time for a category of like massive stars who you just never really got the appeal of, or people that never made it bigger than that you thought would be amazing and they ended up not, like that would be one of the people. Sting just never really appealed to me in any of his iterations. So not like Mr. Anderson. I would have loved to see Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Anderson.
I know.
Anderson in Impact, but
I know.
And
he started off at Kennedy. He was great. I love
It's
that
very
guy.
clever how he decided the drop down mic from the ceiling. I've not seen anyone else do that.
He would be like,
Yeah.
I love that, and yet he just never went anywhere.
No.
Yeah, he was good.
Got caught with the steroids, man. That ruined it.
Yeah.
Because he was going to be champ. He was going to
What
be
is that?
Batista, weren't he?
I thought it was because he hurt John Cena. I thought that was the story I had.
No,
heard.
he got fired because when he threw Randy Orton nearly smashed his head. And
That's
neck, and
what it was. It was
Randy Orton
Orton,
went
okay.
ballistic, and he was like sacked the next day. Yeah.
Mess up with the wrong man. James, you're up next. Complete your Mount Rushmore, sir.
Yeah. So everybody's pretty much done people that I had on my list, apart from one. so I'm going to chuck him in. It might be controversial to some. Jeff Hardy.
Ooh.
Okay.
As a child, Jeff Hardy was the coolest. He just, you know, you saying about jumping off
You knew
stuff.
Jeff Hardy when he was a child?
No, you know what you were saying about jumping off stuff and doing flips to your son. We were all doing it because we saw Jeff Hardy doing it. You know, they always had, don't do this at home. Well, we did. We all did.
Yeah. They're like, don't do it at home.
Yeah. As soon as the Christmas decks come out at my house,
Challenge
there was
accepted.
there was the ladder. First thing I did was climb up the ladder and try to do a flip off it. It's just part of the routine.
That's what you do.
And I'll tell you something as well with Jeff Hardy. I have not seen a white person more embraced by the black community than Jeff Hardy. They adore Jeff Hardy. I've never seen it so much in my life. It's incredible how much they adore Jeff Hardy.
You've not seen the day-to-day life of Danny the GFP then.
Hey, well,
We went to the market train, and he just had people coming up to him and embracing him literally the whole time.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
Smelling me, smelling my ood.
With his Godfather shirt on. Just killing it.
I'm photoshopping Danny going down the ramp with the whole train.
With double deckers and crunchy bars in his shirt.
I got a new thing that I do. Just I do stuff to embarrass Sean. I get my chair, put it on speed 3, and rather than go like this, I go down like that. I go speed mode activated, and I go really, really fast.
You know, in the last 6 minutes, I forgot how much I love Danny, and now he's just reminded me again how much I love him.
And we're back.
Yeah, and I refer to as bum fingers. I threw it at the restaurant. I went, "Oi, bum fingers! Don't forget to wash your hands this time."
How Sean has made it how she hasn't disowned you after this point. I mean, my kids are
Money.
just absolutely embarrassed by me, and they
It just comes down to money, really.
Yeah, it might with my kids as well, but all right. So you're going with
He went with Jeff Hardy. Magic, you are up next, sir.
You know, I'm also going to try to swerve, and I'm not talking about Strickland or whatever his name is now, or what it was before. Anyway, I'm going to swerve using somebody. I probably would have said Austin here if I had to, but I'm going to go with somebody that I doubt anybody's even thinking of, but this is more of a lifetime achievement award. I'm going to go with R-Truth. Okay.
I like that.
R-Truth has given his, I mean, I remember actually watching his debut as K Quick with the Road Dog and thinking, oh, this guy's a novelty act. He's not going to last. And here he is, like literally 27 years later. And he's, he's come in and out of the active phase of wrestling. Sometimes he's disappeared. Sometimes he's been mostly just a backstage comedy type of guy. Lately, he's actually been wrestling quite a bit in some storylines. And the dude is, you've always heard on and not that this matters to face versus heel, but you've always heard one of these, the comments about how behind the scenes, he was just one of those guys that everybody loves, respects, adores backstage. And that's a business where that's probably pretty rare to be so universally loved and appreciated and getting it. You had the Undertaker, who was universally respected, but so I'm gonna give him the honor and give him the honor of being on the face Mount Rushmore. He did it all for the little Jimmys.
Have you seen the compilation videos of him doing his stuff and Triple H cracking up and he just does it to make people laugh? He goes off script.
Danny, have you seen the one with Brock Lesnar?
No.
Where he even got Brock to
child doing a gritty in the background there. It's incredible.
One of the little Jimmys is here.
Love it. Before we lose track, Danny, what is one of your favorite baby faces?
Like Mike, I've had to cross out. I've already deleted the Ultimate Warrior and Savage and Stone Cold. I'm gonna go China. I've watched about 5 documentaries about that woman. Absolutely amazing that she could get in there. Most women's wrestling is shit. We know it's shit. and it's clown. It's people getting dressed in a charity shop in the dark, coming on, and there's only a few women that can actually rest. That woman who made her comeback, not the last WrestleMania, the one before that. She black woman wears all silver. I don't know what her name is.
Bianca Belair.
They got her from someone else, and she is
Jade Cargill.
Jade Cargill. Yeah,
That's
Jade
it.
Cargill. Yeah, she's awesome.
I quite fancy her. And she's an
amazing.
absolute unit. And you see the strength that she has got. Now, to have women that are as strong as her and as strong as China.
But she's not technically sound. I think she has a bad rap in the industry for basically just being,
I don't care. She
just
looks
being
great.
like a physical marvel who isn't necessarily like the best in the ring, and you have to be trusted in order to really rise through. So I'm not sure she's ever going to get to the heights. But sorry, I didn't mean to hijack.
I mean, I'd let her come in and just bend me in pieces and just throw me around. I'd be quite happy with that. But for the stuff that China has done, and it's so sad that she left the WWF because she didn't think she was getting paid enough money, and then her life fell apart, and everyone used her and abused her, and then she passed away. But you look at peak China, where she's fighting men properly and beating them. And I mean, the first person, was it Jericho, was the first person ever to put her massively over for a title.
Yeah.
Jarrett might have done that as well.
Who?
Jeff Jarrett actually might have done that.
Was that when he was leaving to go to
Yeah.
They had that Good Housekeeping match where it was like all the household utensils.
That might be what I'm that's what I'm thinking.
This is the comment of the podcast so far. 7 minutes 12 seconds, or 7 hours 12 minutes in. We have the winner for the best comment.
You win.
And even just the misspelling of it is great. Severally bald. We know what it means, but
I am often bald, and I am
all in
severely
lowercase. I love everything about it.
I'm learning my third language, and I couldn't decipher what that was meant to be. So that's pretty impressive that you got it, Mike.
But it's she will go down as one of the greatest for me, because to do what she did and be able to fight against men on an equal platform and do what she did, and every time you watched her, and she had surgery over the years to make herself look more feminine and more attractive to the audience, and I think that was a major thing for her to be accepted. And I'm really sad when I think what happened to her. And even for so long before, because of the stuff she did to make money, the WWE ignored her for so long. But now people are talking about her and about how sad it was, but just no one has really done what she's done.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of politics behind that. Why with the whole Triple H
the love triangle.
Yeah, that was one of the big reasons why, like, she wasn't allowed to be mentioned or inducted into the Hall of Fame with the rest of DX. I thought that was kind of screwed up. So you're right about that, Danny.
It's just a shame. But I watched something, Wrestling Bios. Do you watch that bloke? I think he's Northern Irish or Northern, and he does YouTube, and he does like half-hour breakdowns of their entire careers. And I've got all those in a separate YouTube folder. I keep going back and watching them over again. Things like when he was talking, I think it was the Big Boss Man, saying what an absolute gentleman of a person he was, and everybody loved him. And God, 2 people have gone now. They're dropping like flies. We need the Ho train back.
There's no more free hoes, so they all bounced out.
No, they can't.
Yeah. Well, we're down to the last 50 minutes. I'm gonna make mine short and sweet, and because of my so they say culture, Danny, there's only one person I was going to ever mention. That's Eddie Guerrero.
Oh, he's on my list.
The love, the lie, cheat, and steal Eddie Guerrero. Just charming the pants out of everybody, doing the whole belt, smacking somebody, throwing it at their hands, and just throwing himself on the ground. It was just all incredibly comical. It was a lot of fun. And it was just good time for me. A young Mike, not baby Mike. Let's say teen Mike. Mike, there you go, for you to understand magic more or less where I was. But yeah, like his passing away was one of the ones when I was like younger. I'm like, what the hell just happened here? Like I was almost, just so taken away. But loved person within the industry. Like you just mentioned, Danny, about China, and I just thought he was awesome, and entertainment-wise, he was absolutely amazing. So, just a quick recap, Seb, your Mount Rushmore. We got two villains, 2 baby faces. You got McMahon, Undertaker as your heels, Steve Austin and Sting as your baby faces. James, you got McMahon and The Rock, Hollywood Rock, should I say, Steve Austin and Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy out of nowhere, James. I really like that. Magic, your first heel is Heyman. Your second heel is Jericho, and of course, your first babyface is Jericho as well, because that
it'll be like that
morphs.
What is it called? Like the two faces that look at each other, like on a what am I
like a
thinking
yin
of?
yang thing.
Not that, yeah, but no, the ones for like plays and
you're like exactly that, but different
on Broadway.
No, the happy, the sad
drama
face.
face.
That's what I was trying to get out there. But yeah,
finished up with R-Truth, Danny from Blast from the 80s / early 90s, Rick Rude and Sid for your heels, Godfather and China for your baby faces. I went with Mean Angry Kurt Angle and Carlito, the spitter, if you will, if you were not cool. Bret Hart and Eddie Guerrero. Those are our Mount Rushmore's 2 baby faces, 2 heels. Because we have the last 15 minutes or so before we get joined in by the TGB crew, Mike.
Yeah, and we got to do a prize draw, and then you have your finisher thing that you want to do, right?
So, yeah, I was conscious about the draw. So, you guys, we got one more subject. Are we going to go with the finisher? Are we going to go with the finisher? I think the finisher would be a little bit more fun than the Roman heel turn. So, go for it. So, this was Sebi's creation, and he might potentially have pictures loaded. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're loaded.
He's looking up there. So, Sebi decided to ask us all what finisher we would like to apply to some of our heels within the world of football. So, Seb, get the ball rolling, sir. You have the slides loaded up, if I'm not mistaken.
So I'm going to start with mine. One of my favorite. You got it, Mikey?
I do, except I realized that I did not properly upload JJ's because
you want me to? Can you do it quick or?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do his last. So I wanted to start off with mine. One of my favorite finishers is the curb stomp by Seth Rollins, and one of my biggest Arsenal heels for the last 2 decades almost would be Pep Guardiola. I hated him at Barcelona. I hate him now, and I would just love to see that happen to him. A little curb stomp by Seth Rollins to Pep Guardiola. I think that would make me feel tingly inside.
That's when I liked Seth Rollins more.
Oh, you don't like the fashionista?
I don't like the fashionista very much. I don't like the freaking Seth Rollins. No,
you don't like the Joker version of Seth Rollins, basically.
Exactly.
Next,
that's racist against jokers. Against clowns.
Next, I'll do you hers. What is your favorite finisher?
Shoot, I gave you 2. I went with the Sweet Chin Music, right?
Yes,
and Sebi had the mistake that he heard me say Sweet Chin Music and he said, got it, the super kick.
Yeah.
No,
you're right.
When Shawn Michaels does it, sir, it's called the Sweet Chin Music. Completely different move. Thank you very much. And it was Dele Alli, bro, because he had that peak thing that he was doing with his hands, and he got a little too big for his britches. And I know things got bad for him, right? And that's not what I wished from him. But during those Spurs years, when they were doing that thing like, he's better than Prime Ozil or something, whoever they were comparing it up. Yeah, I had a little bit too much of him. So Sweet Chin Music for Dele Alli it is.
And by the way I labeled that, and you can probably see this, Mike, backstage, is it says hers super kick.
He's not talking to you for a month now.
Yeah, I'm not having that Sweet Chin. You're right, but I'm not having that Sweet Chin Music. I now have James' finisher in there if you want to.
Very nice.
Okay, you got it. Okay, so I'll go with you, Mikey. Magic Mike. You can explain yours.
Yeah, my finisher, this goes back to my roots of being rude, crude, and socially unacceptable on a podcast. And the finisher itself is just basically a half-ass frog splash without even the Eddie Guerrero part. I mean, like if I was going to choose a frog splash, it would be the 5-star frog splash. Bob Van Dam's version, Eddie Guerrero's version. But because of the name, it's got to be Val Venus, who did come up earlier. And the money shot, and who is he money shotting here?
Adebayor.
We got Adebayor being money shotted here.
Oh my God! Who is he money shotting? What a quote!
Turncoat, and once you knew that once this landed, it was going to be a sticky situation.
Yeah. Okay, Danny. Where are you, Danny? Ah, okay. Danny, what was your favorite finisher? You said it was
Randy Savage's flying elbow off of the top turnbuckle.
And who did you want him to do that to?
Now that I can't remember because David Beckham. Yes, of course, because I misunderstood. I said Zinchecko, and I still stick to Zinchecko. Hopefully to get him out of the club because I don't rate him. He's getting right on my nerves. We don't need 9 left backs at the side. But Macho Man Randy Savage, one of the greatest ever wrestlers. He brought tassels back to WWF, which is much needed. Him and the Ultimate Warrior. There was a tassel shortage in the mid '80s, and it was mainly down to those two.
It was the great tassel famine of 1986.
No, it's not mentioned enough because other things got in the way. But it was hard times for us tassel lovers. Just a wonderful move and a daring move. It could easily go wrong. I mean, you could get a face full of armpit or you could get a mouthful of elbow, but they're risks I like to take in life.
Very nice.
And now, James, Mikey asked you, but he only told me that you can say what's your favorite finisher?
Yeah, so my favorite finisher is the Razor's Edge by Razor.
Love it.
He didn't tell
giving
me.
it to Messi. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good.
I will allow this.
I love
100%.
Messi. I love Messi, but for the content, that's a great picture.
All right.
Just for the hashtag content, we're allowing it.
Yeah.
I can't believe Messi outlived Scott Hall though. Like I never would have predicted that going in. Messi was the one with the HGH issue and the growth. I mean, like how did that happen?
Is it too late to change mine to being tombstoned by China? Is it too late for that?
I think we know what you're going to be dreaming about tonight.
Yes. Rubbish.
I love.
Yeah, I like earlier how you said you've seen 5 documentaries of China. I like how you use documentaries, Danny. That's very good.
Yes, fact-finding missions.
I love how I think it was Dublin Gooner who said something about, or somebody saying this was a good idea to give this segment 90 minutes. I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning in the UK right now. Like, who else were we going to get, and what else were we going to talk about this hour? So, but because of that, I have to say, now Danny's up at 2:30 in the morning every night, but James not only up at 2:30 in the morning, but has a very busy day that starts in about 5.5 hours tomorrow. And I cannot thank you enough. I hope that the 4.5 hours that you have now been on with me has at least been enjoyable and fun and productive for you, because
I loved it, man. No, it's nice to retain my crown at the quiz and then obviously speak with Pedro and everybody. And yeah, it's just good to do some wrestling. I enjoyed it.
I mean, you've been rampant tonight. You've been absolutely you've moved from strength to strength. As I enter a couple more recent donors into the raffle and get ready to draw, I wanted to say thank you to you, Danny, as you'll be leaving us after this. And Sebi, couldn't love you more, mate. I'm so glad that you spent your entire halftime in Philly coming down to take video of me signing autographs and T-shirts at halftime at the link. It was good to see you, as brief as it was, but look at this. I love it. Is that Bernard in the background?
It is. He wanted to say hello to everybody. So,
well, we love us some Bernard.
He's doing the gritty for everybody.
Oh, nice. Is that his finisher?
What's your finishing move?
Yeah. Okay. So.
All right. Enough said.
Enough said.
All right. So excellent. And then Mikey's going to be sticking around with me. So this is 7.5 hours. Oh, there's another thing I need to tell you, which is that we are going to be switching streams. The maximum stream on YouTube that it will record is 8 hours. So we're going to be switching every the first 7.5 hours, but we're going to be switching. Now, you don't need to do anything different. All you need to do is basically go back. I don't know if you can refresh your browser or just go to enter the same thing you entered before, which is bit.ly. Let me see if I can get this up here. bit.ly/Podathon 2024. It will not take you to part 2 yet, but I'm going to make that change right now, and then all of a sudden it will take you there. And Mikey, all you're going to have to do is just re-enter the studio in part 2. So let me take care of that. This is just going to have to be one of these situations where I do what I do. Bear with me for a second. Yeah, let me do a prize draw while I do this. I'm going to try to multitask and do about 14 different things at once. But we are drawing for a Gooners versus Cancer Polo that I am currently modeling. It does not come with the bow tie, the Dicky bow. So you'll have to buy your own Dicky bow. And we're gonna draw for the winner of the Gooners versus Cancer Polo. We have sizes ranging from small all the way up to 3XL.
Mike, real quick, is there going to be a different link for? They just asked if you put the link in the live chat, please. Is there going to be a different link for the upcoming show? Is it going to be?
No, the link will be the same, but I've got to redirect where the link points to in just a second. So I've got to do that. So if you go to the same link that you are on here, I mean, if you're in our channel on YouTube, just go to part 2. If you're using the link, which is in the I mean, I've had it highlighted here. So if you just use this link, when I tell you, when we sign off here, if you use that link again, you'll end up in part 2.
So absolute worst case scenario, boys and girls, when this live one ends, just refresh YouTube and look up the channel, and it should be the most recent one, if I'm getting what Mike is saying.
Yes, if you smell what the mic is cooking, that will be it. So all right, so let's do prize draw. I still gotta. I mean, it's gonna take me 30 seconds to switch the link, but I got to do it.
No big deal.
Here is the prize draw. The winner of the Gooners versus Cancer Polo will be Mikey. Will you announce it when the name comes up?
Shoot. I hope the name is in Spanish, Mike. That one was for you. Oh, Sri Murley? I'm so sorry if I Sri Murley. I'm so sorry if I butchered that name.
And I think I actually spelled his last name wrong. I think it's Murali, M-U-R-A-L-I. But that's on me. Congratulations, you have won a Gooners versus Cancer polo, which we've done T-shirts before, but the polo is the first of its kind. We were selling them over the summer. A few people picked them up, but you've got one for free, and it is a beautiful thing to have. Mikey, anything else that you want to say to your esteemed panel as I continue to vamp for?
No, not at all. Danny, the GFP, thank you so much for staying up late. James, you have been absolutely awesome. I got to tell you, I have no idea how you are so good at those Mike McDonald's quizzes. I've been working on those things. He did one on my channel. I've seen him do multiple ones on like Fergus's channels and other channels. I think he's done 2 on my channel, and I don't think I've got like a total of more than like 3 correct answers. And I'm very similar to Magic. I'm one of those quick fire first hint. I'm just gonna blur out the name, damn near ruin the game for everybody. But I gotta tell you, Mike McDonald does such a brilliant job at making the first hint seem really obvious and completely flipping misleading.
It's a swerve. He swerves us.
He swerves so like the shower one. Everybody was like Chesney, right? And it ended up being Alex Sung. It's just like he's so good at throwing people off. My good mate, my co-host Chris, that's in the live chat that will be joining us in a little over an hour, says that's because Mike is plastic. Thank you for the support, Chris. I appreciate you. Seb, you too, sir. I will see you within an hour. Go try to get Bernard down for a nap.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna have him dancing in the background too.
Little housekeeping for those who are in the chat. You can now go to this link again, and you will be in the chat for number 2. So we've got about 7,300 people, all but 200 of which are watching on Twitter, which means they might not even be watching. But we've got about 200 people in YouTube live participating and watching. We would love to see those numbers get matched within a few minutes of us starting the second link. Believe me, I wouldn't have this complication if it wasn't necessary. But please go to this link that you're seeing on your screen, or refresh, and we'll take you to the second one. And for the 2 boys who are back in the backstage area, you're going to have to log back out and get into part 2 because you're in part 1 right now, and we're going to move into part 2. So, you can make those hand gestures all you want, Andy.
I misled Owen too because this man, he even asked in the TGB group. I'm like, no, stay put.